Hi, it's Robert Trawick here. Welcome to day 2 of PhotoExpo Live, coming to you from Bedford Camera in Little Rock, Arkansas. I am so glad you guys are here with me bright and early in the morning. And if you had an opportunity to make it out to our sunrise photo walk, I believe it was awesome. We had 16 or 17 people there. The sun wasn't as perfect sun rising as we expected, but it was a good time for everyone, and we'll have some of those photographs posted later on in the show and also on our Facebook feed. So if you've been following our nonverbal miscommunication last night, yes, we're getting the door prize. They're giving me cues now, but now we're actually using verbal communication versus nonverbal slow down movements. So we are going to introduce Joe Edelman in a new style since he commented so eloquently on our feed, and that will be coming up shortly. In the meantime, we do have some great door prizes to give away, and the code for this hour is F-stop, as in F-stop. So if you are putting that in your code to get your extra votes, be sure it's F-stop to get those extra votes for this hour. So now we have researched our limited resources and budgets, but we were able to find someone that I believe that is pretty famous worldwide to do this introduction of Joe Edelman. And I'm going to go ahead and bring her online right now.
Joe is honored to hold the title of Olympus Visionary Photographer. His mission is to help photographers develop a strong understanding of the hows and whys behind making consistently great photographs. Joe's career spans over 5 decades, from the start as an award-winning newspaper photojournalist, to his work today photographing a diverse selection of people and serving as a photo educator, who motivates and educates the new and experienced photographers all over the world. He takes great pride in sharing his experiences as the host of the weekly Talk Chat Photography podcast and his popular YouTube channel that boasts over 174,000 subscribers in 114 countries. In addition to the Olympus Visionary team, Joe is a member of the Tether Tools Pro team, a Stellar Pro champion of light, a Delkin Devices image maker, a Photo Flex light leader, and a featured photographer for Savage International.
So thank you so much to our wonderful MC for that brilliant introduction of the amazing Joe Edelman. Joe, I'm sure you appreciate that because your humor, along with your amazing educational abilities and creative photography, are just incredible. Thank you so much. Joe, take it away, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Robert. I'll put the check in the mail as soon as we wrap up, but I'm going to have to go have a talk with my Lola because I feel like she's stepping out on me. So that being said, everybody, how are you today? I am Joe Edelman, and I hope that you're ready for 90 minutes of photographic enlightenment. And of course, I hope that you're all safe and healthy, and more importantly, finding time to use your cameras to take lots of pictures. You know, there's no better way to improve your photography than to shoot. So listen, before we begin, I want to take a minute and do something that you probably don't hear a lot. I want to say thank you. All of you who are watching live, or for that matter, watching the replays. Thank you for being photographers. Thank you for creating and for being a part of an industry that I've had the pleasure of participating in for most of my life. And also a huge thank you to the folks at Bedford Camera for putting on this event. And gang, I hope that all of you can appreciate how much work it takes to host an event like this. And that's just one of many reasons why you should support your local camera stores. You know, the employees at Bedford are just like you. They're photographers. They are passionate about photography. And as a company, Bedford is invested in your success. It's not just about selling you gear. Now also, do me a big favor. Some of you that follow me on YouTube have already done it. In the chat, whether you're on YouTube or Facebook, leave a comment with your name and where you are in the world. Let me know that you're here and let me know that you're watching. It's always fun to see where people are attending from. And of course, I'll do a Q&A at the end of the presentation, but you don't have to wait until the end to type in your questions. Feel free to post them as you think of them, Facebook or YouTube, put them in the chat, and we'll go from there. But for now, I would encourage you, sit back and relax. Open your mind up to some new concepts and some new ideas, and let's do some learning. This is not going to be your typical photography presentation, okay? So I personally can't stand it when speakers waste valuable time in a talk telling you all about themselves and their achievements. I figure since you're here, you probably know who I am, or you've researched me, or you just couldn't find anything better to do on a Saturday morning. So if you do want to learn more about me, there it is, www.joeedelman.com. That's the place to do it. Now, if you've seen me speak before, or if you follow me on YouTube, you know that my mission is to help photographers to develop a better understanding of the hows and whys behind making consistently great photographs. Today, my goal is to give you a better understanding of creativity, where it comes from, and how you can improve your creative abilities. Understanding creativity to improve your photography. Simple title, makes it sound so easy, right? Still, a lot of photographers struggle with creative ideas and improving their creative abilities. So where do we begin? My goal today is to help you with a better understanding of why creativity can be so tough. Also, how you can improve your creative skills and shoot better photos. So let's start with some basics so that we're all on the same page, right? What does the word creative mean? Well, if we look at the dictionary, Merriam-Webster, having or showing an ability to make new things or think of new ideas. Using that ability to make or think of new things, involving the process by which new ideas, stories are created. And the last one, my favorite, done in an unusual and often dishonest way. Clearly, they're thinking about Photoshop when they came up with that one, right? And just to make sure we're covering all the bases, let's look at the word creativity, the ability to make new things or think of new ideas. But I want you to notice that there is a word missing from both of those definitions. The word is art. The common misconception is that creativity is attached to artistry. Art is not uniquely tied to creativity. In fact, if I were to write my own definition, if I could be so bold, it would be the idea that creativity is problem solving, often in unique, unusual, and different ways. Now think about it, gang. We photographers, we're a bit of a crazy bunch. We spend thousands of dollars on cameras and lenses and accessories, and then we're no longer happy with just a nice picture. Instead, it has to be epic, or it just won't do. So we spend all this money, we see something that we want to photograph, and immediately we create a problem that has to be solved. The problem? How do I make an epic photograph from this scene? Now, the most creative among us will solve that problem in a unique or an unusual manner. The technicians among us will solve the problem in a way that has been tried and tested and proven to work well. And the lazy among us will copy something that they saw on YouTube, usually poorly, I might add. So let me give you some real-world examples from my career of problem solving and show you how I did it, why I did it, and what the result was. So the first example I'm going to show you here, this is an image that I actually first conceived when I was in my teenage years, shot it originally in film, in black and white, with a friend, and a bunch of burned out light bulbs, with one of us holding a shutter release on the camera and the other one holding a hammer and going 1, 2, 3, go. And it was extreme amounts of trial and error to try and get the shot. Fast forward, digital technology comes into play. This image I created in 2001. I wanted to redo the image in color, but I didn't want to do the trial and error version of breaking a ton of light bulbs to try and get a picture. I wanted something that was going to be more effective and more consistent in the results. And let's be clear, this was before we had all of the sound triggers and the laser triggers and all of that kind of stuff, right? So this was before any of that was available. So the solution is actually really, really basic. Notice this little gadget that I created here. Really, really simple. It's a piece of 1x shelving. It's a 2x3 mounted vertically, a hammer with a hole drilled through the handle so that I could put a screw through it so that the hammer will basically swing up and down. And then I took one wire, just, regular audio type wire, a paper clip screwed to the 2x3 so that it was adjustable in height and the wire attached to the end, another screw in the handle of the hammer with the other end of the wire attached to that so that when the hammer comes down, it would complete the circuit as it breaks through the bulb and fire the flash. What you can't see from that angle, the flash, for those of you old timers, you'll remember this one, probably my favorite speed light ever made, the Vivitar 283. And part of what made this work so well is that, number one, the PC sync cord for the 283 only had 2 wires because I'm not much of an electrician. So it's positive, negative, complete the circuit, really simple. And because the sensor was on the outside of the flash, in order to make sure that I was getting the fastest flash duration, I should say shortest flash duration, to be able to freeze the action, I took a little 3x5 card, scotch taped it over the sensor and just the bottom edge of the flash head so that when the flash would go off, the light would hit the sensor immediately, shutting the flash off. And then that would give me a very quick set of light, that would basically freeze the action and give me the finished shot every single time. Another case of problem solving. This one goes all the way back to the mid-1980s. This was a shot that was done on 4x5 sheet film. So remember, no digital technology. We didn't have the ability to chimp and see what we're doing. Every surface in this image is reflective. It's glass and it's metal. So yes, Joe Edelman didn't always shoot pretty women with lots of crazy makeup. So the challenge here was, of course, to create an image that didn't have hotspots, that didn't have all kinds of reflections, etc. It's all done with white cards, all done with soft light in order to be able to do it. Another example, same time period, mid-1980s, early computer technology. The challenge was the client wanted an image that had this feel of space age technology. This was an early computer programming panel for some type of a control computer that was being built. They wanted it to have a space age feel, and their request was, can we make the panel look like it's floating in space? Again, mid-1980s. No Photoshop. We couldn't airbrush an image like this. There's too much detail. So the challenge was, how do we get the panel to float? So I want you to imagine a seamless paper background, black seamless paper background. Behind, the camera's over here, behind the seamless paper background is a C-stand with a clamp and a wooden dowel mounted in the clamp poked through the background with a whole bunch of putty on the end of the dowel, and the panel just stuck onto the putty. Now, I didn't want a completely black background. I wanted something that would have some mood and emotion and the glow. So by putting a flash low and aiming it up, you'll notice that the gradient ends right about where the pole would be behind the panel so that it doesn't create a shadow above the pole. Creative problem solving. Well, fast forward. This one's only about 4 years old. I was out in Chicago teaching at an event, and I had been shooting with the Olympus cameras for a little while, but had not had the opportunity to try live composite. For those of you that don't know about live composite, you should check it out. It's a really cool feature. But basically, I wanted this shot. This is not particularly a particularly unique shot. It's a picture that's been done many, many times. But I was on a photo walk and thought this would be a fun shot to try and recreate and do my version of it. I noticed very early on that the buses in Chicago had these little blue lights on the front top of the bus. And that blue was just the right accent color to add into the shot, because obviously when you do the car trails, you get the yellows, you get the reds. I was doing the shot during blue hour. I had the billboard and the marquee. I wanted that blue. But here's where the challenge is. As the buses would pass in front of the marquee, the lights on the buses would essentially obliterate the marquee because they'd run right through the marquee. But I wanted to be able to read the marquee. I wanted to see the word Chicago. I wanted to see the event that was there. So the solution was actually incredibly simple. As the bus is coming towards the shot, activate the shutter, start recording the shot. Right before the bus passes in front of the marquee, simply drop my hand in front of the lens. As soon as the bus passes, lift my hand, finish the exposure for a simple but cool night exposure. So this concept of creative problem solving, this travels through every aspect of my photography and has throughout my entire career. I'll give you one more example. This is more of the kind of imagery that you're used to seeing me do. This image right here is exactly the way that we planned it. We meaning myself, my makeup artist, and the model. I wanted to feature the makeup because obviously the makeup artist is really the hero in this picture. She did all the detail work. I wanted to create the blue rimming along the model. That's not makeup that outlines her. That's gels on rim lights that we set up. And I wanted it to be kind of a dead stare into the camera. Not a lot of personality, no affect, just that stare and that connection. So we go into the studio, we set up the shot, and it's great. I'm very happy with it. But I am a firm believer, and this is part of how you increase. So here's your pro tip number one, how you increase your creativity on an ongoing basis. Never settle for your shot. Even if you think you've got it, don't stop. Keep working the shot until you are confident that you've exhausted every possibility. Now, if you look through my portfolio, you'll see that I frequently do what I refer to as calm in the middle of chaos, where I'll take a beautiful face, a beautiful subject, maybe some interesting makeup, but I'll have lots of craziness going on around them. So for this particular scenario, what I decided to do after I got the shot that I imagined, I decided to work it a little bit more by adding some blue material and a fan. So if you notice the material, I have it clipped to the back of the model's tube top. I have a fan on the floor blowing straight up, and I'm actually shooting the picture with remote control in my left hand. I am tethered so that I can see on a computer screen what I'm getting from each shot. And my makeup artist is behind the camera giving directions to the model to make sure that her head is straight up and down, looking straight at the camera. You can tell she was thrilled when it was done. The fan was cold. But through the process of experimentation, I started realizing that the best version of this chaotic material was when the material was starting to fall forward and wrapping around the subject's face a little bit. And that got me that shot. Calm in the middle of chaos. One last creative problem solving one, and then we're going to get into the science stuff here. You ready? This is something that so many photographers who like to photograph women and do glamour work, they wind up getting out the fan and they blow the hair and everybody thinks it looks so cool. But if you really are particular about details, you'll also quickly realize that fans are not really the best way to blow hair. They're very chaotic. They're usually too powerful. They will make the model's eyes dry out and even tear up and ruin the makeup. All bad things. So how do we get a shot like this? Because I also want you to notice that the air here is coming from camera right, and I've actually got hair blowing underneath the model's chin as well as blowing hair out to the side, but there's no hair in front of the model's face. And no, I did not retouch the hair out of the picture. So the way we do it, and I'm going to spend your money here, but I'm only going to cost you $1. Go to a dollar store and get a white piece of foam board, 20 inches by 30 inches. And you'll notice on camera left, there's my makeup artist, one flip, one frame. Here you'll see it from another angle, one flip, one frame. And there's the finished shot. You have much more control. You have the ability to do interesting things with where the hair is going to go and how it's going to go. Requires a little bit of patience, requires a little bit of practice. We didn't just pick up that foam board and nail it on the first shot, but we had the idea. We wanted it coming from the side. It actually took us probably about 3 or 4 minutes of doing single flips like you see to get the hair where we wanted it in the way that we wanted it, to be able to replicate it shot after shot so that I could have multiple shots at it. I promise you, for images like this, spray and pray is not the way to go, because spray and pray will potentially catch the right moment, But what I'm talking to you about here is not catching the right moment. I'm talking to you about creating the right moment. Believe me, spray and pray actually has a lot of value in today's world, but only when it's used properly. This is not one of those scenarios because the technique here is about creating the moment. Catching it is the easy part, right? So by now you can probably assume that my definition of creativity is just a little bit different than Merriam-Webster. For me, this is it. Creativity is the ability to solve problems in both a relevant and novel manner. So this is where the challenge begins, folks. Science has taught us that we all have the potential to be creative. So then why is it so hard? For starters, many of you are not thinking about creativity the right way. Not to mention, many of the ways that we traditionally learn photographic techniques, honestly, they're creativity killers. So to really understand creativity and why it can be so hard, we need to start with science. But please don't panic. I know science is a word that freaks out so many photographers, especially when we start talking about like physics and light and things like the inverse square law and depth of field. All of those are incredibly important to photography. But if we're talking about creativity, you have to understand that the inverse square law and depth of field, they are tools that allow us to expand our creative potential. And the best part, they don't cost anything. They're free. So let's look at a few facts, okay? Some people are more creative than others. That's a fact. Science has taught us that, and heck, 5 minutes on Instagram teaches us that, right? Cognitive science has also taught us that we're all born with creative abilities. Now, we've already established that some people have more than others, but we all have the ability to be creative. And the upside, science has also taught us that we have the ability to expand our creativity and become more creative if we work at it. So why is it so hard? Well, that's because even the most creative among us are challenged. We're challenged because we're human. We all face certain obstacles that hinder our ability to be great photographers and to become more creative. Of all sighted people are blind. People look, but they do not see. So I want you to read that again, and I want you to think about that for a moment. Science teaches us that 75% of all sighted people are blind. They look, but they do not see. Cognitive scientists at prestigious institutions like Harvard and the University of Illinois and Muhlenberg College have determined this through research. And we're going to explore a little bit of that research in just a few minutes. So this brings us to the question, should you give up your camera? Do you just resign yourself to taking boring or mundane photographs? Hell no. But you're going to have to work hard. Great photographs don't come from lazy photographers. So you have to be, just like in life, it's in the details. So let's talk about some of those details that make photography challenging. So I want to show you a photo here, and you can feel free to comment in the chat window, but since we've got people on Facebook and on YouTube, I'm going to go through these examples without actually waiting for their responses, but I want you to look closely to see if you notice anything that is odd or unusual or impossible about this photo. If you look close, you should hopefully start to notice that this person's face and hands and fingers are completely symmetrical. So now, just in case you aren't aware, if you ever meet a person who is completely symmetrical, I would highly recommend that it is time for you to run. Don't walk, run in the opposite direction, because indeed the aliens have landed at that point. No human being is completely symmetrical. But interestingly enough, the number one marker in our brains for how we determine beauty is symmetry. See, we're all a little screwed up, just the way we're made. So just so you can see what I'm talking about, for those of you that may be struggling seeing the symmetry, here is the original image. And I want to give this young lady an incredible amount of credit. She does an admirable job of creating symmetry with her hands, but it is far from perfect. So I simply took one half of the image and flipped it over and made the finished image. So hopefully the sign stuff is maybe beginning to get your attention a little bit. And believe me, I could spend a few hours on science alone, but I know that's not why you're here, so don't worry. I do want to show you two kind of fun examples of this science, brain science, that challenges us as photographers in our quest for creativity. So the first one is something called change blindness. And you may have seen stuff like this online before. So the definition, we'll get the science part out of the way. This is a perceptual phenomenon that occurs when a change in a visual stimulus is introduced and the observer does not notice it. So now the English version, we're not able to see these changes even when they would seem really obvious. And remember, that's because 75% of us are actually blind. We're not seeing the details. If the meaning of the scene that's in front of us doesn't change, we tend to not notice the change. So now let me prove it to you. I'm about to show you another photo, and it's going to come on the screen. It'll be there for a few seconds, and then there's going to be a flash of white, and the photo will come back. I want you to try to determine what changes in the photo from before the flash and after the flash. Here you go. All right, now, a lot of you, and again, I'm not going to wait for answers. I'm going to go through this, but a lot of you hopefully noticed that in the car, former President Barack Obama was not there in the original photo. But the real test here is not that he showed up, because obviously having a former president of the United States show up in the passenger seat of a car like that, that certainly changes the meaning of the photo. But I'm going to go back to the original shot for all of you that didn't notice that, to also show you that directly below where you see President Obama's head, there was also a pole in the image to begin with. So I'll give you one more example here, and this one will make it a little bit easier for you to at least see one or more changes. There are actually 3 changes that are going to occur in the next photo. You don't have to get all 3, but hopefully you'll notice some of them. So here comes the next one. Again, it will appear, it'll be there for a few seconds, there'll be a flash of white, and then it will come back. Okay, now, there were 3 sets of things that changed in this one. I'm going to just turn my cursor on here so I can show you. The first one was this frame that you're seeing right here. There were originally 4 photos. I'll switch back to the original in just a moment. There were originally 4 photos in here. At the end of the hallway, where you see these 2 photos here, the vertical on the left and the horizontal on the right, they were actually just flipped. And if you look at this woman who was observing the painting over here, her sweater actually has 2 white stripes on it. So those 3 sections, I'll go back to the original now. There you go. Now you have the 4 images in the frame on the left, these 2 images switched, and the white stripe on the arm and the white stripe on the back. Okay. So, I apologize there. Hopefully you're beginning to understand that, this stuff, change blindness that we're talking about, right? It's only one of a whole long list of reasons, but I want to show you just one more, and then we're going to get into the tips, okay? I want to talk to you about something called inattentional blindness, and I'm going to show you a really short video, and I have a task for you. Now, some of you may have seen this before. I present this little task a lot. You may have also seen similar videos online. Please don't type in the chat if you think you know what's coming. Let it play out for the folks that have not seen it before. So I'm going to show you a short video clip, and in the video clip, you're going to see 3 young ladies, college-age ladies wearing white t-shirts, and 3 young ladies wearing black t-shirts. Now, when the video starts, the girls are going to be passing a basketball. Each group of 3 has its own ball. The girls in white have a ball, the girls in black have a ball. I need you to watch the video closely and count how many times the women wearing white t-shirts pass the ball. And remember, don't assume that you know the outcome if you've seen this before, because I've got a couple curveballs in here, all right? So here we go. Here's the video. Watch closely. How many times did the women in white pass the ball? Okay, simple enough. Now you all watched the video and you all had differing experiences. So obviously the task that I gave you was, how many times did the white group pass the ball? So the correct answer is 16, but that's not the real test. The real test is, did you see the gorilla? And I know some of you are like, gorilla? What the heck are you talking about? Don't worry, I'll prove to you there was a gorilla. But I know quite a few of you saw the gorilla. But there's more to the test. How many of you noticed that one of the girls in black left the game, walked off the screen? And even more so yet, did you notice that the curtain changed from red to orange while you were counting how many times the women in white passed the ball? So let me show you the video one more time, and I'll narrate this time so you don't miss any of the details. For starters, we have a red curtain behind them. I am going to try and activate my mouse here again really quick so I can show you some things. So if you watch this young lady that's coming across the screen right now, I'm going to follow with her. She's going to pass the ball one more time. And as soon as she does, she's going to leave the screen as the gorilla walks in. And I want you to notice the curtain color is changing to the orangey yellow at the end. So you see, there are a lot of reasons why we take bad photos. That was only 2 of the things that contribute. Now, I know some of you are still like, okay, what's the point behind all this science? Like, I still don't get it. So let me ask you a question. You don't have to type in your answer in the chat, but I want you to be honest with yourself. And you should watch my response when I ask it. How many of you at some point in your photography life have taken a photo of a person only to get home and realize that you have a pole or a tree or a mailbox sticking out of the back of their head or their shoulders? I sure have. And if you're being honest with yourselves, you have as well. It is the result of inattentional blindness. You were interacting with your subject. You were paying attention to the subject. That pole, that mailbox, that tree, it was there the whole time, but we didn't notice it until we got home and we looked at the photos, right? So the first reason why we struggle to improve creativity is science. Cognitive science, to be exact. Now, the second reason that we struggle to improve creativity is that humans, all of us, we're hardwired to be lazy. Now, look, I'm not trying to insult anybody. Stick with me. We've evolved as humans, as a species, to conserve energy. Think about it. Even with our technology, we strive to make it smaller, lighter, faster, and smarter so that we don't have to work so hard, right? In fact, researchers have determined that nearly 1/4 of the population in the United States, so that's 1 out of every 4 people, doesn't do the minimum amount of physical activity that is required for good health. That could be described as lazy. I mean, the 75% that do the physical activity, obviously, they're the full-frame shooters who enjoy using all that big, heavy gear. Seriously, but really, it's my belief laziness is the #1 culprit behind bad photography. That is the #1 thing that stands between you and really improving your photography. So to be clear, I'm talking about too lazy to read the manual, too lazy to pick up your camera and actually practice, too lazy to learn how to properly process your images, too lazy to learn how to solve a problem instead of going to YouTube and copying what 1,000 other people are doing and copying it poorly. The third reason why we struggle, programming. Yeah, programming, not computer programming. We are all programmed to kill creativity. We're taught in school that there's a right way and a wrong way. We're taught that there are rules for everything. So here's my first tip for you today. Remember what your mama taught you. Rule is a 4-letter word. Don't use 4-letter words. Rules are creativity killers, folks. They put you in a box. And please, let me save you the trouble. Don't be the photographer that says you have to learn the rules to break the rules. I'm sorry, that's a bunch of crap. Once you've learned the rules, you are in the box and you're fighting your own natural instinct to be lazy, to get out of the box and to be creative. Also in today's world, we tend to do too much too fast. We like to think that we're good at multitasking. In reality, humans suck at multitasking. I would encourage you, actually, and I'm not going to talk about this today, but you can go to Google and Google it. Learn a little bit about mindfulness. Mindfulness is basically a state of being conscious or in the moment, aware of something. Believe me, there's a lot of value to it if you want to improve your photography. But to do it, you have to focus on the present moment, and you have to literally accept and be open to everything around you, your feelings, your thoughts, the physical sensations. And mindfulness, it's often used as a therapeutic technique because it works. So instead, what happens, we tend to think like this little meme, bored of being bored because being bored is boring. I thought that way for decades. But in reality, it's actually good for your creative development to be bored. Daydreaming. Daydreaming is healthy for the mind and the body. In fact, in today's society, we've already established we work too fast, we work too much, and we kid ourselves by saying that we have to do it to succeed. And all the while, the most really successful people are working much less than the rest of us. They may be onto something, right? So how do we improve our creative abilities? Here's the list that you've been waiting for. Now, I want to tell you straight up, I'm going to answer this question in 2 different ways. One, I'm going to give you a list because so many people, thanks to the internet and YouTube, love lists. Every other video is, top 5 ways of this, top 3 ways of this. So I'm going to give you a list. But then I'm going to give you a science-based method. There's some overlap, but for those of you that like the list, here we go. Step 1 on my list of recommendations to improve your creativity. Slow down. Let yourself be bored. It's good to be bored. Daydream. Make an effort to be present, live in the moment. And honestly, I find that one of the best ways to do this, and this is a little counterintuitive, but it's to actually put my camera down. Now, far be it from me to say this is a great idea. Ansel Adams, he did this on a weekly basis. He'd go out scouting with nothing more than a number 90 yellow rattan filter, a notebook, a pen, and a cardboard cutout that would approximate his lenses. For those of you that don't know what a number 90 yellow rattan filter is, back in the black and white film days, the yellow filter would make the blue sky a darker gray and make the white sky or the white clouds in the sky whiter and puffier. And then if you wanted really dramatic, you would use a number 25 red filter, and that would make that blue sky really dark and the white clouds really white. But Adams would walk around the national parks and he would take notes. He would look for subjects and look for locations and camera angles. He would take notes about how the light was hitting them at various times of the day because he didn't have an iPhone app that was going to tell him where the shadows would be. Meaning we don't have near as many excuses as he would have had. He'd explore. He didn't take the camera because the camera got in the way of his ability to see what he later wanted to photograph. Oftentimes, think about it, when you have the camera with you, you feel pressured. It's what we talked about in the beginning. You have to make a photograph. It's got to be a great photograph. How many of you, be honest, suffer from what I call epic apathy? You see something, you have that thought, I should take a picture, but then you immediately stop yourself. You put that camera down and you don't take the picture and you make excuses. Well, I don't have the right lens, or the lighting's not quite right, or I can't get close enough. And you come up with reasons not to take the picture because you've realized in that moment that that picture is not going to be epic. It's not going to get tons of likes on Instagram. So you succumb to epicopathy and you don't take the picture. That's a problem, right? Number 2 on my list, be open to new experiences. It's the only way that you're going to grow as a person or a photographer. And let me be clear, I don't mean like you have to go jump out of an airplane and try parachuting or bungee jump. I mean, that stuff's cool. Adrenaline, man, really gets things going. But a new experience could be watching a new movie, reading a new book, listening to some new music, better yet, talking to a new person. Those kinds of new experiences. It doesn't have to be something that's dramatic or huge, okay? Number 3, take risks. Step outside your comfort zone and don't keep yourself confined to a box. And this is really kind of very similar to what I was just talking about in terms of trying new things. Another way that I like to refer to this, just, as a reference, don't be afraid to suck. It's part of the process. In fact, this quote from J.K. Rowling, "It is impossible to live without failing at something unless you live so cautiously that you might as well not have lived at all, in which case you failed by default." Think about that. Number 4, don't worry about what other people think. Who cares what the internet says about your photography? Did the internet buy your camera for you? Did the internet get your lenses for you? Did the internet make you really interested in photography? Probably not. Shoot for yourself. Find the people who like what you do. If you're interested in getting likes and follows or making money, that's the key. Find your audience. Not everyone is your audience. And along with this, and this sounds very counterintuitive in today's world, but I'm sincere about this, stop looking at other people's photography. Seriously. I consider myself lucky that as a teenager in the pre-social media era, most of my photography had an audience of 1. And I want to be really clear. I love all the technology we have. I love social media. I think social media is amazing. It is a gift. But as with any new thing that evolves in our world, in our society, it has problems. And one of the problems is it can intimidate you if you let it. Don't let it. You should be the only person deciding if your photography is what you want your photography to be. If you unburden yourself from all of the crap that the internet tells you is what your photography should be, suddenly you're going to realize your photography is actually much better than you think it is, and you're going to be much less afraid of taking chances, of trying things new, of stepping outside the box, of ignoring rules. Step 6, enjoy the task. Now, that seems kind of obvious, right? But what I mean is, find your passion. Because if you can't, then here's one reality. Maybe you're just wasting your time and you're shooting the wrong stuff, right? Photography, for most people that find success, and when I say success, that could just simply be creating images that they like. It could be making money. Maybe it's having a bunch of followers. It doesn't matter. But for people that find success, indeed, they will tell you photography is a passion for them. But it comes down to, what genre you're shooting, what are the subject matters. Shoot what you like. Don't be the photographer that's like, well, I'd really like to make money, but I usually just shoot landscapes. So I think maybe I should go ahead and I can start shooting weddings or portraits so that I can make money. You will fail. You will create substandard work. You will not be successful in business. And for all those people that tell you you can't make money as a landscape photographer, go to Google, do a little research. You're going to find that the highest paid photographers in the world are actually landscape photographers. Just saying. Number 7, learn to collaborate. All of my work requires collaboration, right? I have a makeup artist, sometimes a stylist, sometimes a hairstylist. I have a model, myself. But I don't care what you're shooting. Even if you're shooting landscapes, collaborate. It's important to work with people who have different views, different ideas, different backgrounds than you that will influence the choices. It will expand your creative possibilities. Now, at this point, I always get landscape photographers to be like, how am I going to collaborate with somebody on a landscape shot? Collaboration could take on many different forms. Landscape photographers, collaboration may simply be as simple as going out to shoot a sunrise with a buddy who's also a photographer, talking to each other about what you're doing, talking to each other about why you're doing it, talking to each other about the choices that you're making, bouncing ideas back and forth, teaching, helping, learning from each other. That's collaboration. That is going to help you grow. And by the way, I'm only up to step 7, but I hope that you're noticing these are habits, right? These are habits that if you practice these habits, the right things will start happening. And that, of course, brings us to number 8. Practice, practice, practice. This one tip, number 8, is probably the most important thing that I have told you so far today on your path to becoming a better photographer. Persevere, don't worry about the failures, and please, this is coming from a guy that they found on YouTube, don't be a YouTube dreamer. Don't be the photographer that watches every YouTube video that somebody makes and can tell you everything about what they said in those videos. At the end of the day, you have to actually take pictures to get better. YouTube will not make you a better photographer. I'm sorry. Taking pictures, practicing, failing, that will make you a better photographer. And believe me, practice, it can take on many forms. Once again, you got to get past epicopathy. You got to get past this idea that every picture has to be epic. I'm known for a video that I did about an egg. The point being, watch the light as it travels around the egg. There is no bad light. What I want you to notice is that every little movement of that light changes the shape, it changes the texture, it changes the mood of the photograph. But there is no bad light. It depends on what kind of image are you trying to create? What do you want the mood of the image to be? So don't let people tell you that you've got to have, 45 degrees this or Rembrandt this. That's a bunch of crap. If you like that, then that's awesome. Joel Grimes last night talked a lot about Rembrandt lighting and how he does his variation at 90 degrees, but he likes it. You didn't hear him say you have to use it. The only time, even as we take the light up and over like direct flash, the only time that we had potentially bad light was that moment when the light was in the camera, actually in this shot, right? So even these shots, which were done with iPhones, are all egg pictures, just creative, interesting, different egg pictures with a piece of paper wrapped up in a cone and a light. Step number 9, learn how to ask for advice. Now, that would seem kind of like easy, but here's the thing. There is a right way and a wrong way to ask for advice. So here are the most common mistakes that I find when it comes to people asking for advice. Is this good? This is the question that comes from every insecure photographer in the world who is looking for confirmation about what they're doing. I understand this, but even having 1,000 people tell you, oh, it's great, does not make it great and does not help you improve. Yeah, it feeds your ego for a little bit, but it's not teaching you anything. Another favorite question that I get, and of course I'm being facetious about favorite, what can I do to make this better? That's a lazy photographer. It's not up to somebody else to tell you what to do to make it better, because if somebody actually answers that question for you, they're just giving you a lot of hot air, an opinion, because what they don't know in that situation, they don't know why did you take the picture? What were you trying to accomplish? They don't know what your skill level is. They don't know what would you do differently if you could do it again? What have you taught yourself about that? And please don't be the photographer that's like, well, I look at my work and I don't know what I could do to make it better. So I'm sorry, but if you're telling me you want it to be better, but you don't know what you could do to make it better, that means the space in between is you being lazy. Have an opinion. What do you like about your shot? What don't you like about your shot? If you love it and it's perfect, good for you. Done. But don't ask somebody else what to do to make it better. You need to evaluate that. I can go through every image I have taken in my entire career, and I can tell you things that if I could revisit that shot and do it again, what I would change, what I would improve. Even the light bulb idea that I showed you in the beginning, I frequently have shots and ideas that I revisit and revisit and revisit to see what I can do to take it to a new level. Another favorite question of mine, CC welcome. You see that from pretty much every member of a Facebook photography group. For those of you that don't know what that is, good for you. Enjoy the ignorance, stay that way. But let me just explain this. If you ever see that in a Facebook group and you think that they're asking for constructive criticism, please do not offer constructive criticism. All hell will break loose. CC welcome is code for please stroke my ego. Just is. And then another one, what were your settings, right? That's really not going to do it. But I will share a link with you guys. In fact, here, let me just grab it. I'm going to paste it in. All about this critiquing stuff, okay? For those of you that are interested, I put it in the YouTube chat and I will drop it in the Facebook. Actually, I'll have to drop it in Facebook at the end, but the folks from Bedford can grab it and they can move it over. It's a video that I've done about asking for advice in the form of critiques and that type of stuff and how you can actually get good feedback. And for those of you that maybe are providing mentoring and helping younger or newer photographers, this video will help you out with a lot of information to allow you to give better advice and better feedback, okay? All right, so moving on. Number 10, yeah, remember step number 8. It's that important, it was worth mentioning again. So here's the thing. These 10 steps that I've given you, they're gonna help you establish habits with your photography that will basically make it easier to be creative. But there is a really important element of this creativity stuff that I haven't talked about at all. And that is, where do the ideas come from? So the best creative ideas, they're actually all around us. And oftentimes they're found in some of the most unexpected places. We all know Lin-Manuel Miranda had the idea for the Broadway musical Hamilton while he was reading a book in a hammock on a beach. J.K. Rowling came up with the idea for Harry Potter while she was sitting in a stopped train that had been delayed. Nikola Tesla thought of the idea of alternating electric currents while he was out on a casual walk in his neighborhood. In his legendary commencement speech at Stanford University, Steve Jobs explained that creativity is just connecting things. He said, when you ask creative people how they do something, they feel a little guilty because they didn't really do it. They just saw it. It seemed obvious to them after a while. You see, making connections between unlikely elements can help you unlock that aha moment that shows you the answer. And believe me, if you look closely at a lot of my beauty shots and my fashion portraits, you'll see everything from random pieces of material to bubble wrap to cellophane to saran wrap to red Solo cups, all kinds of things. So I want to share with you, to finish up, 3 techniques that can help you really boost your creative thinking. Now, these techniques that I'm going to talk about, again, are something that we could spend hours on. So I'm going to give you an overview. They are things that you are able to Google really easy and find tons and tons of resources, but I want to promise you this. These techniques that I'm about to describe are the things that I subscribe to and I have made truly a part of my daily life. And you'll also understand as you hear these techniques, they encompass all of the tips that I just gave to you. So the first technique, or shall we say step 1, is to train your brain to be better at divergent thinking. And I promise you, literally anyone can learn how to find creative ideas in unexpected places if you learn to practice divergent thinking. Divergent thinking links ideas based on associative memory and new concepts. It encourages spontaneous, free-flowing thinking that entertains multiple solutions to a problem. So I know that sounds like all fancy, might even sound difficult. I will tell you this, just like the 7 tips that I gave you, and just like the rest of photography, it takes a little practice. It takes you a little bit of time to kind of train your brain to think this way, but there are techniques that you can use that will help you develop this ability for divergent thinking. So first one is something called synectics exercises. So again, if you want to jot a word down and Google it, that's a phrase to jot down, and you can Google it and you'll find lots of information on different synectics exercises. But basically what this does, it's a way to teach yourself to look for and to find connections between concepts or objects or ideas that may originally seem unrelated, just like the Steve Jobs quote, right? Creativity is finding those connections, connecting those dots. So it's really about learning to see them, opening your mind up to those differences. And I'll give you one very, very simple example. We could choose like any 2 things. We walk into a room and we choose any 2 things, like, well, I've got a light, and what else? I've got a box of tissues, right? So what do a light and a box of tissues have to do, and how are they going to help me create anything? So the exercise would be to grab a piece of paper. And at first, I would encourage you, do it on paper. I don't write it down all the time anymore. Once you practice it, once you get used to it, you can do away with a lot of the formalities. But you're going to go ahead and you're going to write down as many different associations as you could think of between that light and a box of paper. So for an example, it would be possible to find, maybe not this kind of light, but a table lamp and a box of tissues in an office. For that matter, you can find them in a bedroom. Maybe I could make a lampshade with the tissues, right? Or like I could make the tissues a diffuser. So the way you practice this exercise is basically you repeat the exercise every day with new things. When I do this for myself a lot is actually when I walk my dogs. I have 2 dogs that I walk a mile twice a day, in the morning and in the evening. It's the same walk for me. They're, of course, thrilled to be sniffing everything and checking out the hood. I'm like, yeah, I've done this walk thousands of times. I'm so bored with it. So I use this time to take this neighborhood that I know inside out and backwards. I've seen every little change because I walk every single day, twice a day, and I use it to make new connections. And that's what you're doing. You're training your brain to make associations that they're not immediately obvious. They're not things that we would normally put together. No different than in a lot of my photography. You'll see beauty portraits done with cellophane wrapped around a model. That is not a logical combination, right? Doesn't work that way. So, the images, and think about this also as a reason why you should consider this. The images that you often find to be the most creative. So imagine when you're scrolling through your feed on Instagram or Facebook or anything, the photographs that often catch you, that stop you and make you say, wow. Part of what makes you say, wow, is these are images that are done in ways that you wouldn't have thought to do it. And that's what impressed you. That's what caught your attention. This is the exercise that teaches you how to do that more and better, right? Also, in order to improve your divergent thinking, there is another technique called the scamper technique. And again, if you're a person that likes to be really organized, this is a great way to teach yourself to do it. And it's basically, this is kind of creative brainstorming. And what you're doing is you're taking any idea, maybe it's the tissues and the lampshade, or excuse me, the light, and you are putting them through a bunch of different filters to basically see what the outcomes would be. So as an example, we use the word scamper and we start with S and we substitute. So we look at this idea that we're working with. If it's the tissues and the lampshade, and maybe we've added some other elements, we ask the question, what part of this idea or process that we're planning, what could be substituted or replaced, and what would the result be if we did that? And then we look at it from the standpoint of combine things. Can you combine 2 or more components and change the outcome in a way that's favorable or exciting, right? Can you adapt? What else could you do, or how else could you adjust this idea? What would the outcome be, and how do you feel about that outcome? Same thing, modify it. What changes could you make to maybe get better results for your idea? Trying to imagine the outcome of this idea when you actually photograph it. What could you do to make it better before you've even started, right? P, put it to another use, right? Could it be used maybe for another image? Maybe you've gotten down the path in flushing out this idea and you're realizing it's cool, but it's not exactly what I'm after. So don't just discard it and throw the concept away. You've actually put a lot of effort into it. What else might you be able to use it for? What other problems might it be able to solve? What other images might it create? Eliminate. What would happen if you removed, X, Y, or Z? If you took out this piece, what kind of result do you get? Again, this is just a process for looking for new outcomes, looking for new ideas. And then, we'll finish with R. You can reverse it. What if you take the current workflow that you've come up with in terms of how you're going to put this idea together? And what if you change the order of things? Is that going to have an impact on the outcome? And would that impact be positive? Would it be different? Would it be more interesting? It's a set of filters that are allowing you to basically take your idea and explore it even further in a rather structured way. Step 2 in this whole process, the divergent thinking that we talked about, that's going to help you generate unique ideas. Step 2 is something called convergent thinking. And that's basically the process of evaluating and refining all of these options so that you can select the best ones or the most promising ones, and then begin that process of making it happen. And again, I would sincerely encourage you, Google these terms. We could do literally an all-day workshop on both of these techniques. Google them, you'll find lots and lots and lots of how-tos to really make this work. And I promise you, it's kind of one of those things that you have to develop habits with them. And the habit is this, right? Number one, obviously it's doing it. It's doing these things, but really the habit that you're developing is having ideas, but getting those ideas out of your head. Record them, put them in a note, or even into like your camera roll. I mean, believe me, in the camera roll on, whoops, there we go. In the camera roll on my phone, I have got literally thousands of pictures that are screen captures, or it might be a flower that's got an interesting color and I'll take a picture of it because I like the color combination, right? Or I may see some other photographer's image and say, oh my God, I never would have combined light that way. Or I love that hairstyle. I could do something cool with that. I will not copy an image, but I will sure as heck steal ideas and elements. I will never be lazy enough to do exactly what I saw in the photograph, but I will take those ideas and I save them, okay? And when you save them, you don't have to have an actual shot idea, because that's the point. For me, I'm just saving elements. I'm saving pieces of things, something that inspires me, something that caught my attention. As Steve Jobs suggested, I'll make those connections. I'll connect the dots later. So basically, by getting these ideas out of your head and by remembering these things, you're creating idea repositories. But now, here's where the discipline comes into play. You need to set aside a dedicated block of time. I would encourage you at first, do it each week, 1 hour, just 1 hour each week. And that's where you're going to do the convergent thinking. That's when you're going to go through your notes, through all those stored images, and you're deliberately going to be looking to see, are there any ideas or are there any elements that are just like grabbing me by the ears and won't let me look away? And they're going to spark an idea. Maybe it's a couple elements that are going to fit together. But here's the thing also, when you do that, when you go through all those notes, when you go through all those ideas, even if an idea or an image that you saved in your camera roll doesn't seem to fit anymore, or it doesn't spark an idea, like you're going through the camera roll and you get in a picture and it's kind of like, why did I save that? Don't delete it. Keep it in the mix, because it might eventually come in handy. For whatever reason, it stuck in your mind when you first saw it and you found value in it, right? So don't delete it. And then the last of the 3 tips with the convergent and divergent thinking, and they both lead you to this: introduce the unexpected and have a new experience. Now, I talked about this in my tips earlier in the list, but I want to be clearer on this. You might be watching a movie, talking to your neighbor, listening to your favorite song, but in the background, as you practice this concept, your brain is always going to be busy making connections between seemingly random things, random activity, all all these ideas that are growing. And as you train your brain to be more easily open to these relationships, and as you accumulate a library of ideas and notes, now you've got to do that. That's something that's going to kind of jumpstart the creativity and jumpstart the inspiration. And that is the unexpected elements. So the key is really focus on unexpected. And look, it could be something that's awkward. It could be something that's uncomfortable that gets you to go off in a completely different direction. And honestly, sometimes it can feel like a waste of time because you think you already know the outcome of trying this thing that's so different. But here's the thing. The more diverse your experiences are, the more likely you are to innovate. So you can do this unexpected. I said before, you don't have to jump out of a plane and parachute. You don't have to bungee cord. It could be really simple things, actually. Just like Lin-Manuel Miranda, it could be reading a book on history. Learning how others have dealt with difficult problems can actually even show us new solutions, even though the details may seem very different. Starting new hobbies. And that doesn't mean you have to go all in and spend a ton of money, but just exploring it and seeing what it's all about. Novelty stimulates the reward center of our brains, which can help us improve memory and motivate us to explore even further. Listen to music. Happy music helps. I mean, if you're into classical stuff, Vivaldi's Four Seasons is considered to be a great one. It's going to help create a diversion. It relaxes your focus and it encourages divergent thinking. For me, I can't stand classical music, but what I do, and I'm not a big fan of jazz, but when I'm working, especially when I'm writing articles, content for online, things like that, I started listening to instrumental contemporary jazz music when I'm in my office and doing all that stuff. Why? Because it's great for creative energy, but no words. So it doesn't create distractions to my thought process, doesn't get in the way. It just creates great energy. Also, try talking with new people. Talk to a stranger or someone that you don't know well. By doing that, what it's doing is it's forcing you to think in new ways instead of relying on the habitual responses that you're going to have when you talk to your friends or your relatives or the people that you see at work all the time. So the bottom line is this, folks. These suggestions that I'm giving you, whether it's the list or whether it's these last 3 tips of divergent and convergent thinking and then introducing the unexpected, all of them are about building habits. And if you really want to improve your creativity, you need to build good habits. And it is worth mentioning step number 7 from the 10 tips, collaboration. The divergent and convergent thinking that I've mentioned, along with collaboration, believe me, will take your work to whole new levels that honestly you could not achieve on your own. So I want to give you one last piece of advice. And then if you have any questions, I will gladly, take your questions. But here's the thing. Please remember this. If you take anything away from this today, in addition to the suggestions I've given you, if you're not failing, you're not learning. If you're not learning, you're not improving. And if you're not improving, you're lazy. And nobody will care about your work, not even you. So while you're doing all of this hard work to improve, which I know you're going to do, remember why you picked up a camera in the first place. What made you fall in love with photography? Always keep track of that why. Why did you pick up a camera for the very first time? Why did you become hooked on photography? Why do you shoot the things that you shoot? Follow your heart, not the minds of others who are spouting a bunch of old, outdated, and ineffective rules. And then one last bonus tip. This is an important one. I know Robert Trawick's going to come in just a minute and talk to you guys, and you all know him, and you all know this is something that he does 100% all the time without fail. Have fun. Remember, there's no right or wrong. There are no rules. Don't be afraid to suck. Screw stuff up. Learn from it. Take chances. Practice. Don't be lazy. Shoot in RAW. Edit aggressively. Photoshop the crap out of it if you feel like it. Don't let anybody tell you that you shouldn't. Because even if you fail, you'll learn. And as long as you're learning, your best shot, it's your next shot. So there you have it, folks. If you struggle with being creative, it's probably not because you lack creativity. It's more likely because you're not putting in the work and taking the right steps to improve your creative abilities. So I do hope you'll consider these. I thank you for listening. You guys, I hope you got good rest last night, because you've got like a really wild lineup of stuff today coming up for the PhotoExpo Live. So I hope that you are going to learn lots this weekend. But my last piece of advice is, after all this learning, pick up that damn camera and shoot, because that's how it really sticks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you have any questions, I'll gladly answer questions. I see Robert looking at me here, but he's not talking to me yet.
Right, we're live. Oh, Joe, what an incredible presentation. You rock it, as you always do, sir. That was great. Do you have the live feed on your end where you're checking the questions? If not, we can look on our end here.
I do. I'm actually just scrolling back, Robert, to see if there's any questions. I don't think I have any questions as of yet, and that's okay. My goal is for people to really, really think about these things. It's kind of meant to be a little bit of a kick in the butt to say, hey, you can do better if you want to do better. Stop worrying about all the stuff that you hear online and just go pick up your camera.
Excellent. Well, we really appreciate it, Joe. You are stellar as always. Thank you so much for being part of PhotoExpo Live, and we look forward to talking to you real soon.
It has been a pleasure. Thank you, gang. Have a great weekend.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Joe.
Take care.
All right, Robert Trawick here, back. Excellent presentation from Joe. If you were not awake this morning, I'm sure Joe got you up and moving and excited to grab your camera, go out, have fun, and take some incredible pictures. And I'm going to steal his line, because your best shot is your next shot. So be sure to follow Joe on all of his channels, his YouTube channel, his Tog Chat. He has a wealth of information that he loves to share with everybody. He is a true gift to our industry. So I'm sure you're inspired, and you're also looking for that next code to get those extra votes for our drawing. So the code today is Tamron. Tamron is the code for the next hour. Remember, if you can always go back and look at the videos and check for any previous codes that you may have missed, but you can only use one code per hour. One code per hour, and the code right now for the next hour is Tamron. And speaking of Tamron, we have some great Tamron rebates available at all 7 stores in 3 states. But if you want to talk one-on-one, our Tamron rep, Sarah, is at our Tulsa location. So be sure to stop by and see her there. But all the stores have a great lineup of Tamron lenses with great rebates this weekend. And if you don't make it into a store, or you're outside of our service area, we can always provide excellent service and equipment right to your doorstep by ordering online at bedfords.com using the code Expo Live that will be available until 12 midnight on Sunday. All the stores are open today until 6 p.m. in case you need some of that one-on-one. If not, be sure to go to the online store bedfords.com and use the code Expo Live to get those show discounts. All right, so we'll be coming back shortly for Alex Kent's presentation around 1 o'clock, 12:45, I think to be exact. We're going to open it back up. So Alex Kent will be coming on, and he's going to be talking about the creative composition. 11:30. 11:30. Central time. Central time, yes. 11:30 Central time. So in about 45 minutes, we'll be coming back here live. I just wanted to say that my note said 12:45. So just FYI. It's all good. Thank you guys so much, and we'll see you very soon. Take care. Hi, welcome back to the second speaker today on the second day of Photo Expo Live here at the Bedford Camera and Video Little Rock location. In case you're wondering, all of the stores are open until 6 p.m., but you can still get any of the show specials online at bedfords.com by using the code EXPO LIVE, and those will be available to you until 12 midnight Central Standard Time. So we're getting ready to bring Alex Kent up, and I'm sure all you folks out there are wondering about the code for the next hour, and the code is SIGMA, S-I-G-M-A, SIGMA. That'll be your code. And he is in Oklahoma City, I was just told, because we're not using any misunderstood verbal cues. So you're going to have to go back and watch the video to understand that inside joke here at Bedford Camera. So he is down in Oklahoma City store today. So if you want to talk about the great lineup of Sigma lenses, stop into OKC or any of our 7 stores, and our sales team is fully knowledgeable on any line that you may have a question on. So let's talk about Alex Kent. He's going to be bringing up creative composition. He's been involved in the creative arts since childhood and had a passion for photography over 20 years. His interests are broad, ranging from travel, adventure, to nature, architectural, abstract, and portraiture. This man shoots it all, and he is an amazing guy. He's a great speaker, and he's based out of Little Rock, Arkansas. So if you happen to get to the store because you're watching this live, you can catch him and ask questions directly or leave all those comments in the chat below. But we're going to bring up Alex Kent, the man that knows composition. Welcome in, Alex.
Thank you, Robert. I appreciate you. All right, welcome everybody. I'm super glad to be here. It's a huge honor to speak for Bedfords. I've got to say, Bedford, they raised me in this industry. So I got a job right out of college, being a salesman at Bedfords, and then soon after that, I started teaching classes for them. And so they gave me the foundation to be able to not only become a better photographer, but a better educator and speaker. And so being able to come and share my passion with photography and composition today is quite the honor. Today, as Robert already mentioned, we are talking about creative composition. And one of my favorite quotes in photography is, "The camera is an instrument that teaches people how to see without a camera." And I love that quote because I often tell people that photography saved my life in many ways. It allowed me to see the poetic and the interest in the mundane. So things like textures of an object, as simple as what you're seeing now. Seeing things in a different way where you, as opposed to just seeing a wall and a door, seeing shapes and textures and different tones. Where some people might just pass by this scene and see rock and sky, I would see triangles and lines and texture, light, shadows, layers, all of those things. And then the fun thing about it is putting all that stuff together. Photography also gave me a passion to travel and see more things in the world. So it allowed me to have a desire to go and document and see and record and interact with different cultures and see different beautiful things all over. It also allowed me to see things in a different way. So as opposed to just seeing cracks in the ground, I was seeing letters. And so that's a fun compositional technique that you could try sometime, is go out and see if you can create something that's not actually there. So as you can see, I spelled my name here. That's a pretty basic thing you can do. It's a pretty basic project and a fun project. So we're going to talk about a few different things here and some of the key points that you can discover while you're listening to this presentation. We're going to define composition. We're going to talk about, like, what is the eye? We are going to think inside the box. And we're going to talk about the rules of composition. Everyone talks about the rules. And then we're also going to talk about design elements. So what is composition? So as photographers, we have to go out and we have to figure out what's going to go within our frame. And so we do that in a lot of different ways. And so if you're looking at the presentation now, you're seeing all these different people. Some are standing, some are crouching, some are laying down, some are looking up, some are looking down. They are all composing the scene. And simply put, composition is taking all of those visual elements and arranging them within an artwork or within your photograph. And so as we go through this presentation, you're going to see some duplicates of the photos. That way you will be able to take a look at it, maybe a brief look like as you see now, and then later we'll talk about more about those design elements as we get to that point. So sometimes compositions are really simple. Sometimes we don't have to get really complicated in our compositions. And sometimes they're very obvious. So like we have the sunset on the left here, and we've got this really dominant shape, this big triangle here. So it's a very simple choice, like where to put that shape and where to put the sunset. And the same with this, the similar composition, but very different subject matter. And sometimes we have a lot more complicated compositions where we have a lot of visual elements and a lot of colors and a lot of textures and a lot of lines, and we've got to figure out where all those things are going to be placed. Again, this is more of a more complicated one where I had two main subjects or two primary subjects that interested me, and I wanted them in the same photograph, and I had to figure out like where are they going to go, and we're going to talk about that one later. And so we've got two very different photos here. The one on the, I guess the right, on your right, would be a very simple composition, right? The primary subject, most people would probably say, is the flower there. And then we've got a scene on the left there that's a lot more complicated and complex. So when you walk up to a scene like this one, you're like, what do I do? How do I take this photograph? There's so much going on. Where do I place those visual elements? Again, simple, balloon in the air, with a brave balloon pilot there who's leaning far out. I don't know if anyone has been in one of these balloons, but there are no seat belts generally. So this person who's trying to get the shot was taking quite the risk to get that shot. And then some more complicated, more complex compositions where I had to make a lot of decisions, like how many people are going to be in the shot versus how many balloons are going to be in the shot, and where are those balloons going to be placed, and what is going to be the center of the frame, and what's going to be on the outside of the frame. So we'll get back to this image as well, or one similar to it. And then sometimes, Robert announced that I do a lot of different types of photography. So I shoot travel and fun and adventure and landscape and nature and all of that. It's part of what I love to do, but I also shoot commercial photography and also love to do that, and that's how I make a living. And so sometimes I'll go and my clients will request certain types of shots, and some can be very simple, like make sure you get the sign. So I got the sign, right? Pretty simple composition. And then others were, well, I want the sign and I want the entryway and I want to be able to see the flag, but I don't want it too busy and it's a very busy scene. So it's like, how do I make that where I get all those elements and make it not too busy, where there's a good flow from one part of the image back to the other part of the image? Very simple. Get texture of the design elements of the architect, and then incorporate that texture, but see a main area of the location, the interior. So you hear a lot of people say like, oh, that person just has the eye. And so what does that mean? Like, what is the eye? And is this the eye? Or are these the eyes? Or maybe these are also eyes. And more eyes. So they say like, that person has the eye. And it is true. Just like some people have natural talents at, say, like playing basketball or, woodworking or drawing or painting or any kind of artwork or writing. Or even in business, like maybe some people are just naturally good at sales. And so that's just a natural talent. Having the eye is a natural talent to be able to compose an image and to be able to get an interesting image. And the good thing about this, though, is that composition and having the eye is a skill that can be learned and can be improved on. So if you have frustrations when you're out there and you're trying to compose a scene, you're just not quite sure where to put something, well, just like hang on and watch the rest of this presentation and you'll pick up on some tips on how to improve your compositions and your designs, and you'll get closer to having that eye. I believe this one should be in the presentation later. We'll talk about this one because this one was kind of a tricky shot to get at the time. So we're always told to think outside the box, outside the box. We're told that growing up, they're trying to say like, oh, we need to think creatively, and we're always, told, think outside the box. Well, we're photographers, and we have a frame, a box, essentially. And so we have to figure out what's going to go inside that box. We don't have to really worry about what's outside that frame. We just have to worry about what's inside that frame. And so when I think about composition, I'm often thinking about composition as a puzzle, right? So I have all these pieces, or we have all these pieces, and we've got to figure out how those pieces fit within that box, within that frame. So let's think inside the box. So this was at a photo workshop. This is actually at the PhotoExpo which we had in Memphis, and we were doing a sunrise walk. And one of my friends, Amy here, she was down composing her shot. And after she left, I was like, oh, well, I'm going to get in the same position that she did, or close to what she did, and see what I see, see what I would compose. I'm going to think inside that box, right? I'm going to figure out what's going to go inside that box. How can I make this relatively mundane scene, right? It's like a bench and a trash can and a sidewalk and asphalt. Like, how can you make that interesting? And so this is what I came up with. And so by using a more telephoto lens and zooming in really close and getting rid of a lot of the other distractions, I tried to break it down just by visual elements, just pieces, just texture, lines, shadow and light and things like that. Now, Amy, I don't know if you're watching, but if you are watching, or if you ever if you see this, I would like to see your shot from that scene, because I never got with you and saw exactly what you took. So I would be curious how similar or different our shots were. It'd be interesting to see. All right, so thinking inside the box, you walk up to a scene and you have all this majestic beauty around you, especially a landscape like this. This is off the Inca Trail, headed towards Machu Picchu in the background. And so I noticed, obviously, you're obviously going to notice the ruins there. I mean, that's one of the main attractions of going to on that trail. But I also noticed a familiar plant. And when I saw this plant, I recognized it, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. We grow that plant at home. That's a house plant that we have. It's a angel wing begonia. And I was like, oh, it's awesome to see this plant growing in the wild. So of course I'm gonna, get the shot of Machu Picchu, and I like to be able to, balance it and incorporate it with the plant here. But then I wanted to highlight the plant itself. So, used a more telephoto lens, used a larger aperture, and to create a more shallow depth of field to bring this out and let that stand out more. So this is going back to some commercial work that I've done, and this was a really fun project. This is a PK grill, or PK Go from PK Grills, and it's a company based out of Little Rock, Arkansas. And the owner of the company, my client, he gave me some criteria of what I should look for, what he was wanting. And so he gave me this list. He's like, he wants the grill with an epic scene in the background, with water, with a sunset, and he didn't want to have any travel expenses. Go. And so I was like, okay, so I'm gonna have to stay in Little Rock, and I'm gonna have to find all these options. And fortunately, the location came to mind almost immediately. And so this is at Emerald Park. It's in North Little Rock, Arkansas. And we're actually looking at the Arkansas River here. And a lot of folks from this area will recognize the mountain in the background. I'm not going to tell you. If anyone's watching live now, just put it in the comments and see if you know what that mountain is right there. You should be able to recognize that. And bonus points if you can name the bridge over there. So it was great. It was a assignment that he gave me a list, and I was able to check all those things off the list. So so I was literally, I had this box that I had to fit everything into, and I was able to do that. And so when I was out there, you know, I got the shot. I also tell people, like, when you're going to shoot a scene, especially if you're like a travel photographer, say you're going to Yellowstone or something like that, you know, you want to get like the shot. You want to shoot like the geysers or something like that. But you also want to go and look for some more details. So you might look very close at some of the interesting algae and rocks and things that are in or near the geysers and the different waterways. So you want to shoot those details. So when I was here at this scene, I was like, well, I want to do something a little bit different, a little more creative. And so I looked for something where I was able to still show the grill and show their logo, but still get some of those elements that he was looking for in the background. So it's not quite just the obvious scene, the shot that you would get, but something with a little bit more creativity there. All right. So thinking inside the box, I want to show in this photo because it was a pretty funny moment later on after I took the photo. And so this is the Red Wall Cavern off the Colorado River in the Grand Canyon. And we were on a 25-day, 280-mile river trip, self-guided with friends. And we're hanging out in this cavern, trying to get away from the heat. And whenever we were getting back in the boats, I was like, I want to get one shot without anyone in the scene. I want to get as much of the cavern as I possibly can. So I went to the very far back wall. I crammed myself as tight as I could. I got my camera as tight as I could, and then I was trying to stick my head where I could see look through the viewfinder, and got the widest angle lens I could, just so I could see as much space as I can. And everything's important, right? I try to get as much as in there as possible, as much texture, as much wall, as much light, as much shadow as I could get in that shot. I took the shot, great, happy with it. You know, finished the trip, got home, editing photos, put one of these in a presentation that I was doing for, I believe it was the Memphis Photography Club, and on this trip specifically, or it might have been the AOPC, the Arkansas Outdoor Photography Club. I've given it to both groups, both great groups. Hopefully a few of you are listening. And somebody pointed out, there's a head in the top corner. I'm like, what? There's a head in the top corner. And so this is kind of embarrassing for me to say. I processed this image, put it in a presentation, and didn't even notice my buddy Greg's head up in this top corner of the frame. So I usually pride myself for looking at edge to edge, corner to corner when I'm composing a shot. But I think we were kind of in a rush, and everyone was already getting back in the boats and loading the boats to get down the river. And I knew Greg was with me, but I didn't realize I was shooting such a wide angle lens that he was standing kind of over my shoulder to the side. And somehow his head got popped in there. But I love it. You know, that would be something really easy to take out in Photoshop. But, you know, why take it out? It's part of the humor now. And his beard and the tone of his skin kind of blends in with the rocks and everything anyway. So that was just a surprise bonus. So sometimes, you know, even though you're trying to be like super critical on how you compose an image, sometimes you get these little fun, what do they call them? Easter eggs. These fun Easter eggs stuck in the image itself. Okay, moving on. So we're going to talk about the rules, and I'm not going to even bring up all the rules because as artists, like, that's the cool thing about art, is we're allowed to break the rules. Like, it's good to know some of the rules, it's good to definitely be familiar with them, and it's good to practice the rules. But as artists, we get a little bit of a leniency on what we can do, and art, as you all know, is subjective. So what one person really likes, another person may not like. These rules are more like guidelines that we can go by. So when I hear the word rules, I kind of get the look that the llama gives right there to you all right now. So we'll talk about some of these rules. We'll start with the rule of thirds, because that's the obvious one. I think a lot of you are probably very familiar with that. I listened to Matthew Dyson's presentation. I heard him talk a lot about the rule of thirds. I'm sure a lot of the presentations talked about the rule of thirds. And if you're, you know, even beginner, intermediate photographers, you've heard of this rule. So we won't spend too much time on it. I'll kind of go through the obvious. You make a tic-tac-toe board on your frame, and you line up the primary, the main visual, or the strongest visual elements either on the on the lines themselves, vertical or horizontal, or the intersection points of those lines. So how this kayaker going down the Cossatot River relates to the rule of thirds. His body is on that thirds line. His head is pretty close to that thirds line. His paddle's even pointing down towards that. The tip of the boat is close to that thirds line. And yeah, and some of these like bigger visual rocks are kind of going across those thirds lines. So that's how that lines up. The beautiful part about it is it doesn't have to be an exact science. And it's not something that you're going to use every single time you compose a photograph, but it is a kind of a general rule of thumb that if you're not sure what to do, this is I'm gonna call it a guideline. You can kind of go back, fall back to that guideline and try it out. So this one is just about as obvious as it could be. Boom. So you've got like landscape down at the bottom, clouds the top 2/3, ram on the left third line, and pretty close to that intersection point of that line. And yeah. Moving along. So this was kind of a, oh, wait, I'm going to talk about this image twice, so I forgot. So this one, this is how the rule of thirds applies. So big dog takes up 2/3 of the frame. Little dog is close to that intersection point of that line, or kind of line, or her, the front of her body kind of lines up down that line. You can tell she's not like super thrilled with getting splashed on by the big puppy. That's a puppy, by the way, that big one. And super, super obvious. I think this image will come back around again. If it doesn't, it should, because it highlights a few different compositional design elements. But rule of thirds, boom, you've got the Mamayama up at the top, going across that third line, and then her backside just going down, right down that right third line, and then the Kriya, which is the baby llama. I had to look that up. I did not know what a baby llama was called, a Kriya. And then, of course, little baby llama Kriya is right at that intersection point of those thirds lines. Okay, and that is also off the Inca Trail, headed towards Machu Picchu. All right, this is an much older photograph. It was one of my earlier nature photographs, but I really like it because I was talking before about the camera being the best instrument to teach you how to see without a camera. And this is one of those things that, this is one of those trees that it was right on the trail, and it was like, I think probably, you know, there was a ton of people on the trail this day. This is going up Pinnacle Mountain. A lot of people on the trail that day, just passing by. And as soon as I walked up that tree, I was just like, whoa, like this is an interesting object, interesting formation. This is how the rule of thirds would apply, of course. And this is pretty close to full frame, like exactly how I shot it. This was on T-Max 100 film. And so the top thirds line going across there, pretty simple. These rocks take up the bottom third. Trees take up the middle third. Sky and some trees take up the top third. So boom, 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 pretty simple, boom, boom. And it's, you know, this image could, you know, it's kind of iconic. You know, it could lead you to a lot of different ideas about, you know, is it personified? Is it a religious statement? Is it just a dead tree? It could be any of those things, right? And some people have said it looks like an alien landscape. People from around here, they might recognize that trail. But it's one that, it was fun because as I went back to that trail, I watched that tree slowly fall apart. And I guess maybe the Park Service eventually took it out because it came to a point where I couldn't even find any of its remains there. So I was really happy to capture that image a long time ago, probably, I don't know, 2002, maybe 2003. All right, so this was an image in Valparaiso, Chile, and this is the, I would say, I guess the kid-friendly version of this image. So it's like I used the tree there to censor this image, you can imagine, and this is how the rule of thirds would apply. So pretty simple, grass and the street, bottom third, the artwork, middle third, and then the cityscape and trees, the top third. And so again, pretty simple rule. Won't spend a whole lot more time on it. I think that's about it, yes. So here's another rule. Never center your primary subject. So you hear that a lot, but that's a rule that I often break. You already saw these two images. Symmetry is an excellent time to center your main subject. So if you have a very symmetrical subject, meaning it's even, it's the same on both sides, then that's the perfect time to center it. and sometimes challenging depending on your subject, because even though you have a very symmetrical subject, depending on how complex the scene is, it might be difficult because your camera might have to be a certain angle, like meaning it needs to be perpendicular to your subject. You know, if your camera's at a tilt, it might not look quite centered or symmetrical. So you have to be aware of that. Like buildings definitely are something that's more of a challenge to do. So very symmetrical subject, as you can see. And if you'll notice, my vantage point is I'm up higher. You know, I'm not on ground level. So I actually climbed up on a wall, probably about, I'd say, I don't know, 8 or 10 feet tall. So I get as high as I possibly could, and then I used a tall tripod. So I had about a 7-foot Gitzo tripod on top of that wall to get as high as I could, because if you don't, you start to get a lot of skewing with that. But going back to the rule, sometimes it is very appropriate to center your main subject, especially when it's super symmetrical like this. And there wasn't a lot of interesting things on the outside. There was just like parking lot, and I think maybe there was maybe a gas station or some kind of other buildings to the left. This was just trees and things to the right. We wanted to highlight just the building itself, so I just put it smack dab in the middle. Got lucky, it was raining that morning, so I was very fortunate that I was able to not have too much water spots and things on the asphalt there, but I still got a pretty cool sky. I used a little bit longer exposure to get some movement in the sky. Symmetry. It can be super simple. Again, symmetry. Any Oklahoma viewers out there will recognize the Boathouse District and the building there on the left. Oh, and that's also, just by chance, I didn't even think about that, but this is the Oklahoma City Zoo, ostrich there on the right. And so it's fun to just put things smack dab in the middle. I love centering my main subject. I love breaking that rule, and I do it often. So it can be something like abstract nature, where you're just getting, I was juxtaposing texture and, rough, hard texture, smooth, soft texture, cool tones, warm tones. And you can also center portraits, which is something that you often are told not to do. You're so often told not to center portraits. But when you've got a symmetrical pose, very nice symmetrical suit, it's okay to center your subject. And then this is a kind of combination of where, like, what is the main subject? What is the primary subject? Some people would say the Colorado River is the primary subject. Some people would say maybe the rock formation, the bend in the river. This is Horseshoe Bend, south of Page, Arizona. And some people would say the flowers are the primary subject. So, I don't really care what you would think the primary subject was. When I was there, the dominant scene is what I wanted to look symmetrical, because it's such an amazing geological formation. The flowers were, for me, more of just the icing on the cake, like just the highlight that I could put. And I'm sure you can guess, I won't even say it, what rule that I already used besides putting my subject by centering it, by breaking the rule. But the rule that I did use, if you're paying attention, you can put it in the comments. You get some bonus points if you put it in the comments what rule I used there. That one's pretty obvious. So don't cut limbs off or part of the face off. Well, obviously, that rule is like super old school. Tons of people do that now. It's very accepted. And that's one that, like, why not, right? Beautiful model, nice jewelry, things like that. You can see the parts of the light source. So why not get close and crop out anything else that's distracting outside of the frame? Not quite the model portrait that we're used to seeing. A friend of mine is a periodontist, so we were doing some intraoral pictures, things like that, trying to get the lighting really good and the texture and all that stuff, so he could really get a good sense of, is he fixing his client's teeth, his patients? And so again, absolutely crop off part of the face. And really, like, as viewers, as humans, like, we are so drawn to the eyes of a subject. So do we really even need the eyes in this? Not really. Like, this is the subject, right? And so this is the data that my buddy, who's the periodontist, needs to see. And so why even have all that extra, possibly distracting elements, and just crop into the part that needs to be shown. So yes, cropping is A-okay. It's another shoot where I was highlighting a microphone for a company, in-flight cam, in-flight mic, and so we were doing this model shoot, and of course we wanted to get, see the model in totality there, where you see her whole body and everything, you see the jet and all that stuff, but it doesn't really highlight the mic. You can barely even see the mic there connected to this headset, and so we had to get close and shoot some details. And so that's a perfect time to crop limbs off and only get a certain part of the model, but really highlight the product itself. And this was just a fun, happy accident. I wouldn't say an accident, it was just a lot of luck. So this was at a festival in Gulf Shores, Alabama on the beach. And I'm sitting there like waiting on the band, or I can't remember, the band might have been playing. I was just sitting on the sand. And I look up, I don't even know who this guy is, but I mean, he's got this awesome bow tie on. He's got the little twirly-whirly hat. And so I was like, oh, I'm gonna take a picture of this guy. I'm gonna sneak a photo in here. And I'm gonna make it like a simple composition. And so I'm just gonna, beautiful blue sky, clear blue sky. And just by luck, I get this seagull fly by just at the right moment. Snap one shot. The guy's like on his way to go hang out with friends or go dance or whatever. So it was, just one of those moments when it was like right place, right time. I didn't even have to get up out of the sand to get the shot. So more cropping, perfectly okay to crop your subject. And I also heard Matthew Dyson talk about something that's really important, especially for what I do as a commercial photographer, is leaving negative space, like so, or even this here, leaving spaces open like this for copy. So allowing somebody to write and use that area for text. And also, this is basically an uncropped image. I shot this like this. His shoes and anything below the seats here, they weren't really important. And so I shot it like this, leaving room for copy if needed, but also leaving room to crop. So graphic designers and people who do magazine layout, if you shoot for magazines, leave some extra room. As artists and as photographers, we're often trying to photograph the scene exactly like we want it, but designers want a little bit extra room because you don't know if the designer needs to put a square version of this, or they need a vertical version, or they need a long, skinny version. So having a little bit extra room for it, they'll love you for that. And don't send them cropped photos, just send them the whole image so they have that capability to do that. All right, so getting out of portraits a little bit, more into the nature side of things. So yes, the Luna moth, the beautiful moth that we see in Arkansas a lot, and wanted to see the whole body there and see the textures of the moth itself, and then cropping a lot of the body out to focus even more intensely on the texture of the moth and the lines of the image and things like that. All right. So, and Tyler, so if there's any questions that pop up, I'm perfectly cool with you asking them as we go. I didn't mention that at the beginning, so sure. If anyone has questions, like feel free to throw them in the comments if you want to do that, and I'll answer them as I go because I like to do that. I'm not always super used to just talking to a camera. I'm used to talking to a live audience. So right now I'm just staring at a piece of glass. And so if you have a question, throw it out there. I'd love to answer it as we go. Also, Tyler, if you'll just like give me some like time cues.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
You have 40 minutes. So
perfect.
You're good to go.
It's going pretty good. Yeah, yeah.
We do have one comment. Skeeter says, "Love the mic shot on the right," which was the.
Oh, cool. Thanks, Skeeter. I remember you, Skeeter, from Oklahoma, and I appreciate you checking that out. I appreciate you watching, and I appreciate that that shot was one I think they actually used. They didn't use a whole lot of the other shots because, well, long story, it didn't really fit their brand quite like we were hoping it would, but the more close-up shots they were able to get some use out of. Okay. So there was so many other rules that we could talk about, but again, like as artists, like we're allowed to bend and break those rules. So I'm not gonna go super deep into those. I don't even like to call them rules anyway. We're gonna talk more about these design elements, because the design elements are the pieces of the puzzle that you can use to create these interesting compositions. So leading lines, super obvious one that a lot of, any intermediate or advanced photographers are already going to know about. Sometimes they can be super literal, like this, what is it, ascensor, which is like a elevator basically. And this is in Valparaiso, Chile, and it's on a it's a coastal town, and it's kind of mountainous. It's a port town too. It's a lot of shipping and things like that. But the cool thing about this town is it is full of murals. You've already seen a couple of the artworks in here. We'll see some more as we go. But once you get there, you take one of these elevators up to the, I mean, you can walk up too. There's places to walk up, but it's a lot more difficult. And you see it's pretty steep. But these leading lines are super obvious. They're pointing you up to the elevator that's about to come down and get us. So more leading lines. I love when images just jump out at me like this. Like when we were rock climbing in Red Rock Canyon, right outside of Las Vegas, New Mexico. I mean, it's just right outside of town, northwest, I believe, of the town. And it was like 100 degrees in the morning. I mean, it was like we started pretty early, pretty close to sunrise, trying to get out there and start climbing. And before noon, we were all like nearly like in heat exhaustion, trying to get back to our cars. But as we were walking back, before we were even they were all like ready to get in the car, get in the air conditioning, and get some water and get going. But I was like, I just saw this, and I was like, I've got to photograph this. So this was actually a forest fire in the background here going on. We weren't sure at the time. We thought it looked kind of funny, like it didn't look quite like clouds. Come to find out later that was a forest fire. But what I loved was all these S-curving lines, just one S-curving line after another, even the mountains, they all were pointing towards the center of the frame, basically, essentially leading us to this smoke, which we thought were clouds at first. So that was one that it just stood out and grabbed me. And even though I was heat exhausted and really like probably needed to get in the car, had to set up my tripod and take that last shot. So again, sometimes leading lines are super obvious. If you've ever been to the Mid-America Photography Symposium in Eureka Springs, they hold it every other year, and they skipped because of COVID, right? And then so they're going to do it in next year, 2022. You probably recognize, if you've ever been, you've probably recognized this stairway here. So this is in Eureka Springs, and it's a wonderful place to take portraits, and it's a wonderful place to have some leading lines directly go right to your model. This one's not so quite as obvious. You see a lot of lines in here. You might not know exactly what I'm pointing at, but this is my leave only footprints image. And so you hope when you go to a scene like this that you don't see any evidence that man's been there. You don't see any graffiti or trash or anything like that. Please don't do that. But it's what's the saying? The leave no trace saying is take only pictures, leave only footprints. And so I'm taking pictures, and I left my footprint right here, and I use these leading lines to direct your eye to my footprint. So in a way, this is like a sort of a self-portrait, I consider it. I kind of stepped and then walked backwards and then took the shot and then used that shape of those leading lines to point down there. This one is about as obvious as you can get. That's about as many lines. And when I was walking down this alleyway and saw this businessman walking towards me, it was one of those moments that I almost just like jumped for joy. I didn't take time to even talk to the guy. I just saw him coming. I knew he was in his own head thinking about the business meeting that he was either going to or coming from. So it was one of those shots that I kind of just took. I don't know if you can see my hands, but I just took, at chest level, and I just kind of like took a couple shots and just prayed they were, kind of straight. I tried to get as straight on as possible. I didn't even know how excited I would be until after I got home and looked at the image or got it on a computer and saw all of those strong leading lines just coming right into that guy. And it was one of those moments that you know, a lot of times I photograph someone, you know, that I don't know, I'll have an interaction with him, but this guy was on a mission. I could just tell the look on his face. He was going. And plus my Espanol is a CSC, it's okay. But I don't know, you know, maybe I wouldn't have been able to speak to them very well anyway. So I let him pass by and I kept walking, but it was a shot that I was very happy to get, and the leading lines here are obvious. And I broke the rule, right? I centered my main subject because I had this direct symmetry going on anyway. And I had that planned when I went to do the shot. So sometimes you might not necessarily have lines, so it would have been really easy just to take a photograph of the Caribbean there and the island. This is in the Dominican, and the double rainbow. That would have been really easy just to get that shot, but I wanted something more dynamic on there. And so we had a boatman there who had taken us out to this island. And so, you know, I was just like, hey, can you point to the rainbow? And it was as simple as that. So I just used my subject and to create a leading line back to the other visual elements in the image. This is one of those moments when it was just, again, timing was everything. And we had to start our hike very early. This is on the Inca Trail going up Dead Woman's Pass, headed towards Machu Picchu. I think this is day 2, if I remember correctly. Not an easy hike going up the pass. And you got to start early because it's a long day. We had basically two mountain passes to climb over. And so as I was going up, I knew the sun was coming. I could just tell by the light, and I was starting to get that haze coming in. And as I'm walking, you know, the sun's coming up, and I'm walking this direction, so this way. And, you know, I was just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting until I knew the sun was about to crest, and that's when I quickly got my camera out, I'll go ahead and give you some photo tips here. If you want this really big starburst effect, set your aperture to something like a f/16 or f/22, you know, a really small aperture, higher number, and it helps you get these really long starburst effects. And also getting the sun to crest right from behind a solid object will also allow you to get those starburst effects. But anyway, we're talking about leading lines here. And so it's pretty obvious. It's these dark shadows, and then the ridge of the mountain here, leading your eye to that starburst from the sun. And that's the leading lines in that case. This is also another photo walk that we were doing in Little Rock, downtown Little Rock. And my buddy Donald here, he's a great photographer. He's also a local photographer. And this one was one of those kind of like last minute, just candid, wasn't really planning for it. Just saw him coming and saw him walking through the light and noticed that I liked the high contrast light on his face. And it was another one that was kind of just like from the hip, sort of just like down here, take the shot. So it was a little bit of luck, but it turned out, I loved how it turned out. And it's not even like a perfectly technical photograph. Like I'll admit it's a little soft, and my focus is back there. So he's not even in sharp focus. But I still like it because it's got these super strong leading lines, super dark, strong leading lines to his really brightly illuminated face, and then dark in the back, and then yeah, and you can also see some other leading lines. You know, you can say this line leads to here, leads to here, leads to here. Even his camera's pointing down, so it leads there. So sometimes these leading lines, hopefully, will create this movement through your photograph where a viewer who's not just looking at maybe the primary subject, but really wants to study the whole frame, will notice those lines. And oh, here's another one, right? All these lines going in, and oh, there's a couple more. So the more you look at it, the more you'll recognize these visual elements, these design elements, and it just makes looking at photography more fun, because it's not just a guy walking down the street with his camera, right? It's a guy walking down the street with his camera, but it's also a myriad of design elements, lines, shapes, textures, light, shadows, all of those things. And this is a pretty iconic spot. It's not some big hike that you have to get to. This is on a bridge, very, very busy. There's a lot of people there trying to get those sunset shots. And this is in Zion National Park. So if you go to Zion, it's like one of those places, it's kind of hard to take bad photos. It's just so beautiful everywhere you look, and there's so many amazing hikes, and that's so grand, and it's so different. If you're from, I know there's probably people from watching from all over the country, but if you're from the South, it's just a very different landscape than we're used to. So different colors and scale and all of those things. So again, leading lines though, pretty obvious, right? River points back to the mountains, mountains point over to the sunset, and then you could even call this a leading line back down, this green, back down to the river. So again, kind of a circular motion if you look at it this way. And so leading lines don't have to be like a direct line like you've seen a lot so far. So leading lines can be implied lines. So implied line would mean like this blue, 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 and it's got this repetition of these vertical lines. This creates an implied line, and the same thing with the lighter yellow, here, 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 here. These are all implied lines leading your eye right to what I would call the primary subject there. Again, this is in Valparaiso, and so if you see a lot of these graffiti shots, I wouldn't even really call them graffiti. They are artworks. And one of the cool things about this town is this stuff is everywhere. And when I was speaking to some of the locals, what's really awesome is that the artists respect each other. So they don't paint over each other's artwork. Like once they lay something down, you know, you don't see like graffiti over graffiti over graffiti. So you'll see a lot of like finished pieces that are just really spectacular and sometimes really large scale, sometimes not, sometimes small and detailed, sometimes massively huge. A lot of them, I don't know if this one has it, but a lot of them will tag like maybe like their Instagram feed or something like that, or their handle. And so, yeah, so it's a really cool place for photographers to go to. Valparaiso, if you want to write that down. Okay. So this one leads into this next design element pretty well because this one has a lot of it. Oh, so I already said repetition anyway in my description of that. Bonus points if anyone puts in another design element that I used in this, not the rule of thirds, another design element that I used. Bonus points if you put, because I'm leading to it, I'll get to it. It's one of the last things we'll talk about. It's one of my favorites to use. I used it right here. Some of you folks who are already, you know, well-versed in composition will recognize this, this design element, and we'll get to it. But repetition. We live in a super repetitive world, right? I mean, everywhere you look, there is stuff everywhere. You know, you go into stores and the shelves are just lined up with stuff. You go outside and there's repetition of plants and buildings, and so repetition is a very easy thing, and I'm sure in our homes, most of us will have a lot of repetitive things in there as well. So repetition is an easy thing to create interesting images with. So this one was one that you don't see every day. And so, but we do in North Little Rock, we see it every year. And so I was driving down North Hills Boulevard, relatively busy street, one of the more busy streets in the area. And this woman here was standing on that little ladder right on the edge of the street, reaching up, hanging these eggs. And I've seen these eggs for years and years and years. And as I drove by, my first thought was, that lady's gonna get hurt. And I was like, somebody needs to like, you know, give her a hand or something. And my second thought was like, you know what, this would really make a really interesting photograph. So, you know, I drove down, pulled a UE, came back, pulled in the driveway, you know, got out and was like, it's like, hey, you know, I'm a photographer, da 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 da. I've admired your tree for many years. Would you mind if I took some photographs of you? And her only response was like, as long as I'm not too close up, as long as I'm not like too much of like the main part of the shot. And I was like, no, I want to get a lot of the tree because it's really beautiful. And now that I'm telling you the story, I really wish I would have put more of the shots in there because there's a lot of different compositions I got. But I threw this one in here obviously because of repetition. And it's easy to create an interesting looking image with repetitive objects. And so here's another clue. That bonus point design element, design technique, I used it again, like I did in the last image. I use it in a lot of my images. So has anyone put it in the comments yet?
One person has said, would that be the golden ratio?
Ooh, that's a great one. And actually, you know,
That wasn't the one you were thinking of.
it wasn't the one I was thinking of, but it might work out. You know, I didn't grab. I had a golden ratio overlay for some of these images, and I didn't put it in there. So that's going to be like creative composition 2. So like whenever I do this again, when Bedford does the other one of these, I'll do a creative composition 2 or advanced or whatever we want to call it, and we'll do some golden ratio talk. But I love that. Who?
Skeeter Arnold again.
Okay, Skeeter. Yeah, Skeeter's a man. Yeah, for sure. He's a good photographer too. I've seen his work. Repetition, right? I mean, sometimes repetition can be tough because you've got so much going on. It's like, what do I do? Like that image that you might remember from the beginning, I was talking about the jungle scene with all the plants. Sometimes it's overwhelming. And this was one of those overwhelming moments. This was at the International Albuquerque Balloon Fiesta in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And this time that we went, and this was actually on a Bedford trip, I helped lead a group of photographers and some of the Bedford crew, and we all went, had a great time at the fiesta. And on this moment, there were over 600 registered balloons at the fiesta. And this does not represent all of those. I've counted these, and I don't remember the exact number, but you're looking at over 100 balloons in this shot. So it's like, what do you do when you walk up to the scene? It can be pretty overwhelming. We have that much repetition. And I have shots, and it's easy just to point the camera and take a pictures and like trying to get shots. And I try to not do that too often because I don't want to go through a bazillion photos. I try to have some intention behind the shot. But with this much repetition, and you've got thousands and thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of people that go to this event. But I wanted balloons. So my first thought was cut the people out, have the bottom of the frame. You can see a few heads over here, but for the most part, I cut all the people out. And then I waited till I had a balloon that was pretty dominant in the frame. And the rest of this is a little bit of luck. But if you will have a little bit of imagination and use some implied lines like we talked about, we've got a pretty equilateral triangle going on right here, pretty much. Should have put an overlay. I'm going to use more overlays next time instead of me just pointing. But a pretty big triangle. So that's another thing you may have noticed in a lot of my images. I'm a big fan of triangles. I use a lot of triangles in the images. And I know a lot of portrait photographers, I don't do as much portraits, but I know a lot of portrait photographers use triangles for posing and things like that, right? So stuff like that.
I had one more person,
yeah.
and then I have one for this image here.
Sure.
One person, Corinne, said fill the frame.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's not what I was talking about. But I don't know who, am I looking here?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's not the one I was talking about, but that is absolutely a compositional technique. And I didn't even bring that up in here because maybe I made an assumption here. I made an assumption, and so far the people who are commenting, it sounds like they know what they're talking about. So a lot of the viewers are probably a little more seasoned. That's why I didn't say things like fill the frame. I do sell that to a lot of beginner classes because I'll notice like a lot of beginners will have like their subject, but they'll have a lot of extra stuff that really doesn't have anything to do with their subject. But what was that, Corinne?
That was Corinne.
Corinne, yeah, like excellent point. Filling the frame is very important. If it's not needed, get it out. And that's part of like the thinking inside the box, right? So that's part of that key point there.
So when I saw this one, I was thinking of bottom weighted because you had so many that had not taken off yet.
Yes.
Especially in this image.
Yes.
I had one
absolutely.
more person that said leading lines. Some of the other ones.
Oh yeah, and that's one. See, that's the cool thing about composition is once you build the terminology and the vocabulary of these different design elements, you're going to overlay so many of them together, and you're going to see them overlap and overlap. I actually kind of drove myself a little bit crazy building this presentation because like, well, that one fits here, and this one fits here, and that one fits there, and that one fits there, and should I show it twice and all that? So yeah, I could show all these images in a lot of different places, and I had so many more to put in here. I would have loved to, but how much time do I have? Not that much. So can we just go for a few more hours? No. What were we talking about? We were talking about repetition. So this one's pretty obvious, repetitive squares there in windows. I was so lucky that day that the guy with the blue hat that's not photoshopped, that's just right place, right time, that just matched the sky, and I swear I did not change the tone of the sky or the hat. They just matched that perfectly. And so I have the shot without him, and I have the shot with him. And this is actually cropped. The original did have his whole body and had actually the sidewalk and the street. But I was like, why do I need the sidewalk and the street, right? So Corinne said, fill the frame, right? So fill the frame with what's important. And what was important to me in that moment was the repetitiveness of the windows, the texture of the building, the blue of the sky, and just the lucky hat that went in there. This is in Coricancha in Cusco, Peru. One of the main reasons people go visit Peru is for the incredible Incan and Quechua architecture of the area. And so this is in one of the archaeological sites that the Spaniards actually built a Catholic cathedral on top of all this area. But this is some of the remaining parts of the Inca architecture, and you can see how incredible the repetition of their windows and how precise they were. And these stones there's no mortar. They're not stuck together with anything. They're stacked like that. And it's actually a very seismic country, so there's a lot of movement of the earth, and for that to last so many hundreds or even thousands of years, it's just insane for it to be still so accurate. So I could go on and on and on about that. I'd like to talk about that too, but we're talking about repetition right now. And so I'm sure this shot or something similar like this has been taken a bazillion times by tourists, but it was still one that I wanted to get because I love the layers and the repetition of that scene. My trick was trying to get it, again, I centered my main subject, right? I broke that rule because of the symmetry of it. And it actually took a little bit of time to get in that precise place. And I was off just a hair, but getting that precise place where you can see the same amount of inside wall on both sides here, and you see just a line on both sides. So it took me a while. I'm sure I was like the tour guide with my friends were like they were on doing something else, and I was like still there trying to line up that shot. But anyway, repetition, so pretty simple. Another commercial shoot that I did, and so I used the chairs as this repetitive and leading line to go back to the logo there. And so this is a thing where if you do any kind of work like this and you have very particular clients, make sure you spend enough time positioning those chairs, because I've done shoots like this where I just didn't notice that one chair was off, and it will just drive you nuts. And there might be one in there. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the next frame, but it's pretty close. I spent quite a bit of time getting those chairs lined up. Even like, I had a client that was laughing at me because I was down on the ground moving the wheels of the chairs, like moving each wheel to make sure it was in the right spot. I bet Robert's done that before.
Absolutely.
Yep. He's moved wheels on chairs to get the shot, right? All right. Repetition. Give me a time, Tyler.
We have all the time in the world.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do I?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Plenty of time. No rush. So back to Valparaiso. We keep jumping around all over South and Central and North America. Repetition, super obvious, right? You got this really cool, this is what drew me to this scene, was I saw this stairwell and I was like, oh, cool, it's a piano, obviously, at Casa Beethoven, and it's HO in Valpo, so made in Valparaiso. And so got a lot of things going on. We've got the repetition. One thing that I noticed about Chile is that PDA, public display of affection, was really a lot more common than it is here, or at least in the South. Maybe it's in other places in the country, but there are a lot of people holding hands, a lot of people hugging, a lot of people kissing, and so I was like, I got to document some of that. And so I thought this was just a very, very like touching moment. Like, this is not posed, this is just candid. I'm being that weird tourist guy taking pictures of random people, but it was just a very, like, you could just tell like they were in love. It was very sweet. And this is something I didn't notice till afterwards, which is, again, one of those like beautiful blessings being a photographer, being a street photographer, is, and I don't even know if this is supposed to be like this, but check this out. There's a heart. There's a heart like right above them, leading lines and repetition, implied line, pointing right to the lovebirds. Like, I couldn't have set that shot up any better, I don't think. So I just really love this image. You know, the heart, the repetition, and you've even got like another set of kind of implied shapes going up, and then you can go down and then over and all this stuff. So you can look at this a lot of different ways. I should have put the color version in here too, because it's kind of interesting. But I wanted to really like strongly highlight the moment and the repetition. And we didn't really talk about that much. We haven't talked about that at all, about color versus black and white and all of those things. But probably going to save that for another presentation because I'd like to give more examples of it. But one of the things, just a quick thing that I just pointed out was, if you feel like the color is distracting, if it's distracting from your subject, or if it's distracting from the design of the image, just get rid of it. Just turn it to black and white. And then the viewer, the person looking at the image, they're going to be a lot more tuned in to those lines, shapes, textures, all those design elements, and the moment itself. So it gives it kind of a sort of a timeless, well, I say timeless, almost the timeless feel, except that's not very timeless, right? We've got all the social media logos down there. All right. So a portrait of someone. We were talking about like cropping parts of somebody out, or not showing the whole person. So this is a portrait of this woman. She was an artist her whole life, and she was an art teacher for many, many, many years, and she's been a working artist for many, many years, and into her retirement, she's now a working artist. And so I took some headshots and normal, full body, all this stuff of her with her artwork, without, things like that. This was a magazine assignment. But I was like, let's just get in close and see some details and use color and repetition to tell your story. And so we did that. So I used a large aperture, low number, to create this really shallow depth of field, to really focus in on her hands. So you can see like just her finger right here. You can tell it's got some swelling there in the knuckle. So you can tell she's just like really used her hand as a tool to create beautiful artwork for a very long time, to have that sense. And so getting in close, using repetition, using color to tell a story. And sometimes it doesn't have to be like super deep. It doesn't have to be a moment. It can just be visually pleasing. So the terraces in Peru they're breathtaking. The story behind them is unreal. Like, I kind of always assumed that they just would cut the land, the best they can, cut it like this, cut it like this, cut it like this, and then build stone to help the erosion. It's kind of what I assumed. But our guides told us that they built the walls and filled them with sand and like leaf duff, or like compost from the jungle. So they would hike down to the river. I'm sure they, forced people to go down to the river, bring back sand from the river, mix it with the right amount of compost from the jungle, and they filled all those up. And they just go all the way up the mountain. I was just like, that just seems unbelievable. If you're not familiar with why they do this, there's actually, what they figured out, there's actually like just slight changes. They're like microclimate differences in the terraces. So they're able to become a lot more efficient in what they grew at different levels. So, they might have like potatoes on one level and more like squash or like quinoa or whatever the different things they were growing. Corn, of course, a lot of maize there. So they would figure out, over, who knows, many generations, to determine like what was the best for it. But anyway, like thinking about texture, I'm sorry, what are we talking about? Repetition? Yeah, repetition. I didn't have to like have some super specific primary subject. It was just simply repetition of those terraces. Also notice you have these, they're kind of hard to see, but you have these little rocks that are jutting out. Where else? Here's some. Oh, here's some good ones. These were floating steps. So those floating steps were designed to be able to get up the terraces quickly. So you would have these channels that would actually have a stairway. So I wanted to make this more, that might be one right here. So they would have stairways going up certain parts, like longer sections, but you wouldn't have to walk all the way down a terrace, get to these stairs, go all the way up, and then go across. You would just have these floating stairs at various places, so you could just go up to the next terrace really quickly in different places. There were a few of those floating steps that they allowed us to try out. Some of them they don't want a lot of tourists walking on because they don't want to damage them. But there were some that our guide was like, yeah, you can walk up those. So we got to try that out. It wasn't like, you know, didn't feel like super, super safe. You wanted to be pretty sure-footed going up it. Again, repetition. It doesn't always have to be super specific in your, you don't have to have like some main primary subject to highlight. It can just be repetitive design elements. So some of you may recognize these cans. Sean, you recognize these cans? You don't recognize these cans? local Little Rock, Lost 40. I don't remember Rockhand. I can't remember the name of that particular. I think it was an IPA or something like that. But we got a tour of their facilities at the brewery, and so I was like, oh, well, that's easy. That's cool. And I got that one because it had this little shift in perspective. I wish I would have taken one straight on, because that would have also been. I guess I could crop this one and kind of distort it to make it look straight. But yeah, sometimes you just get close, get the repetitive shot. All right. Scale. It's a great design element. So this was in, I don't recall which canyon this was, but this is one of the side canyons off of the Grand Canyon. And so, you know, you expect the Grand Canyon to be really big, and you also, the canyons off of the Grand Canyon are also really massive. So I wasn't too far away from Ashley there on the trail, but you can get that sense of how small we are in such a massive place when you see this image. And this is super easy. I'm sure a bazillion people watching can say, what am I using there? A ton of compositional techniques. The most obvious one, right? I've got 1, 2, a bunch of them going this way. Here we go. We got all these leading lines, like boom, right to the subject. Here's one not quite as obvious, but I wanted to show the sense of scale. Look how massive those ferns were. We don't get ferns like that around these parts. You know, our ferns are more like maybe calf high, maybe up to the knee if we're lucky. These ferns were as tall as my buddy Trey there. And that's at close to Talkeetna, Alaska. And so I used that to show, I used him to show a sense of scale. Also, look what I got going on here. You're gonna see a lot of these in my compositions. Huge triangles. We got triangle, 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 kind of a triangle right there, kind of a rough one. All pointing down to my buddy Trey. Leading lines, design elements, repetition. So you can see this is all stuff just leading up. Hey, Robert recognizes this one. That's his home spot.
Yes,
Yep.
Oklahoma City.
Yep, got it. And so, sense of scale, we know, even if it's a baby grand, is that a grand piano or a baby grand? Do you remember?
That's a baby grand.
That's a baby grand. Okay, so it's not, you know, grand, baby grand, close. You can pretty much know it's a big piano. Either way, baby grands are not that baby. They're pretty big. And so you know that this is a big space. This is a big, tall room for a baby grand to look that small, to look that baby, right? Also, one of my very close friends and paddling mentors, Randy Riddle, taught me how to whitewater paddle, canoe, kayak, and he's standing here at Deer Creek Falls, and you can just see the majestic falls. This is also off the Colorado River in the Grand Canyon. Deer Creek is a spectacular area. Sense of scale. You got to be kind of careful with sense of scale, because this is Eden Falls in Lost Valley, and in Arkansas. It's close to the Buffalo River. And the family that we brought out here to check out this beautiful area, they're not up against the falls. So this is a relatively tall falls, but they are closer to us. So they're larger in perspective compared to that. So you still get some sense of scale. You still see that it's a pretty tall waterfall, but it's not quite true. Same with this image here. And I brought these up. I put these images here because of that. So she's standing, you can tell she's standing pretty much in front of here, and she's standing in front of here. So you can see roughly how tall these are. But this looks a lot larger, right? And that's because it's closer to us in the frame. So in actuality, these two statues are about the same height. So scale can be distorted. So that's one of the things that you have to be aware of when you're taking pictures. And it's a fun thing. You can use it to your advantage, or you can use it to confuse your viewer, which is fun to do. I love to do that. And or you can use it to actually show the sense of scale. So here's one where I'm kind of confusing the viewer. So I got really close to one of the busts here. I'm thinking that's probably Caesar. Don't you think Caesar maybe? Or I don't know all the. No, you don't think so? Okay, never mind. Greek god maybe? I don't know. There we go. I'm getting thumbs up there. Maybe I can read on the plaque here. I have to get the high res one and zoom in. So let's see. So again, sense of scale. And you can see these look a lot smaller. What about that, Caesar? There we go.
Caesar.
That one's Caesar. Yeah. Thank you. Knew it was somewhere around here. But anyway, so yeah. So you can use your spatial relationship between where you're standing and where in relation to your subject to either distort the scale or show an accurate sense of scale. And so this one, probably a little more accurate sense of scale on the right here. So we're going down the Inca Trail, headed down into the jungle, and you can see how, you can get a sense of how steep this trail is, because in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people hiking, I would be eight person hiking, looking down. It only took about 8 of us before we've got a really tiny person compared to where Ashley's standing here. So that winding path goes down super quickly there. Let's get past that one because we've got one more topic to go. Is there any questions before we transition into this one?
No, not yet.
So this was the one that I was talking about the whole time. So I've used it time and time and time and time again. It's a design element that so many of us use. And I love this one. It's a really fun one. You see it used a lot. You saw this image. I had to show some of the promo images used. So this is one of the promo images for the presentation today. And this was quite a little bit longer ago, probably 2006. So what is that, 15 years ago? This is Falling Waterfalls in the Ozarks in Arkansas. Very iconic swimming hole. A lot of people go there in the summers. Kayakers go off that when there's enough water. That's not enough water right there. But kayakers will do that when the water's up. But I used not only the bluff line, but also just the fall foliage of I believe that's a sweet gum tree there, to frame in the waterfall itself. Pretty obvious. Super obvious. About as obvious as you can get there. So framing, I mean, you can't get any more framed than that. And that's one of those right place, right time. Have your camera ready, have your camera settings ready, because those things are floating, right? They're moving. They're not going to be there very long. And then Rainbow Riders, they're the only licensed, what do you call it? Service, well, balloonist, but the only licensed service to take you on balloon rides during the balloon fiesta, except for, at least that you can like go pay a ticket for. There's some special ways you can get in if you know like the Canon people, or if you know some of those people. We might have known some of the Canon people and got a Canon balloon ride for some of our guests. I forget who I'm talking to. Am I talking over here? Yeah. So we got some rides there, but those are the only people that you can just go buy a ticket and jump on and ride. So I was happy to get that shot. Okay, so you saw this earlier. You saw you saw this image earlier. So we were talking about framing. When I saw the Earth Child, I had some of the people with me, some of the people that I was leading with me, and I basically was like, come on, keep up. I was basically like running towards this scene because I wanted to get this before the balloons got fully inflated and were going to take off. Because when I saw this Earth Child right here, some of my friends might have called me a tree hugger at some point in my life. They might have even called me hippie at some point in my life. I would take the tree hugger label. I'm fine with that. Probably I'm not quite a hippie, but not quite. But anyway, I'm a big fan of the Earth and the sun and the moon and the stars. And so when I saw that, I was running to get all of those elements in the scene. And so I used what I could to frame. I tried to do like the other commenter had said, like fill the frame as much as possible. Don't try to get too much distraction in there. I knew I wasn't going to cut the people out, and that's part of the festival, right? So I'm going to keep them in there and have it, like Tyler said, have it a little bit weighted at the bottom. But the having those 3 in there, or 4 elements in there, I was just like, I was so excited to get that shot. Framing, busy scene. We had a couple other hikers that were with us that we hadn't lost, but we got separated a little bit, and so we were trying to find them. So while he's doing the work, I'm out there trying to take pictures. And so I'm walking around and like looking around, and I'm like, oh, that tree's cool. And so walk over on the side of that, and so I saw that opportunity to have this really busy scene, but to bring some order to a busy scene, and put my buddy Jason right there and framed him in that shot while he's doing his thing. here was one in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I saw that tree, again, tree hugger, saw that tree on top of the building or growing maybe behind the building or top of the building or maybe in the inside the building. And I was like, oh, this is cool. And so I could get this framing action on either side of the tree. But then by chance, look how fortunate, just by the grace of God really, look at the clouds. Made this frame around the tree itself. I kind of want to say it kind of looks like Arkansas. Most people don't. They're like, no, it doesn't look like Arkansas. I kind of think it does. Tyler, come on. You think so? Look at that. Up here, and you got the little do-do-do-do-do. Yes, all right. So thank you. Most people disagree. They say that doesn't look like Arkansas. I'm like, yeah, it looks like Arkansas to me. So I put a little taste, or a little heavenly taste of Arkansas in there. Okay, you saw this image before. This is a tricky image. Most of us photographers, we really dislike power lines, okay? They're such a headache sometimes. And sometimes, you know, sometimes we'll take the time to Photoshop them out. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes we just deal with them. Sometimes we just say like, I meant to do that even though we didn't and they're just there. We didn't notice them or something like that. But this was a scene where I thought that mural was cool enough that I wanted to photograph that, but I couldn't help. There were just power lines everywhere, right? So I did my best to frame the facial features within those power lines. So it was one of those like this, you know, where it's just like micro movements, called micro movements, where you're like, you barely even see that I'm moving. Like I'm like this, and that's the difference from there. And so it had to do that to get enough of the eyeballs that I wanted in there to see everything that was going on. I'm happy with it. Turned out okay. For having that many power lines, you know, sometimes you just have to let go of what's out there, accept what's happening, and you know, work with it. It's kind of like this. I was hiking along, and I'm like, there's a face. Like I just like boom, just like hit me like a ton of bricks. I was just like, bam, face. And this was huge. This was probably, I mean, that was like when you hike, the trail actually went down below this, and that was probably, I don't even remember exactly, but probably 25 feet tall, maybe more. But on the trail, up the higher part of the trail, I was like, oh, that's a face. I've got to get this. It was really windy this day, as you can see. And it was one of those moments. I was like, why fight it? Why don't I use it? You know, I could easily just raise my ISO, have a faster shutter speed, freeze these leaves, but then I'm going to get more noise, potential noise in this rocks itself. So I was like, why don't I just use a lower ISO, let the shutter speed what it needs to be, and let the movement guide the viewer, frame the subject and guide the viewer to that. And maybe a lot of people just see rock, but I see a profile or a 3/4 view, kind of a 3/4 shot of a portrait there of a stone. You saw this image before. And this is my now grown dog, Aria, the Bouvier. And my late dog, the first dog I raised on my own, was Kira, the golden retriever. She's passed on now. But this was just a lucky moment of framing. So I was sitting down on the ground because I wanted that more intimate, like head-on view of Kira there, and then big old loafy Aria coming in as a puppy at that time, super wet and hairy, just by pure luck, just gave me that great shake. You can see Kira is like not super excited about it, but she's dealing with it. It's the new puppy. And so I was lucky to get that nice framing action above there. And you also even have like this leading line of the rope tied to Aria there. Another just right moment, you know, where I was in the, it's good to join camera clubs because they give you access sometimes. And so the Arkansas Outdoor Photography Club often gets access to photograph near in the stables of Oaklawn. And so that's something that's really like not easy to do. They're not gonna let just anyone go walking around the stables because of security purposes. So we were able to do that one morning. It was super early in the morning. It was like we'd get out there at sunrise. And so using a little bit of slower shutter speeds, I intentionally was trying to get some movement in the horse. Got a lot of blurry shots that didn't work. Got this one that really worked. And it was just by chance that I had the trainer there just peek over at the side right at the right moment, and he was just still enough that I could get a relatively sharp face, but a lot of nice movement everywhere else, and got that nice framing there. Rule of thirds, you can see that strong. Another just, I mean, come on. Right place, right time. I mean, when I saw that break in the clouds, and this was one of those fast-moving cloud days, and so it was one of those times when it was like, I tell people so often, practice your shooting on things that you just don't care about. Because when you get to a scene like this, you gotta be ready. You gotta be ready to, you know, whether you're gonna shoot in manual or not, or whether you're gonna throw an aperture priority or whatever, you wanna be able to put it in that mode, know where those settings are on your camera, so when you have only seconds, probably 1 or 2 seconds, to have that particular composition of framing of the steeple there and get the shot, you're ready to do that. This was a little bit slower, but just another moment of framing. I'm gonna keep on moving here. And again, this is another one of those just right place, right time. We're actually in an airplane, in a Cessna, flying in the Dominican. And when I saw that, I was just like, this is so beautiful. We're flying above the clouds, but even with one set of clouds, and got this nice framing. Rule of thirds, obviously, really a very simple composition, but an effective one. All right, and leading back to this image. So you saw this earlier in the scene, or in the presentation. It's one that, obviously framing. You can see I framed 2 main objects. I framed the painting of the jaguar and of the hummingbird there. And it's one, again, power lines, got to deal with that. We've got, I guess this is maybe like a piece of concrete. I don't know if that was a light pole or if that's part of the building. I can't tell, I forget. But it's one of those where I liked both paintings and I wanted to incorporate them both, but I was having a lot of challenge. And I think there was things on this side of the frame that were not super interesting to me. There was a lot of busyness over here that I was trying to get out, or maybe there were some elements down at the bottom that I wasn't really excited about. So sometimes you just have to be patient with yourself. I think about it like a puzzle. And I try to put those elements where when the viewer looks at it, that's what they're drawn to. And even though a lot of times we think about not dividing our primary subjects by something so strong, sometimes you just don't have an option but to do that. And so this is a composition where I don't really think it follows the rules quite well, but I think it works. A lot of people are drawn to this image. I've had enough feedback that they really like this image. I use this as my Zoom background often, and I get a ton of positive feedback when that's my Zoom background. They're like, "Where are you?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm in Chile," you know, like 2 years ago. So we'll end on this. So there are no rules for good photographs. There are only good photographs. Okay, Ansel Adams. So thank you for your time and attention. I appreciate Bedford Camera and Video for allowing me to do this. His honor. I appreciate Robert Trawick. Come on up, Robert.
You gonna have me come up?
I'm gonna have you come up. I appreciate Robert Trawick. He's been a good friend of mine for many years. He's an you already know, he's an incredible teacher, photographer. He's a pretty big loudmouth. But he's a great person, great friend. I appreciate he's given me a lot of help over the years. And so yeah, I just appreciate you.
Well, dude, it was awesome. The presentation was amazing. And I'm gonna put this out there just because when you watch his presentation, the one thing that he will repeat, maybe in different ways, that I think is a great takeaway for your presentation, is always be prepared. Being lucky is about preparation. If you hone the skills as a photographer to pick up your camera and grab that moment, you'll capture those lucky shots that make great photographs.
Absolutely.
And we saw all those today. And I gotta say, I love the Zoom background. Like, yeah, I'm just in Chile for the weekend. It's great. Well, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
We're going ahead and wrap it up. So you guys go grab some lunch. Come back and see us at. Oh, we have some questions.
I don't know. Were there any?
I'm going through them right now.
Okay, we're going through questions right now. So you have any questions, pop those babies in the chat.
Pam Stukenborg had one really quickly. She goes, "How does Alex keep track of all these locations? Excel spreadsheet?
That's a really great question, Pam. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you. So I just do a lot of these talks. And that's how I keep track. So I have to know this stuff to do these presentations. So speaking at camera clubs, speaking at conferences, that's how I keep track. I do actually, it's funny because I do have I call it my adventure log. And so I actually do have a spreadsheet that, but I don't have it related to photos. I just have like, you know, year, maybe year, month. I don't even put the exact dates, year, month, place, maybe who I traveled with. I think, yeah, that's the few things I do, yeah. But not related to the photos. It's more just having to build these presentations and talking about them. So that's it. Thanks, man.
All right, we do have a question from Thomas Maupin. He's in Oklahoma City. Alex, how much equipment do you carry while on a casual photo walk or a hike?
Less now. So when I was younger, I carried a lot. I used to have one of those big, I don't know if you remember Low Pro CompuTrekker Pluses, so the tall ones, and I would just fill that thing up, and I would just break my back just trying to carry that stuff around. And over the years, it gets less and less and less. So I mean, it just depends on the trip. Like on the Grand Canyon trip, too much. Had, you know, because we were on rafts, so I had 3 or 4 Pelican cases, I think, of different sizes, full of stuff, SKB and Pelican. And then it just depends. It depends on the shoot. Sometimes I like to limit myself. Sometimes I will go out with just a single body and a prime lens as a tool to train my eye. Like, because that's where I started. I started out with a Canon AE1 with a 50mm lens. At the time, I didn't even know what a zoom lens was. I didn't even know there was such a thing as a zoom lens. So every now and again, I'll go back to my roots and I'll just take a prime and just go shoot with that. On commercial shoots, I'm going to bring a lot. I'm going to bring from 12mm to 400mm on most of my commercial shoots in various lenses because I don't always know what I'm going to encounter. But I'm not carrying on my back. But just like walking around, I like to be in the 12 to 70 range, or 12 to 120 range. It just depends. If there's wildlife, then I'm going to bring us super telly, but just depends. Great question, though.
We have one more question. Robert from Oklahoma City would like to know, what is your favorite lens if you could only grab one to travel with?
To travel with? Oh, man. Well, man, that's so tough. It might kind of seem a little mundane, but I like the 24 to 120. It's just I want some flexibility in my shots. I mean, I love the quality of a prime. I've got a 35, I've got an 85. I used to have some 50s. I don't have any 50s at the moment. But if I'm just going to take one, it's going to have to be a zoom because I like to have the variety of things. I used to be like that, shoot ultra wide all the time, like 12 to 24. But as my taste and style have changed, I like to have that kind of 24 to 100-ish range in there or something. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, Stephanie would like to know, what is your favorite camera currently?
Well, I shoot, my primary camera that I shoot is the Sony a7R IV. So that's what's in my bag. So yeah, but I love a lot of different cameras. I've shot all the brands when I worked for Bedford's. I love Fuji. I know Robert's a Fuji man, and if budget allowed, I would shoot both systems. I would shoot Sony and Fuji. Yeah.
Awesome. I think that wraps us up pretty good. Thank you so much, Alex.
Thank you,
it was
sir.
Great seeing you.
It was good to see you too.
So go grab a quick lunch and get back here 1:30. And we're going to be bringing up Jason Crader for his presentation. And we have some more interesting news about some in-person programs coming to you soon from Bedford Camera. Hey guys, welcome back to Bedford Camera Photo Expo Live out of Little Rock, Arkansas. So just like I said at the break, we do have some announcements for you. So we're gonna have an in-person Photo Expo next year in Little Rock on August 5th and 6th, 2022. So mark that on your calendar. It's gonna be at the Robinson Center. And if you've never been at the in-person Photo Expo, you're in for a big treat because we have a huge trade show with all of the vendor reps, photo walks, workshops, and a lot more. And you can pre-register for that at bedfords.com. And also this year, in October, the last weekend of October, you can come out to our Oklahoma City location and celebrate PhotoCon 2021 at St. Crispin's. Great location out in the woods. We're gonna have Big Shoot and PhotoCon. It's going to be amazing. So now let me give you the next code word for the hour. Remember, you can only use these code words, one per hour when you log in. So you're more than welcome to go back and look at the other videos to get all the code words that we did so you can get more votes so you can win some of these great prizes. So the code word for this hour is Sony, S-O-N-Y. Sony is your keyword for the next hour as we welcome Jason Crader. Now, I just met this young man and I am totally impressed with his photography as he was getting set up. It's really amazing what he does, but I have to say, as a MC, when someone comes walking in that looks like Don Johnson from Miami Vice, I'm gonna say right now, just put comments below if you see the resemblance of any member on the Miami Vice show because he is amazing. So he's based out of Little Rock. His interests are varied, and he's currently working in the realm of street photography. And he's been creating images for over 25 years, became interested in photography while working part-time in school at a local newspaper. He's photographed for local and national magazines before transitioning to shooting weddings in 2008, but he's taking a break from that right now so he can focus on the street photography. So Jason Crader's got a great presentation coming up for you. So listen, put comments, and let us know if you believe he looks like Don Johnson. Here you go. Jason, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. All right, well, do I or do I not look like Don Johnson? We're gonna have to see all this in the YouTube and Facebook comments. Blow it up here. Give me a 1 if you agree, or give me a 2 if you don't. Thank you so much for that introduction. My name is Jason Crader. I have been taking pictures for over 25 years now, and today I'm gonna share just a little bit of some of the things that I've learned through the years of doing a variety of things. It's funny that the code word for this hour is Sony. That's the only camera system I've never used. So I can't plug Sony, but I'll plug all the other camera systems throughout the presentation. So as was mentioned, I started my career as a part-time photographer at a weekly newspaper in Bald Knob, Arkansas. We had a huge circulation of about 200 folks with that weekly newspaper, and I had to do a variety of jobs while working there, but every once in a while the editor would let me go out and take a few pics, and that's really when I fell in love with photography. I still have the camera that I used back then. It still works. It's a Russian camera. It's a Zenit 12 XP. I had no idea what I was doing with this. It's a film camera. I can't tell you how many times I screwed up developing the film in the dark room. I'm shocked I didn't get fired, but this was a great camera to learn on because it is completely manual. I'm going to share a few tips with you about that later in the presentation as well. So let's get into it. My first tip is find something you love to photograph and practice photographing that subject. When I was a kid, of course, I couldn't travel to exotic locations and take tons of pictures, all over the place. So I had to stay close to home to shoot, with this film camera, because every time I took a picture with this, it cost me 25 cents. And when you're a kid working part-time, in high school at the local newspaper, 25 cents is a lot of money. So I would practice on subjects at home. And I had plenty of these subjects at home, cows. And so what I would do is after school, I would come out and I would take pictures on my parents' farm. And these subjects, you know, sometimes they were willing, sometimes they were unwilling, just like the subjects you take pictures of now. If you've ever done any photography of people or wedding photographers, you know what I'm talking about. You know, some people you are willing subjects and some are not, but these the cows were always there for me to practice on. And as I go through this presentation, I'm going to show you some pictures, give you some advice, and then I'm also going to show you the metadata if I have that metadata associated with each picture. I didn't start out with great camera equipment. This is a Rebel XTI, and I think it was just the kit lens that was with that camera. But I would go out and take pictures every single day. So that's important, and it's important to go out and take pictures of subjects that you love. And as crazy as it is, I still like taking pictures of cows to this day. The second piece of advice that I can give you is make many mistakes, but learn from them. Use manual mode to make the most mistakes and to learn the most. Now, today's cameras are awesome. They work, you know, 99.9% of the time. You can put that on P mode for professional, or, you know, that automatic mode that the camera shoots on, and you're going to get a great picture. But there will come times when the camera is just not doing what you want it to do, and it's really important that you know how to adjust the settings manually. So I highly encourage you, you could use a film camera like I started with, or the latest and greatest digital cameras that we have today. Put that in M mode, manual mode, and start seeing what happens when you do this. I'm going to show you an example of a mistake that I made, and I should have known better because I'd been shooting quite a while at this point. But that image, of course, is very blurry. I took it one evening at a rodeo in northern Arkansas. I kind of like it, even though it is blurry. But if we look at my metadata, you'll notice I was shooting with a much better camera at this point, the 1DS Mark III. But I was using a 300mm lens at f4, but my shutter speed was 1/13 of a second. So hand holding a 300mm f4 lens without IS at 1/13 of a second is the makings of a disaster if you want a sharp picture. So, so learn from your mistakes that you make. If you wanted a nice sharp image of this young man, you definitely would need a faster shutter speed, 1/250th of a second, 1/500th of a second, 1/1000th of a second, and you need to bump that ISO up to make that happen. But back then, 1600 was about as high as I could go because of the noise factor. And that's where you're in luck today, because our modern cameras are so much better at that high ISO. All right, my third tip for you is photograph for fun and not for profit. And as I tell you all these different things that I've learned, I'm really talking to myself here, but hopefully, you know, someone out there needs to hear this, because once you start entering money into the picture, of trying to make money with something that you love, that you know, hobby that you enjoyed so much, it starts to become a job. And when things start becoming a job and you're needing money from that job, that love that you once had for, and that passion that you once had, can sometimes go away. And this image, this is an image that I really like. I shot it really at the beginning of my photography career. This was a manually focused image, and this was back in a time when I was just going out for the love of photography. I've sold this image, you know, several times, and I've made, you know, money off this image, but that was not my primary motivation when I went out to take this picture. I went out to take this picture because I had heard from a photographer friend in our local photography club here, the Arkansas Outdoor Photographers Club, that hundreds of eagles had descended on this private lake in northern Arkansas. And he showed me a picture, and it looked like a scene out of Alaska. They were just the eagles were lined all along the banks of this lake. And so I got up early one morning. I even called my dad, who lives an hour away. I said, listen, I know you'd love to see something like this. You've always wanted to go to Alaska. Here's our opportunity to go to northern Arkansas and see something that kind of resembles Alaska. So he met me halfway. We went up there and I got this image. And so when I look at this image, even though I've made some money off of this, it's one that I think about with a lot of affection, because it's one that I was just going out for the love of photography. And you can see, you know, I didn't have the best camera gear. I had a Canon D60, which was good at the time. I mean, it was a great 6 megapixel camera. Yeah, it started with a 3 megapixel camera to begin with, but this was a 6 megapixel. I had a 300 millimeter Canon f4 fixed focal length lens, and I had a 1.4 tele-extender on it. I don't believe that one had IS on it. So this is a 300 millimeter with a 1.4, which makes this an equivalent of 420 millimeters. And my shutter speed, you'll see, is 1/250th of a second on this shot. So I panned along with the eagle as it flew by, and fortunately, you know, I got this image. And again, like I said here, photograph for fun and not for profit. If you have hopes of becoming a professional photographer and making lots of money from your photography, that's wonderful. And you can definitely do that and make that happen. But just know that once money enters the picture, you know, sometimes that joy and passion can start to wane. All right, the fourth piece of advice that I have for you is shoot more, talk less. Do more photography than talking about photography. I know, and I'm guilty of all these things. When I'm talking about the negative stuff on here, I'm completely guilty of a lot of this, of not actually going out and talking and doing the photography. So many photographers love to talk shop, and I love to do that with the best of them. But how many of us are actually going out there and putting the work in to get better, to take the pictures so that you can come up with some really you know, awesome shots and evolve yourself as a photographer? So spend less time on the forums, spend less time with your buddies just talking about what latest camera gear that you want to get, spend less time doing all of the stuff that's outside of the photography realm, spend more time actually going out and taking pics. One trip I would always do in the fall is go to the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. And this is an image that I got there of a black bear. He was up this walnut tree. I'd spent about 2 hours with him before you know, a lot of folks came up and kind of got scared away. But I had a 10D at this time in my life, but I did have a 600 millimeter lens with a tele-extender on there. But I shot this on a tripod at 1/500th of a second. But this is one of these situations where every year I plan to go out to the Smoky Mountains and take pictures, and I make it happen, and I go do it. I just don't sit at home and scroll through Instagram or look at all the awesome pics on Facebook. I'm out there making it happen. So spend less time talking about photography, spend more time doing photography. All right, number 5, don't obsess over your gear. That's hard to do because most photographers are gearheads. I am. I love, you know, learning about all the latest and greatest gear. I love, you know, reading about things on the forum. I like going on, you know, DP Review and, you know, all these rumor sites to learn about all the latest and greatest technology that's about to come out on the market. But you can obsess over gear to a point where it inhibits your own photography. Go out and shoot. If all you have is an old Russian film camera, go out, come to Bedford's, buy some film, go out and take pictures with it to get better. Don't fret over not having the best gear. On the slide it talks about, you know, one camera, one lens nature trip. So I want to talk about this trip. At this point in my life, I needed a break from photography. I was too obsessed with photography. It's all I thought about, and it started just kind of overtaking my life. So I decided to sell all my camera gear, and I had a lot of it at that time, and just take a 6-month break. I took the break, and at the end of those 6 months, I said, I'm going to buy a Canon kit camera and the Canon, kit lens, and I'm going to take a road trip from Little Rock to California and back. And all I'm going to take is that one camera and one lens. I'm not going to take anything else. And I'm going to see if I can find that spark, find that passion that I used to have for photography, see if I can get that back. So this was a really, kind of momentous time in my life, because I was trying to decide, did I want to continue pursuing photography, not to the point where I became obsessed with it like I did, or do I want to take a more longer extended break? So I took this road trip, and as you can see, I had the digital Rebel XT. This was back in 2006, the summer of 2006. I was on this trip for about a month. I just took a whole month to travel. Again, I'm a teacher, for those of you who may just be tuning in, so I have the summers off, so I can do things like that. So for that month, I traveled. I stopped in almost a dozen national parks and spent a lot of time in each one of those parks. Of course, this is from Arches National Park, and as you can see, I shot this with the Rebel XT, with the kit lens. I think it was what, 24 to 55. I don't know. It was just it was a zoom kit lens, ISO 100, f/16 at 1/50th of a second. I like the image. I mean, the image is nice. You go out and take an evening hike out here to get this shot. But the point of this slide is for you to realize that you can go take wonderful pictures with one camera and one lens. You don't have to obsess about having every lens in Canon's lineup, or like the word for this hour, Sony lineup. You don't have to have every single lens in their lineup to actually go out and make a good image. This was taken with the most basic lens Canon made at that time, and I'm happy with it. I printed it up, and it's blows up to 30 by 40 easily. So next, point 6, find mentors if you're seeking to grow. So there are wonderful mentors here at Bedford's. Some of the previous speakers that we've had, yesterday and today are wonderful people to follow. But if you're wanting to learn something new, or if you're wanting just to grow in whatever field you're interested in, find a mentor. And I have a couple listed here. Bob Davis and Stefan Bollinger have both been mentors of mine in the past. Bob is he's a celebrity wedding photographer, so I didn't know anything about shooting weddings, and I knew I needed to find someone to help me, because I got inspired to shoot weddings. In fact, I got inspired by attending a conference, I guess sort of similar to this. It was an in-person conference, and I was speaking about nature photography, but I had a chance to sit in on other speakers' presentations, and there was a gentleman there speaking about wedding photography, and after the presentation was over, I just felt moved to try to make this happen. I'd never shot a wedding in my life, but when I left the conference that day, I told myself, I'm going to learn how to do this, and I'm going to make this happen. And I knew at that point that I needed to find a mentor, so that's why Bob is on there, and he's been a good friend of mine. What I did was I took a workshop from him, and this is an image that I photographed during that workshop. It was a 3-day workshop. We met, it was a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We actually got to shoot a wedding, a real wedding with him, and it was just a wonderful way for me to learn something that I had no idea about. So if there's something new that you're interested in, something that you're wanting to learn more about, Bedford's has lots of fine classes here that you can take from wonderful instructors to learn more about these subjects. Bob Davis has continued to be a friend of mine, and has helped me a lot with my wedding photography career. This image, of course, I had better gear at this point. It was shot It was over 10 years ago when I took that workshop, but it was a 5D Mark II. The ISO was 1000. Had a real low shutter speed of 1/15 of a second, but I shot that with a 35mm lens, so I was able to handhold that and not get too much blur. Although I did want a little bit of blur, and I like that in the woman's dress there. But here's an example of just going out on a limb and trying to make something happen. A lot of people ask me, how did you get this image? Did you use, off-camera flash? What did you do? Someone there had continuous lights and off-camera flash, so it's a combination actually of both of those. I had never used flash in this way at all, but someone had it there, and I borrowed her flash and borrowed her controllers, and I got an image that I love to this day. It's one of my favorite images that I've ever taken, in the wedding photography realm. So don't be afraid to go up to people, make new friends, join a local photography club, come here to Bedford's, and learn something new, because what I learned at that workshop really started to set me apart here in Little Rock, as far as shooting weddings goes, because then I bought Pro Photo off-camera, lighting gear. I started lighting not just at this blue hour, not just at this time of the day, but I started using lights, at high noon, using it with direct sunlight on people, using the flash to overpower, shadows, and it just took me to a whole nother level simply by just attending this workshop. So if you have an opportunity and there's something that you really are interested in learning more about, I highly encourage you to find someone to be a mentor in your life. All right, number 7. I mentioned this earlier, but shooting for profit can suck the fun and creativity out of you. Now, although I had a lot of fun shooting weddings, the wedding photography realm became a business for me. And it was wonderful, and you can make a lot of money, but it can also just drain you when that's what you're thinking about. It's a wonderful couple, had a great time at their wedding, got some cool images with that off-camera flash like I was talking about at sunset here with them, but this was a time where I was really starting just to feel drained from just having to be at everyone's beck and call. It seemed like 24 hours a day when I had another full-time job going as well. So especially if you're interested in something like weddings, I would encourage you to really go into it slow, not into it full tilt like I did. I think the first year that I officially had my wedding photography business in 2008, I shot 30 weddings that year, and I was teaching full-time. So that's just a recipe for burnout. So start slow. If things start building up, great. Maybe this new business becomes your full-time job, and maybe you can let your regular full-time job go away. But shooting for profit can suck the fun and creativity out of you. So just be aware of that. And I know you're repeating yourself. You're saying this over and over. Yes, I am. And you may hear it again before this talk is over with, because it's to me, photography, at least at this point in my life, I need the creative aspect of photography to balance everything else. Creativity, we're creative beings. When you enter this photography realm, you're an artist, and you need that creative energy in your life to balance other things that may be other jobs or other situations you're in that you don't get to use that creativity. And when you just have the creativity becomes like a job, then that suffers. So I'm going to hit that point probably one more time before we're finished here this afternoon. Just for the metadata, I'd switched camera systems at this point. When I started shooting weddings, I switched over to Nikon. I'd been a Canon shooter for a long time, but I had the reason I switched to Nikon was because of the D3. It was just a wonderful camera at high ISOs, and I needed that for shooting, in really dark reception areas at night. And there was just such a, to me at that point, there was a difference between Canon and Nikon at the high ISO. Today it's kind of all leveled out. They're all great, but that's why I'd switched to Nikon, and this was with the D750, still a great camera. I used, for weddings, if you're interested in like if you're interested in shooting weddings and you can only afford 2 lenses, I would encourage you to buy Canon or Nikon's 2 zoom lenses that they have, like the 24-70 2.8, whatever version, you know, or whatever Sony, whatever camera company that you're in, Fuji, whoever, and the 70-200. Those 2 lenses, you can shoot, you know, 95% of what you need to shoot at a wedding with a 24-70 2.8 and a 70-200 2.8. I would get, you know, the IS versions of those. I think that's probably all you can get these days. And you can start your wedding career with that. All right, number 8, if you're bored with what you're shooting, try something new. And that's been a theme throughout my life, really, with photography. I started out as a nature photographer. I started not enjoying that so much and getting bored with it, and I needed a change, and that's when I did a complete 180 from nature and went to weddings. And the same thing is kind of happened with weddings at this point. Not saying that I'm never going to shoot a wedding again, but I've not shot a wedding in a couple years at this point on purpose, just because I needed a break. And in the past 2 or 3 years, I've really been focusing on street photography, and that's become a passion of mine. So I've kind of had 3 different careers in photography at this point, 3 different loves. It started out with nature. I still love photographing nature and outdoor subjects and wildlife. Moved to weddings, and now street photography. This was taken a couple years ago at a parade. I think it was at the Mardi Gras parade on Main Street in North Little Rock is where I shot this at. This isn't the best street image, but when I look at it, it's one that brings me joy, and that's the type of pictures I want to make. When I'm out taking pictures, I want to be happy when I'm out there taking pictures, and I like making pictures that sometimes, you know, are fun to look at. So, you know, you got the T-Rex, you got the dog sniffing the T-Rex, and then of course everybody's shooting selfies anymore. So I like trying to capture, you know, some of that. So this was with the latest camera system that I switched to, Fuji. This was with an X-T2. I was using their 35mm fixed lens, and shot that at 500th of a second. All these camera companies make great lenses. You know, whether you're getting the L lenses from Canon or the prime lenses, you know, that Fuji makes. And that's one thing I would encourage you: get the best, you know, lens that you can get when you're purchasing gear. But this was shot with the new system that I'm using now, the Fuji system. Okay, number 9, becoming a good photographer takes a lot of time, study, and practice. When I first started my pursuits in photography, you know, the internet wasn't around. I couldn't dial up and go to a forum and, you know, read about, you know, all these things that you can do these days. What I would do is I would go to my local bookstore. I would camp out in the magazine section, and I would just read like every issue of Outdoor Photographer and Popular Photographer and just all Shutterbug. A lot of these magazines don't exist anymore, but Nature Photographer, all these photography magazines. That's how I would learn. I would sit down and read for free at the bookstore, and then I'd go grab photography books from the library, and I just educated myself because no one I knew was a photographer, and that's how I had to do that. So it took me a lot of time, and I also couldn't afford, you know, to go buy a lot of stuff. It took me a long time just to afford this old piece of junk that I've got right here. It still works, but it took me a long time to just be able to buy this. And in fact, I wasn't even going to buy this to begin with. I got bait and switched from one of those big camera companies in New York, you know, I don't know if they still do this or not, but like Popular Photography, you go to or Shutterbug, I would go to the back of the magazines, and they would have all these ads, you know, for all the camera equipment that they're selling. And that's not even what I was wanting, but it turned out to be a good thing for me anyway. the whole point of that story is it just takes time. So you have to put the time in, and you know, we live in an impatient world right now, and so you want to be a pro immediately, you know, after you pick that camera up. And the cameras are so good now that, you know, you almost can, but take time to learn this craft. This is an image, of course, with when you start doing wedding photography, you have lots of different opportunities to shoot portraits and stuff. And, you know, if you look at that image, you know, closely, it's like, well, there's two different things going on there. How did you do that? Well, you know, a little Photoshop trickery there, and in-camera trickery as well. And so to learn to do that, it's pretty easy anymore. You pop on YouTube or a forum and you can find out how to, you know, blend somebody in there, how to, you know, cut and paste folks in there, how to do anything on Photoshop or Lightroom. But you have to put the time and practice in to make it happen. Again, I shot this with the D750. I think I had a 70 to 200 millimeter lens, and shot that at 1/60th of a second at f3.2. So take your time, study, put a lot of practice into your photography. Eventually you will get better and learn new techniques to be able to do things like this. All right, number 10. I've changed this through the years because digital, now you can just shoot tons and tons. And so your first 200,000 photos are about helping find your style, and most of those aren't very good. And you're like, 200,000 photos? Is this guy crazy? I mean, you've heard of the 10,000 hour rule. Ansel Adams, you know, talked about making 10,000 images himself. But I mean, think about Ansel whenever he was doing this. This was back in the days of this thing. I mean, he didn't even have this, at least early in his career. He was shooting 8x10 pics or 4x5 pics, one or two at a time. So if he's saying do 10,000, I think now with digital, when you can hold a button down and shoot off, you know, hundreds in a matter of seconds, I think 200,000 is, it may even be too low of a number. So take lots of pictures, because when you're taking all these images, you will, eventually you'll learn, like, okay, this is what I really want to photograph. Maybe you want to shoot models like that last picture that I shared, or whatever the subject is. The more you shoot, the more you're going to find that style. But also, you're also going to realize too, 1 year, 2 year, 5 years, 10 years down the line, that those images you shot at the very beginning of your career probably aren't very good. But that's okay. If you just walked in the store and bought a camera, that's okay. Get out there and take pictures, but realize you're going to get better. So here's a picture that I took, you know, 4 or 5 years ago with my XT2. It's one that I like. I took it of a model. I used their 56 millimeter lens, the ISO 100, f1.8, shutter speed 1/125th of a second. You know, after you get in a groove and after you know your camera equipment like the back of your hand, then things start becoming easier for you. Then you don't have to rely on worrying about what shutter speed, what ISO am I going to use. I mean, none of that enters my mind anymore. I mean, it rarely does. I mean, I do think about it, I guess, briefly when I first start, but you want to get to a point where you can just get focused on whatever it is you're wanting to photograph, and just kind of get in a zen-like state where your main job is to be creative and to create something pleasing either for yourself or for a client. It takes time to get there. When you're first starting out, you're going to be focused on worrying about, well, what f-stop should I shoot at? What shutter speed do I need to do? What ISO? But eventually, what's going to happen is that stuff is going to become second nature to you, and you're going to be able to just be in the moment with your subject. You're going to be able to be in the moment with, you know, whatever it is you're trying to accomplish, and you're going to be able to really be creative. But you have to put the time in. It's not going to happen if you just go out, you know, once every 6 months and take some pictures. You have to go out in order to be able to get to a state where you're not always worrying about your exposures and what's going on with your camera. All right, number 11. Spend time honing your craft. You can't get good at anything you fail to practice. That's what I was just talking about, you know, because you have to get out there and hone your craft and practice. And I'll talk about this. You know, I've been getting into street photography the last few years, and I also work a full-time job. And so it's hard, you know, when you're working a full-time job, it's hard to get out and hone your craft and get better. But if that's what you want to do, you have to do that. So what I would do, I work real close to downtown. Every day after work, I would put on my street clothes, take off my professional clothes, and I would walk downtown every day. I would do that, and I would go walking. I mean, it's good exercise, of course, but I would just walk for a couple hours because I wanted to get better at street photography. So I'd go up and down different streets, and I would start getting to, you know, meet different folks. And this is one individual, Lester, that I met regularly. He was always out, you know, on the street. And so I got to know him. And some days he would let me take his picture, and some days he wouldn't, and that's okay. But I got, you know, and I got to a point where I could take a picture like this with him, putting the time in, making it happen. So if you really want to get better at something, you're going to practice, whether, you know, you have a full-time job or you don't. And so even if you have a job, you can make time for this if you want to get better. We all make time for what it is we want to do, whether it's after work or on the weekends. And so I've had the opportunity to photograph him many times through the years. Unfortunately, I haven't seen him downtown in a while, so I don't know if he's moved on, or I don't really know what his situation is. But it's important, if you want to get better at doing something, you need to get out there and do it. And for me, what I really enjoy doing now is shooting street portraits of people. And people from all walks of life. I find it very challenging, and that's something for me personally that it just drives me. I like a challenge. I want to be pushed creatively and also, you know, photographically. I want to be pushed because you get to a point where you've done, you know, so many things aren't as big a challenge as they were when you were beginning. Like I was talking about a minute ago with learning exposures and, you know, just the basics, you know, of composition and things like that. After you've learned all that stuff and practiced it for years and have taken, you know, lots of good photos, I want to be challenged. I want to be challenged to do something more. And so right now I'm really interested in creating street portraits that showcase who that person is when I don't even know them. You know, they're a stranger. And so to me, that's a big challenge to do. And it's very hard to make that happen over the course of saying, hey, do you mind if I take your picture? Them agreeing to it, and then having a conversation with them so they get to a point where you can get the image that you want to get. I took this with the X-T2. I love the Fuji camera system. Lenses are sharp. I mean, it's just super, super sharp. You can shoot those things wide open and get sharp images. But for my portrait series, what I'm shooting is a equivalent of a 50 millimeter lens, you know, at 35 millimeters. You know, the Fuji system's a little bit different. It's their 35, but it's an equivalent of a 50 millimeter lens. And this is at ISO 400, f3.6, just so I could get, you know, a little bit more sharpness around his face, and then at 1/250th of a second. I mean, at this point, you know, I've got it locked in as far as the exposure goes. I'm just having conversations with people and then trying to showcase who they are in one image. All right, number 12, get feedback and critique from others, but be careful who you really listen to. Have they put in as much work into their photography as you have? So it's important to get critiques and feedback from people. But you want to make sure the people you're getting critique and feedback from have put as much time and effort into their craft as you have. But seek that out. That's how you get better. And listen. You know, for me personally, sometimes it's hard for me to listen to others when they're giving you maybe, you know, some critical feedback about an image. But we all have different taste, and their taste, you know, probably going to be different than yours, but you can learn from folks who criticize your photography, which when we go back and look at the YouTube comments or Facebook comments, I'm sure there's going to be some critical comments there. That's okay. I'm okay with that, and I can learn from some of that. I can learn to be a better, you know, speaker from that, and I can also learn to be a better photographer as well. So this was at the, let's see, this was at a parade, of course, in Little Rock. I think it's St. Patrick's Day parade a few years back is where I took this image. Again, I do like shooting street portraits, but I also like just shooting things I see on the street. And so I position myself so I can make that happen. Again, I took that with the XT2. A little wider angle lens, be equivalent to about a, I think 28 to 35 millimeter lens, f8, ISO 800 at 1/400th of a second. Of course, you know, during the course of this day, I've probably shot 2,000 pictures or more. This is the image that I like the best. So when you're out taking pictures, take a lot. One will eventually, hopefully, will turn out to be one that you like. And when I was shooting film, if I got one out of a roll of 36, you know, that would make my day. Typically, I would have to shoot 10, 20, 30 rolls of film to get one really good picture. It's similar with digital. You know, I have to shoot hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pictures for me to get just one that I like. And there are things that I wish were different in this image. And I mean, that's always going to be the case. But in the end, this was one of my favorites from that day. Number 13, share your passion with others. You know, teaching always leads to a better understanding and or new perspective. So it's not easy, you know, to stand up in front of people and teach things. But when you do that, it gives you an opportunity to reflect. It gives you an opportunity to really think about, you know, things that maybe you don't think about. And so I encourage you, you know, to find a way to teach, whether it's at your local camera club or maybe, you know, here at Bedford's or somewhere else. You know, put yourself out there, because when you put yourself out there to teach, you learn a lot from that. This is an image that I shot in downtown Little Rock of a couple during their engagement session. You know, I just love the vines that we found. When I would go out with a couple to take pictures, a lot of times I would scout locations beforehand. This just happened to be a happy accident. We made a right instead of a left, and when we made a right, we found these vines that, you know, looked like a tree. Growing under an overpass, and I was able to create that image, you know, that way. So this was shot with my Nikon D750 with a 70 to 200 millimeter lens at 1/200th of a second at f5.6 with 640 ISO. All right. Number 14, buy the best gear you can afford and only gear that you truly need. So camera gear is expensive, but buy the best you can when you're putting the money out there, but you don't need everything in Nikon's lineup, like I said earlier. Get what you need, and then when you figure out what it is you really like to shoot, like if your mission is to photograph you know, bald eagles and stuff, you probably will want to get a long lens at some point, you know, in your life. That's why getting out there and shooting and figuring out what it is that you enjoy is so important. Once you find out what you're passionate about, then you can go buy gear that's tailored for that. Maybe you're really into shooting flowers. I have several friends that love shooting flowers and, you know, little small things. Well, you're going to need a macro lens for that. Get a really good macro lens, and then, you know, extenders and different things, you know, that are specialty, excuse me, just for the macro world. You're going to realize, okay, that's what you need to get. So, but get the best you can afford, but only what you need. Had the opportunity to go to Katmai National Park in Alaska in 2005. It's been, you know, I'd love to go back. It's been a long time. I didn't have the best gear at that time in my life, but I made do with what I had. A lot of people, when you look at this image, they're probably like, well, you had a 600 millimeter lens. No, I actually didn't have a 600 millimeter on that trip. I had a 500 millimeter Sigma, f4.5, I think they made that at the time, and then I had a 70-200, and then I also had like a 24-70. Those are the only 3 lenses I took to Alaska, because to get to this place you have to hike a couple miles, you know, with a backpack on, and you know, walking around bears and different things. I couldn't take a lot of stuff with me, but this picture I actually took with my 70-200 millimeter lens. I mean, I could have went up there and shot with a 70-200 and been happy with what I got, you know, coming back. Now, I did get some great pictures, you know, with the 500 millimeter, and if I ever go up there again, I'm definitely going to have a 500 or a 600 millimeter with me. But the image, you know, this image that you see here, that's, you know, it's the famous thing. You've seen videos of the salmon jumping up, and the bears are there waiting to, you know, to grab a hold of them. That's this spot. This is Brooks Falls in Katmai National Park. I shot that, I think, the second day I was there with my 70-200, and one of my goals was to get this shot, the salmon, you know, going into the bear's mouth. And you know, if you ever have a chance to go there, you'll have plenty of opportunity, you know, as long as the salmon are running. This was taken around the it says the 21st. I thought it was a little closer to the 4th of July when I was there. That's kind of the best time to go, is around that July 4th time. To get the big grizzlies, you know, chomping on the salmon. It's funny, if you've had an opportunity to go, you know, there's a big, the reason I shot this with a 70-200, I wasn't like down there, and this is cropped too, okay? So that's another reason why it looks closer, but I wasn't, you know, super close to these guys. They have like a big, like boardwalk area, platform for you like to stand on, like a double-decker one when I was there in '05, and I was like right at the front of that platform, and you're kind of fenced in away from the bears, so I wasn't. If you've never been there, you may think, what on earth are you doing? You know, getting this close to these grizzlies? Well, that's not the case. They have you kind of in a secure spot right there where you're at. But once you leave that little platform area, though, you're right there in the middle with them in the woods. There were several times where I had really close encounters with grizzlies, but thankfully, during that time of the year, they're just worried about catching salmon. They're not really super hungry for other things. There are some bears there that are hungry, but these big guys, they're just worried about the salmon. All right. Number 15, spend most of your extra money on trips and photo projects rather than obtaining new gadgets. Like getting to go to Alaska and showing you that picture of that grizzly bear, you know, that's a lifetime experience I can tell for the rest of my life. I've had so much gear in my life, you know, I can't even keep up with all the different cameras and camera systems that I've owned. But I do know every photo trip that I ever went on. I do know the projects that I've spent time, you know, on pursuing. Spend your extra money on that. Once you accumulate your gear that you need, then save your money up for wonderful trips to travel or different projects that you want to pursue and put your money into. One project that I've been doing for years is going to Iowa to photograph bald eagles, and it's just a fun trip. I started going by myself the first year or two, then I told some friends about it, and now it just becomes an annual gathering in January where we get to go and just have a lot of fun. And it's not even about taking pictures of the eagles anymore at this point. It's about hanging out, having fun, making memories with your friends, and if you happen to get a good shot of an eagle, then that's, you know, icing on the cake. But we've photographed so many eagles catching fish at this point. We've got, you know, thousands and thousands and thousands of photos like this. Now we're just waiting on that perfect day where you got the wind blowing in the right direction, you've got the sun just at the right angle, you know, hitting that eagle, and just the, you know, the right fish that's in the talons. And so at a point now, it's just going to hang out with friends. But save your money up so that you can do that. Once you get your gear, Save that money so you can go do that. So let's see, I shot this. This was back with a Nikon D4. This was back in 2013, and so I shot this. I did have a 600mm lens, so when you get to a point where you're specialized and you're wanting to photograph wildlife that's far away from you, that's the time to spend the $10,000+ on a big lens like this. But you find that out not at the very beginning of your photography career. You find that out after many years of really pursuing and figuring out what it is that you enjoy about photography. So ISO 2000, the aperture was f5 and 1/2500th of a second to stop that. Action. Okay. Number 16. There will always be something new that's coming out that will be better than what you have, but the cameras we have now are all capable of helping you create great images. Again, don't get hung up on gear. Shoot with what you've got. You know, I shot this image many years ago. Let's see. I shot this back in 2003 with a D60. And it's still an image that I really like. I could go out with it. I still have the D60. I could go out now with that D60 and still create good pics. Use what you've got to make great images. Number 17, study the great masters. What makes their images stand out? So take time to actually go back and research and look at images from 10, 20, 50, 100, plus years ago. Study these men and women and what makes these images unique. If you're a nature photographer, your first stop should be Ansel Adams. And of course, this is one of his most famous pictures that he took in Yosemite. Spend time studying, why is this image considered great? And then maybe you'll have an opportunity like I did when I took that big road trip I talked about earlier. You can go that same exact spot, put your tripod in the holes where Ansel put his tripod out and take that pics. This picture is nothing at all. This was taken during the middle of the day. The lights, not the best. It's nothing compared to his dramatic image that he took here, with the storm in the background, and you've got all these wonderful shadows that this vignette that goes around the image, and you've got the falls are lit up. I mean, there's a lot going on in this image that makes it wonderful. Study those, and then if you have an opportunity when you're in those same locations, go snap a shot. And I call it a snap because that's what this is. A great image is going to be hard to top. And this is a very easy image to take. They have a parking lot right there now. So you can just you can walk over to the edge of the parking lot and take that pic. All right, number 18. Great images are always retouched to some degree. Make sure you know how to do some basic photo editing. So even let's go backwards to that image. Ansel did a lot of retouching in the darkroom, tons and tons of it. He wrote he wrote one whole book about it, but there's lots and lots of books that describe that. But he wrote a series of 3 books that I encourage you to read. But he did tons and tons of retouching, back in his day in the darkroom. Now it's much easier, with Lightroom to do some retouching. This image is garbage, okay? This is not. You can give me a 1 out there in YouTube and Facebook land and agree with me, because it is. I had a chance to go to Hawaii when Kilauea was erupting, a few years back, and I got up in a helicopter, and I took this with my iPhone, and I think it was iPhone 6 at the time. I didn't, but the image on the left is straight out of camera. The image on the right is with some editing in the phone, okay? No, I didn't take this in the Lightroom. I do know how to do all that. I didn't take it in the Lightroom. I didn't take it into Photoshop. This is just a little quick edit on the phone where I could post it to Instagram. But all images need some type of retouching, okay? If you're just, when the image comes straight out of the camera, you need to probably need to get it into Lightroom to start with, and don't be afraid to move those levels around a little bit and just start playing with it until it looks good to you. And that's what matters most. Is this overly retouched and edited? Sure, for someone's taste, but when I look at that, it puts me back in that helicopter, puts me back in that moment. of seeing this volcanic eruption happening in person. And so whenever you do your edits, of course you need to learn Lightroom, of course you need to learn Photoshop, of course you need to learn how to edit an image, but who are you pleasing here? Are you trying to please your friends on the forums? Or are you trying to please yourself? You should always try to please yourself first and edit the image in a way that's pleasing to you. Others may not like it, and you may not like it 2 or 3 years from now. Well, that's the beauty of digital. You can always go back and re-edit your work. All right, yeah, 6S, that's what I had when I shot that. All right, number 19, do your research so you are prepared for success. Whether you're shooting wildlife, weddings, or street photography, excuse me, you need to put in time doing research. When I was into wildlife photography, I would spend a lot of time just reading about wildlife, not looking at like photo books about wildlife. I did that too, but I would like read up on them so I would kind of know their behaviors and different techniques, especially like with the grizzly bears. I wanted to kind of have an idea and understanding of what makes them tick, you know, biologically, scientifically. Do that. It will help you with your photography. For instance, with this image, you know, of the trumpeter swans here, you know, in Heber Springs, for those of you who are local here in Arkansas, every year between like November and February time, you go up to Heber. There are lakes there locally, and anybody there will tell you, you know, how to get to it. You can go and get super close to trumpeter swans. They come in every year. Well, I've been photographing these swans for a long time, many, many, many years. I think I was up there about the first year after, you know, they started flying here, coming into Arkansas. And I've only captured this shot where you get the perfect like head that makes a heart. I've only captured this one time. I have one picture of this, and I photographed tens of thousands of images of these swans. The reason I got this image is because I've seen them so many times, you know, fly in, and when they come together and they're bopping their heads up and down, and I just know and can anticipate what they're about to do. I've got my camera ready, I'm focused, and all the stars aligned, everything worked out perfectly for me right here to make this happen, and I was ready. And that's another key point too, and I don't think I have this on the slides, is, you know, with wildlife or nature photography, you have to put the time going in to these places. Most of the time when I go shoot the trumpeter swans, I don't get a good picture. I mean, this is one out of like, I bet I've been there 200 or 300 times. This is one out of 200 or 300 times worth, you know, days of me getting something like this. I've spent weeks up in North Arkansas and Ponca, Arkansas, trying to photograph elk and never coming back with anything. So you have to put the time in where the animals are there. You get the animals there, then you have to be prepared and ready to, you know, push the shutter button in order to actually get the image. So you have to like put the time in to make this happen. And even if you put the time in, there will be opportunities, you know, presented to yourself that you miss. That's just part of the game. That's just part of photography. That's just part of being there. And those kill me. I mean, I can go through a whole list of images that I've missed in my head, but you know, they'll always be there for you to go back and attempt to get them, but they won't if you don't put the time in. So you have to put the time in to make it happen. This was with a 40D, Canon 40D, shot this in 2008. I've been back many times since. I've never gotten anything like that. So when an opportunity presents itself, be prepared and be ready to capture it. As I just said, always be ready, number 20. And so let's take it to a people point of view. This couple, I photographed their wedding. Their child was turning 1, and they asked me to come over to the birthday party to, you know, take pictures of the party and to take pictures of the cake smash and all the, you know, the cool stuff that happens at a 1-year-old's birthday party. Well, I got a lot of good images of all of that stuff, and those were fun, and you know, and everything's great, and they were happy with all of them. But this was their favorite image, and it's also my favorite image. That's unusual. Typically, your favorite image and the client's favorite images are usually on polar opposite ends. But this is a cool couple. They're artistic. They love this image because, of course, I mean, it's just a fun image. You know, the expression on the kid's face, the mom looking down, smiling, and then, of course, the balloon covering Dad's head. That just makes it. And that only happened for a second. I mean, I was down there taking pictures and stuff, and the balloon just happened to float in the right spot. I think the kid hit it. I can't remember exactly, but it was there for just a second. I snapped it, got the pic, and of course, you know, that's just being in the moment, and that's be one that I always like too. It's just a fun image. Nikon D4, aperture f4.5, 1/250th of a second, and of course with the flash. And just to give you a little tip with flash, I would, you know, put the flash on top of the camera, and for situations like this, I'm not pointing it directly at the subject. I'm pointing it, usually bouncing it, you know, either off of a wall or off the ceiling. It's rare that with an on-camera flash that I point it right at the subject. Very rare for me to do that. If there's a place for me to bounce it off of a wall or a ceiling, that's what I would do. And if you can't bounce it off of a wall or a ceiling, maybe you can get an umbrella and shoot the flash in the umbrella, just so that that flash is not so harsh. All right, there's your little flash tip. There are lots of I could do a whole presentation on flash because it's intimidating. Especially if you've never used flash before. You can think, well, I'll just never learn it, but it's one of those things where you just have to get in there and do it. All right, number 21, we're getting close. We've got 4 more after this. Have a camera with you at all times. It is important that your camera is near you. Now I don't have my phone on me, but most of us have a phone that has a camera with us now. So most of us do have a camera with us at all time, but I'm not talking about your iPhone. Yes, you know, I use my iPhone. You'll see a couple shots here in a second with my iPhone. But I'm also talking about not just your iPhone, but also having your regular camera with you. Take it with you. Take it to work with you. You never know what's going to happen on your way to work or back from work, what you can photograph. So have a camera with you at all times. But definitely, you know, have one hopefully in your phone, because this image I took with my iPhone. I did. These are, you know, kids that go to the school that I work at, and it's a cool image. You know, they're having fun. She's on her phone. They're looking. I can't remember what they were looking at, but this image has even more importance when we look at the metadata. When we look at the metadata, you notice none of them are masked. This is March 10th, 2020. This was just like a day or 2 days, I think, before COVID. You know, of course, COVID was around before that, but as far as schools go, I mean, they told us to leave and not come back, you know, at that point. So this image even has more meaning to me now with COVID than it did at the time. I didn't know COVID. I didn't know 2 days later they were going to tell us to go home from work, and my whole life as a teacher changed at that point. I had to learn how to do stuff like this, you know, remote like we are right now. Our world changed. I didn't know that was going to happen when I shot that image. They were just I happened to be outside at carpool waiting for their parents to come get them. I saw them over there. I'm like, oh, that's kind of cute. And I just took a real quick shot to send their parents, you know, and also just for me to have, because it was a cool pic, cool moment. But that's why it's important. You never know like what's going to happen today, especially when we can look back on it from the future. So get out there and take pictures, and some of them may have special meaning to you like this one does to me at this point in my life. Number 22, find inspiration from other activities. Reading, exercising. What are your other hobbies that you have? Find some inspiration, you know, from those other hobbies, and bring that into your photography. I love to read. I like exercising. I like to run, and so I've been the last few marathons that I've done. I take my camera with me, and I've been filming it, like with GoPros, and of course taking pictures with my phone. But even with a small little camera that I have, I'm going to share with you in just a second, I take that with me and take some snaps along the way. And I find some of those very inspirational to me, and I'm inspired, you know, to go out and even take more pictures. You know, maybe you like to smoke. No, I'm joking. Maybe that's what you're really interested in doing, and maybe you can find some inspiration there in your photography. No, this is back to my street portrait stuff that I like to do. A cool little side story about this is, you know, this gentleman, I see him downtown a lot too, and I've taken several pictures of him. But right after he was smoking, and I asked him, of course, I always ask people to take their picture. That's one thing I want you to know too. I'm not running up to them, snapping, and then like, you know, running gun. That's not what I'm doing. I go up, I talk to them, we have a conversation, and then I pull the camera out and take a picture if they say I can. You know, I always ask them. Now, you don't I mean, I know some people maybe in the chat are going to say, well, you don't have to do that on the street. You don't. No, if you're in a public place, somebody's in a public place, of course you can go snap their picture all day long. But what I'm trying to convey in the images that I'm taking here, I'm wanting to convey a portrait of someone. I'm wanting to put them in their best light. I'm wanting them to know what I'm doing. I'm wanting them to kind of work with me in getting a good image. I'm wanting to try to find out who that person is in a short amount of time and then capture that. So for me personally, when I'm doing a street portrait, is what I call this series, I talk to them and ask them, did I, like earlier when you had the band playing, did I go ask them if I could take their picture? Of course I didn't. Of course I didn't. So there are many instances where I don't ask for permission when I'm out on the street, but I did here. But find inspiration in your hobbies and bring them to your photography. I am not a smoker, by the way, so I'll just say that. All right, number 23. Figure out where photography fits into your life. Is it your passion, or is it just another hobby that you enjoy doing from time to time? Both are okay. If you're like super passionate about this, and this is your life, and you want to make this like everything that you do, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you just want it to be a hobby, that's totally okay too. I've experienced both in my life. Sometimes photography has been a super passion, and that's all I think about 24/7. Sometimes photography has just been a hobby, and that's kind of, to me right now, it's kind of where I'm at. Photography is not the most important thing in my life at this point, and it's okay. You have to find a balance wherever that's at. When I got into this, I put this image in here to talk about kind of why I got into street photography. I got asked several years ago, there was a worldwide thing on Instagram where they do a shoot. It's a 24-hour shoot, and they wanted, you know, some folks to represent Little Rock during this 24-hour segment. So every hour on the hour, you have to upload a picture. So during, let's see, what day was this? This was in 2017. So April 1st, 2017, I was out taking pictures for 24 hours straight. I started at midnight and I ended at midnight on April 1st. So this one, I'd already been taking pictures for about 8 hours. I shot this at 7 o'clock in the morning, this gentleman. And I mean, I would try to time it where I could get home and catch a quick nap and come back out and take some pics. But after I did this project, it just really inspired me. And I'm like, you know what? I was out on the street. I had a great time. I think I took like 8,000 pictures that day. It was just amazing. I got really inspired by it, and it changed. At that point, I was like, okay, I'm shooting weddings, but the street photography thing, I know I'm not going to make any money doing street photography, but that's okay. That's where I want to be. And so I got into it simply from doing one project. So you never know what's going to happen whenever you decide to maybe get involved in an Instagram project like I did at this point, or you come to Bedford's and you watch, take a class. You don't know what's going to inspire you to do your next great thing. So that's what happened, with this image. Number 24, take a break from time to time. It often gives you a clearer perspective of what you want to do with your photography. And there's nothing wrong with putting the camera down and just clearing your head and just taking a break. and then coming back to it, because I've taken several breaks in my life from photography, and when I take those breaks, I often come back more energetic, more passionate, more excited, clear head about what it is I want to do. Maybe something inspired me. I've got a project that I want to work on now. I have focus. So taking a break, it's okay. So if you're burnt out right now, take a little break, and maybe you can come back to it with the fire that you want to have that you don't have at this point. I did that a few years ago. I thought that, you know what, it's going to be cool to go back to my old days of shooting this Zenit 12XP, but I've shot for a while now, so I've got to upgrade to a Leica. So I got an old Leica camera. It was great. I mean, it was an M6 camera, one of the best ones they ever made, a Leica camera. And I started shooting film. And this was a music festival in Hot Springs, and it was great. And I know in the comments you are saying, well, that's blurry. Okay, that's fine with me. At this point in my life, that's the type of stuff I like to do. I'm okay with it being blurry. I'm okay with the shutter speed being low. That's what I wanted to capture, because that's the way when I look back at that brings me back to the head banging moment I was, in the club where this was happening. But I needed to take a break from digital and go back to film. It didn't take me long, though, to realize that I was missing digital, because film just wasn't doing it for me. It was just, I love this image, and I love the grain, and I love all of that. But man, it's difficult to shoot film these days. It really is. And I can do that. I can get that same type of effect with any digital camera that's out there. It's just so much easier. But I needed this period of time to solidify that in my own head. But anyway, so you're not going to get any metadata with that. So the last thing I'm going to share with you, take time to enjoy the process and not get caught up too much in the final image. It's important for you to enjoy this. Don't go out and be like, anxious about getting the shot. I've got to get the shot. I got to come back with this image. No, just go out and have fun. When you can go out and let stuff go and enjoy things, it's amazing what presents itself in front of you. It really is. So enjoy the process. Don't get too much caught up too much in the final image. This image is trash, okay? I'm going to tell you, it's not a great image. And it's fine. I took this image though when I'm riding my bike, and I bought a bike right before the pandemic started. So back right before all the world shut down. I luckily had bought a bike, because after that you couldn't find one, and I bought this bike, and I've had a wonderful time riding it all over Little Rock and other places. I've taken it other places to ride. But now I've got this little Ricoh GR3. It's so small. I love this thing. Oh my gosh, it's just the best little camera. I took this with the Ricoh GR3. Again, not a great image, but it's an image. It's something that I captured. They're moving the statue from one place to another. I was riding my bike. I've got this thing with me all the time. This thing fits in my pocket. I've got a little bike pouch. It's always with me. So if something comes in front of me, I can take and I've take some images, and I've had the best time like taking COVID pictures with this of people with masks. Walking around, because it's important. We're not always going to be wearing masks. It's not always going to be, the world we're in right now. It's important to document these things, because 5 years from now we're going to look back on this time after we've moved out of this and and have forgotten about it, that we're like, wow, we lived through that. So get out, capture things, whether it's with this old piece of crap Zenit 12XP that I've got, or this brand spanking new Ricoh GR3. Find something, get out there, take pictures, and enjoy this craft that we call photography, and be a creative being, because if you're into this, you're a creative, you're an artist, and find whatever niche you need to find in photography that makes you happy, and enjoy that. That's all I have as far as the pictures go and my advice for you, but I'd love to answer any questions that may have popped up in the chat. or respond to any Don Johnson comments that may be out there as well, okay?
We had quite a few comments in the chat. We do have a good question from Christina.
Okay.
She says she enjoyed your program and would love to know, how do you prepare to get out and do your street photography?
Yeah, that's a great question. To prepare at this point, like, it depends on what I'm doing. Am I going out to shoot the street portraits that I talked about earlier, or am I just going to go out and see what presents itself in front of me? So two different mindsets. If I'm looking for a portrait, what I'm doing is I'm walking around and I'm not stopping, anybody that I just see on the street. I'm walking, and when I see somebody that just a bell goes off in my head, it's like, I got to have this person's picture. I make a beeline to that individual, and then 99% of the time they say yes. I know a lot of folks are afraid to go up and talk to folks, and of course you have to be safe. You do need to be safe out on the street, but most of the time, if you ask somebody to take their picture, they're going to say yes. And so if I'm in that mode of thinking, I'm going that route. If I'm just walking around though, I'm just walking around, and whatever presents itself, I just wait. And when something just pops in my head, it's like, I've got to have that picture. So a lot of times I'm walking around like in a fog until like the stars go off, and it's like, okay, I'm going to take that shot.
Excellent. We have one more question before we wrap up, and it's from Jimmy. Would like to know that you've mentioned owning many different cameras, makes, and models. Do you have a particular one that you're very fond of?
Well, it depends on when you would ask me that question. Right now, it's this Ricoh GR3. I love this little guy. It's a little fixed 28mm camera, super small. So this is like my camera right now. You can't go wrong with any of the major camera systems, whether it's Nikon, Canon, Fuji. I've shot them, and Sony, our word for the hour. You can't go wrong with any of them at all. And you can't go wrong with this little Ricoh setup. I mean, all the cameras are good today. So get out there, buy one. The main thing I can say is just get one and go shoot with it.
Excellent, Jason. Thank you so much. That presentation was amazing.
All right.
Oh my God, and I haven't seen one of those cameras since I was, I think, 5
You weren't
or
alive.
10. Well, thank you so much. Robert Trawick here again. You guys are enjoying day 2. We're almost getting ready to wrap up with our last presenter, Jeremy Smith, which is based out of the Little Rock store for PhotoExpo Live. So stay tuned. Come back at 3:30. We're going to wrap that up. And if you're in our local area, we do have a photo walk this afternoon, the Argenta District. It will be kicking off at 6:30. Stay tuned for details with that. Jeremy Smith coming up next at 3:30. Thank you guys, and we'll see you real soon. Hey, welcome back to Photo Expo Live at Little Rock, Bedford Camera and Video Store. Just want to let you guys know that we have all 7 stores still open till 6 p.m., but the e-store will be running until 12 p.m. on Sunday or 12 a.m. on Sunday. You can get all the show specials if you use the code Expo Live. But all the stores will be available till 6 o'clock. Hope you guys have been enjoying the show. It's been a treat for me. It's been a pleasure to meet these amazing presenters that have come out to dedicate their time and talent to give you a good insight into better photography. Our last speaker is a special guy, Jeremy the Great Smith. So let me read to you what's on here because it's pretty impressive. So he's a commercial and portrait photographer that's adept and shooting in studio, but loves photographing his subjects on location. He draws much of his inspiration, not only from his subjects, but from the environment. And his goal is to use available light as well as flash to capture his subjects in the best way possible. And over the years, he's come to this conclusion that less is more when it comes to photography and lighting. Jeremy Smith is based out of the Little Rock store, and he is the one and only lighting guy you need to talk to when you come in here. Be sure to check out all of the staff at all the different locations, and be sure to get on bedfords.com and hit that code. You still got those things going on until Sunday at 12. And Jeremy's going to come in. We're going to kick this off, but don't forget we still have one more in-person event tonight in the Argento district. Jeremy is going to be doing his lighting demo on a photo walk with actual models. Yes, in Little Rock. So if you're in the area, come join us at 6:30. And if not, we'll see you real soon. Jeremy, great to see you, sir.
Yeah.
All
Good to see you,
right.
Robert.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
All right. Oh, yes. I guess I'll take off my mask so you can see my entire face. All right, guys. So, yes, as Robert mentioned, I am primarily a portrait photographer. Now, I'm going to ask you guys a favor before I get started. I really want you guys to do me a favor and write in the comments as we go about things. Because honestly, guys, I'm kind of having a hard time with not seeing everyone's smiling faces. I always draw a lot of inspiration from the audience. So it's a little bit weird, honestly. Thanks to this global pandemic, it's a bit weird just being here and seeing, like, you know, just the same few faces and not having that audience interaction. So definitely write me as I talk about things. If you have questions, if we do run out of time, I will go back and answer those questions at a later time. So don't be shy. Definitely write me. Okay, so as Robert mentioned, I am a portrait photographer. I do a lot of things on location. I do things, you know, I go out to people's offices and do business headshots. Oftentimes, I will photograph people outdoors as well. But no matter where we're shooting, we can use a lot of the same types of lighting concepts. If you guys want to see more of my work, you can actually find me on Facebook or Instagram. I am known as Photog J the Great. That is not just because I'm great, it's also because my name is Jeremy Smith, which is a super common name. Did you guys know that there's actually there's a weightlifter named Jeremy Smith? And also I'm actually in a Facebook group, and it's nothing but Jeremy Smiths, and there's like 160 guys in there. And apparently they're going to get together and try to break the Guinness Book of World Record for having the most people gathered at the same place with the same name. So anyways, I don't have a very, I guess I'm not the unique snowflake that I would like to think that I am, you know. There's a lot of Jeremy Smiths out there. So, but if you go and search for Photog J the Great, you will find the right one. You can also find me on my website. You can see my work there. It is jsmith-photography.com. And, you know, about 5 years ago, I started doing a YouTube channel as well because at that time I really wanted to get more into video. I didn't really have anything to film. And I'll tell you guys a little bit more backstory about me. I'm actually not a super artistic person. I'm actually very inspired by more the technical side of things than I am the artistic side of things. And so in photography, I find that there's all kinds of photographers, and none of them really seem to be completely balanced between tech and art. And I am definitely on the tech side, and I have to work on the art side. But the good thing about this is I basically spend a lot of time with whatever new camera or lens that comes out, and that allows me to really, help others. I do spend a lot of time on my YouTube channel making different tutorial videos and reviews. So if you guys, I'm actually purposely not going to make this very technical today, but if you look on my YouTube channel, I do spend a lot of time talking about all the nuances of different cameras and different lenses. So be sure to check out that as well. So that gets us over into where we are right now today. And today we're going to be talking about one light portrait photography. And so a lot of times people may wonder, well, I've seen many photographers do this over the years. They go out and they buy like a big, ginormous size lighting kit, and they want to just like set up a bunch of lights every time. And guys, I'm guilty as charged. This is something that I have done many times too. We go to a scene, we don't necessarily look at the light in the scene. We think, man, I've got these 4 light heads I can use on the shoot, and we want to go and set up everything. But a lot of times, being more minimalistic with our approach can be a really, really good thing. And so one of the things that I like about using just one light is the fact that one light does create a very, very dramatic type of look. A lot of people will get started with lighting and they'll say, okay, Jeremy, I want to get rid of all the shadows. I've got these shadows that are appearing on my subject's face. I don't want to see those. And they'll want to go in and like use more light. And they end up in this scenario where they basically end up making Xerox portraits of people, where it looks like they just took, someone's face and slapped it onto a copy machine, and you just get this very unflattering, just flat light. And so the nice thing about using one light is that you can really create an image with a lot of depth and three-dimensional qualities to it. It's very important to note that shadows are not a bad thing, because whenever we are photographing a human face, we're taking a image and we're capturing something that's three-dimensional, but we're putting it into a two-dimensional type of medium. And so by having our shadows in the image, that's what's going to give us depth and contrast to our scene. Many times we'll go out and do different photo walks. This image here is actually from one of our photo walks. I believe this was from, oh my goodness, the time flies when you're having fun. I believe it was around 2018 that I shot this image during one of our photo walks. And so we were just walking along, and our model Forrest was there, and we happened to see this motorcycle, and it really, really worked well for the scene. Forrest, he's been working out almost as much as me, so he's, one day he'll get as buff as me, but he does look really nice in this frame. So I wanted to give I wanted to put some light on him that would really accentuate that, and this bike was here, and so I ended up using a single light source just right off to the side here, and you guys can kind of see where our light is coming from. And I always work very hard to try my best to blend in the available light. So I took several frames here, probably about at least a dozen or so, but I like this one the most because this UPS truck happened to be driving by at that time. And so that's actually also kind of lighting Forrest on the opposite side, and it's also kind of backlighting this bike. So being aware of those things when you're shooting can be very, very good, because a lot of times, even though we may be using, in this case, technically I was only using one light, I only brought one light, but the light in the environment really allowed me to have some additional depth to my image here. And by the way, if you guys, end up wondering about any of the technical details of these images, just write me and I will answer those questions. I've memorized most all the metadata in these images anyway, but I didn't want to burden this presentation down with too much jargon. But I will answer those questions if you guys have them. Another image here. I tell you what, guys. We were talking just before I went live. Before I went live here, and I was talking about how I'm starting to feel old. I'm almost getting as old as Robert. He was talking to me about his pains and ailments earlier, and I'm like, man, buddy, I'm almost there with you. This young lady, when I first photographed her, she was about 3 years old. And so now, I look at this frame and it's mind-blowing that here she is. She's getting ready to go to college. She has her new car here. Similar thing going on here. I'm just getting the last little bit of daylight. We got some nice sunset here. A lot of people will photograph a scene and the sun will still be in the frame, but typically you get the better sunset whenever the sun is actually just dipped below the horizon, when you've got just a little bit of light left. And here I'm using one light source to kind of put a bit of light on Madison, so that way she can be captured along with that beautiful sunset. So, and yeah, same one light technique. We get a lot of depth and detail to the image, a lot of contrast. Okay, we'll go to this one here. So similar thing here. This image was captured back when I was testing my latest hotness, as I've been calling it, the Sony A1. So every time a new camera comes out, I'm always testing it. And so the A1 came out, and you know, I noticed that the flash sync speed was 1/400th of a second. I thought, I'm going to put that to work. So here we have a situation where we have pretty strong backlighting. This image is captured at the worst time of day. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about time of day as time goes on. But this is captured during the worst time of day. This is like right at high noon. And if you guys have taken photographs outside at high noon, you know that that is not the most flattering light of the day at all. However, we decided to shoot inside the stable. I'll go to the next frame so you guys can see. So not all these images have behind the scenes, but I try to capture as many behind the scenes photos as possible. But we moved into the stable, that way we could avoid the harsh midday sun, and I'm using a single light source there to be able to balance out the subject brightness with that very, very bright background. And yeah, 1/400th of a second flash sync is pretty awesome in a scenario like this as well. Okay, so another frame here. For me, I am a very introverted kind of person, which is kind of funny. It's kind of ironic that I'm a portrait photographer, because I'm very much an introvert. But the thing about my camera is that, as cliche as this sounds, the camera gives me a window to the world. It allows me to connect with a lot of people that I would not ordinarily be able to connect with. And, you know, to be able to learn someone's story and to be able to create an image of them that reflects their story, it's very, very important to me. A lot of times I do choose lighting techniques and lighting styles that are going to be more appropriate for the subject I'm photographing. This gentleman here, his name is Donald, and I've known him for a number of years now. He is actually quite an accomplished writer, and so he has, as I put it in one of my YouTube videos, he has some writing that's a little bit on the controversial side. Some of his topics are a little bit more controversial, not the most easy topics to discuss. And so in one of his latest books, you know, he really wanted to kind of shake things up, so to speak, a bit. And I wanted to create a portrait of him that would kind of reflect that a bit. So I did want it to seem a little bit more moody. I wanted it to be a little bit almost like he's on edge as I'm capturing these images. So you can see we have a single light source again. In this instance, I am actually wanting to create a lot of additional shadow. You guys will notice that I have like a subtractive panel over here. That way we're really not filling in the shadows on the opposite side of his face. We're really, really getting that nice moody feel. And I also shot this at a very low angle with a wider angle lens than I normally would, because I really want it to be kind of more in your face, so to speak, and that really, really helps sell the effect of the portrait. And another point I wanted to make, this is actually something that I thought about probably about 10 minutes or so before I went live today, and because I'm always thinking about additional things. But one point I want to make too is that just because you're doing something like a group shot, don't think that you can't still use one light. Now, we do have different types of light modifiers we can use. Unfortunately, I don't have the space to really go through things in a proper hands-on demonstration. I will do a smaller hands-on demonstration at the end of this presentation. But yes, even if you're photographing a larger group, you can use a single light source. Whenever we want to back our light up, we would use a larger modifier. I'm going to tell you guys why in just a moment, but one light can still be very appropriate, even for creating a small group portrait such as this one. Okay, now I have to kind of chuckle whenever I get to this slide. Minimalist friendly. Now, as I rode in here today with a Pelican hard case, a shoulder bag, and a backpack, I don't think anyone really truly believes that I'm much of a minimalist. But the truth is, I really do try to travel as light as I possibly can. I try to be minimalistic with my gear choices and selections. So instead of me showing you guys a slide here, I'm going to show you guys something. So let's just say that I wanted to go and do a quick on-location portrait session. You know, a lot of times, obviously, I'm going to have, a camera and lenses. But as far as my lighting setup goes, so I don't have to drag in a bunch of gear, I might actually just bring a small setup. So I have something here. Okay, so this is kind of like my small. This is my small sort of gear bag here. And this right here contains a light stand. It contains a couple of umbrellas as well as a stand adapter. And then we have a flash. So normally I would keep my flash in my camera bag, so it's right here. And the reason why I'm showing you guys this is because a lot of people will ask me, Jeremy, I want to get into lighting, but I mean, frankly, they'll say, hey, I don't want to carry all that extra crap around. But I'm just showing you that you don't actually have to carry a lot to be able to have effective lighting ability. Okay, so you can see this is one of my umbrellas here. I have a couple of these. I have a silver one as well as a shoot-through. It's a long topic, but basically I use the silver one whenever I'm outside because it's reflects a little bit more light, and it allows me to maximize the light output out of my smaller flash units. Okay, so we're going to do this. Okay, so this is like a little Manfrotto Nano light stand. So you guys can see, I can take something like this fairly quickly. And I can open this up. Kind of like a travel tripod, this has a lot of sections to it. But yeah, you can see we can fold that out like that. Then we would take our stand adapter. So stand adapter goes into the front pouch there. We can take that. We can put it here. And then it's just a matter of putting our light on there. So in a pretty quick fashion, I'm able to give our cameraman a workout as I move around all over the place. No. But in addition to that, I'm able to have a fairly quick setup with this. Yeah, so we have our light there. And this umbrella is actually 43 inches. But you can see that it folds up very small. I'm not going to actually set this up. I'm just going to kind of show you guys here. But anyway, so there's our umbrella. We would put that into our stand adapter, and we have a pretty nice and easy setup here. So this is a ProPhoto A1, but you could use any small speed light with off-camera triggering ability, and that would allow you to get the job done. So this is actually how I shot that image of Forrest earlier. This is the exact same lighting setup I used during our photo walk. So pretty easy to set up, not really a big deal. We'll set this off to the side. So yeah, so it can be, with one light, you can do things in a very minimalist fashion fairly easily. These days, if you didn't want to use a speed light, you could even use something like a smaller strobe. Companies like ProPhoto have the B10. Godox, they have lights like the 8400, the 8200. All those little smaller strobes could be very good for this type of scenario as well. Okay, more budget friendly. So yeah, in photography, there is no my God, there is almost no limit on how much money you can spend on different pieces of gear. I'm not going to get into that too much right now, but yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about. I mean, it's limitless, you know, almost how much you can spend. But the cool thing I like about lighting, and the cool thing about using one light, is that you can start fairly inexpensively. You know, you can buy a small light stand that's 20 bucks. You can buy a flash these days that's great for around 100 to 200 bucks, and a trigger for your camera for around 50 bucks. And you can get started fairly easily these days. Now with lighting, the cool thing is, as time goes on, you can really start to add things. A lot of folks want to get into using different types of soft boxes, you know, large octaboxes, things along those lines, strip boxes, beauty dishes, and on and on. But if you get something like, you know, a small flash and an umbrella, I still think that the umbrella is one of the most underrated things out there these days. I mean, you can do a heck of a lot with an umbrella. I might even have time to show you guys a trick I do with that later, but you can do a lot with an umbrella. So keep that in mind. I mean, you can start off fairly, in a pretty economical fashion with this. Okay, and it is easier to master lighting concepts, and we're going to speak about these lighting concepts, of course. But yes, whenever we start talking about working with our light, it's very, very nice to just kind of start one light at a time. A lot of people, they want to, you know, immediately set up a lot of different lights. You know, someone will buy a light kit and immediately they start, you know, lighting up everything. But it's really nice to just start one light at a time, and it makes it much, much easier to see all the concepts of light. And what concepts of light, you ask? Well, these concepts of light. One of the main things we think about with light is going to be light quality, you know. And when I say light quality, we start mainly thinking about one aspect. We start thinking about hard light versus soft light. Now, anything light related, I'll tell you guys the secret. Man, I should have made this a YouTube video, and I could have said, you know, Jeremy's big secret for lighting. You know, I have cracked all the lighting mysteries or something. I don't know. But the secret is, look at the shadows. If you are trying to figure out something about light, you know, if you want to know about the light source, if you want to know where the light was coming from, the key is going to be the shadows. So keep that in mind. So if we think about something like hard light, for example, hard light is something that can be very, very beautiful. You know, a lot of people, I find that a lot of people, they want to immediately get the biggest possible softbox or the biggest possible umbrella, and they're thinking about making the light just as soft as can be, but they kind of forget about hard light, you know. And I think the reason being is because a lot of times most of our first experiences with flash and with lighting is that little, you know, dinky pop-up flash that, thank God, most manufacturers have stopped putting on their mid to high-end cameras these days. But you see that little flash, it's always popping up, and it's always casting hard shadows everywhere. But used properly, hard light can be a very good thing. So if we think about something like, for example, fashion photography, a lot of times we can use hard light in those scenarios because, you know, hard light, first of all, it provides a lot of contrast, which makes clothes look quite attractive. You can see my subject here is wearing, she is wearing a black leather jacket. If we take a closer look here, you guys will notice that there's some pretty harsh shadows being cast. So you can see that her arm is actually casting a shadow down to her body here, and you can see many harsh shadows through here. If we kind of zoom in a little bit more, you guys can kind of see where the light is on her face. When we speak about hard light, the telltale look of hard light is going to be very, very crisp and very, very defined shadows. We're not going to have shadows that have, you know, feathered, soft edges. We're going to have shadows that have more bold edges. There's more of a harsh outline there, and you guys can definitely see that here. If we look at any of the shadows here below her chin, if we look even at the shadows on her cheek here, there's a bit of gradient, but it's still fairly harsh. So we can kind of see these characteristics. Another thing that we can look at in a portrait image to kind of tell us about our light is going to be the catch lights in the subject's eyes. So basically, a catch light is just that reflection of light within our subject's eyes. And so you guys will notice that that light source in her eye here is very, very small. So that also tells us that we have more of a hard light type of situation here. Now, if we think about lighting a little bit here, and this is kind of getting me over to the next topic I'm going to make, so I'm not going to, I always jump ahead of myself, it seems, but I'm not going to get too far ahead. But one thing to keep in mind about light is that, you know, we start thinking about the size of the light relative to the subject. So you guys may have heard that, you know, if you want to get very soft light, you need a bigger light source. But back when I was first starting out with lighting, you know, I wanted to get the softest light possible. So I did what a lot of photographers do. I went out and I bought the biggest lighting modifier I possibly could. I think it was, I don't even remember. I think it was like a 5-foot octa, and then I think I bought another light modifier. I think it was like, you know, like a big 4x5 rectangular softbox or something, because I thought, you know, oh yes, you know, every photographer said, oh yes, if you want soft light, you want a bigger modifier. But you guys may have noticed how I just worded that. The quality of the light is not just dictated by the size of the modifier. Notice that I said it's dictated by the size of the light modifier in relationship to our subject. So whenever I had my big, you know, 3-foot by 4-foot or whatever softbox it was, I noticed that sometimes I didn't have light that was as soft. And I thought, well, man, this is the weirdest thing. You know, this is supposed to be the softest light ever. Why am I seeing this change? Well, as it turns out, I was not paying attention to how close the light was to the subject. So put very, very simply, if you guys have a light source, it could be a big softbox. We could just say let's say it's a 5-foot octabox. If that 5-foot octabox is 15 feet away from your subject, you are not going to have the same soft light qualities out of it that you would have if that light were 5 feet from the subject, because it's all relative, right? So if we think about even the sun is massive, but if you have a day that is, you know, a very clear day, the sun is so far away, it's very small relative to us, so we still have harsh light. So this is all to say, when you start thinking about light quality, don't think about just the size of light modifier you're using, think about how close the light is to the subject, because relative to, basically the quality of light is going to be relative to the size of the modifier compared to the size of the subject. So if you have a bigger scene, you want to get more spread to your light, and you back your light up, this is the time when we would use a larger light modifier. Now, again, because I'm not going to, I don't want to like hit people in the head in here, and we have very limited space. I'm not gonna pull out. Don't worry, guys. You don't have to move the cameras around anymore. I'm not gonna pull. I know I pulled out some things already. I'm not gonna just randomly pull out a 5-foot octabox right now, okay? But anyways, but just kind of keep that in mind, okay? All right. So continuing on though with hard light, same type of scenario here. This day, wow. Man, I feel like the longer I've been a photographer, the more I hit all the photographer cliches. But I tell you what, guys, I'm serious. I'm not kidding. This was a truly magical day for me. I mean, like, I thought the whole shoot was going to get canceled. It was raining all day. Then it stops raining, and we ended up with this type of effect. I love the fact that I was able to get all these reflections of the clouds in the little puddles here. And this glass wall here is all got water droplets. I mean, it's truly all the stuff that we go nuts for as photographers. And after this, a rainbow came out. So, I mean, it was quite something. But anyways, we're using hard light here. Now, let me back up 1 second. This is officially off the cuff, but I thought about something, like I often do. If you are using a light modifier on a light, be aware that that light modifier does cut down on some of the light that's actually reaching your subject. So if you're in a situation where you have to back your light off very far from your subject to get more spread, if you have a very bright background that you're trying to match, you may not still be able to use your modifier. So this day, I had some closer shots of the subject that I captured with more of a soft light look. I used a larger umbrella. For this shot, where I wanted to kind of pull the lights back and get more spread, I had to remove the light modifier and use more of a hard light look, just simply to be able to get enough light output to be able to match the very intense sun that was previously behind clouds that, that suddenly came out. So keep that in mind. But anyways, if we zoom in on this one, you guys can kind of see the same types of things happening here. How we have obviously more hard light going on. We can see how there's a lot of contrast in the light on her clothes here. And just like before, if we go in a bit closer, we can see that we have much more defined shadows on her face, and we have a very small catch light here as well. Okay, so moving right over to this one, kind of the same thing happening here. I think you guys are getting the idea of what I'm speaking about here in regards to hard light. Another point I'll make about this image, at some point, I'm really bad, guys, about like remembering who said what, but I do remember these quotes. There was a photographer, someone, somewhere, at some point, said that nothing interesting in photography happens at eye level. And so for me, that's something that I really take to heart. And I don't know, since I haven't gotten quite as old as Robert, I can still actually get down on the ground and then get back up again. Oh man, Robert's not in here to hear me. Oh well, he'll sit in the replay, I guess. But yeah, same sort of thing going on here. You guys can see that we obviously have hard light once again. Now here's the other thing too. I was speaking about catch lights just a moment ago, and a lot of times having that catch light in the subject's eyes can give an image of very, very warm and inviting feel. Whenever we see that nice sparkle in the eye. Notice though in this frame we don't have that. This image has a little bit different feel because of it. Here, what I did is I had my light just a little bit higher, so that way I wouldn't get so much catch light. And so when you don't have that sparkle in the subject's eye, it kind of gives the image a little bit more of an imposing kind of feel. Anyways, in this frame it was intentional, but that's just something to keep in mind. If you go and take a photograph of someone, it's like for their new business, and they're supposed to be, they're like a real estate agent, and they want to look very vibrant and inviting in their image. You want to be sure to get a nice catch light in their eyes. You would not want to do this in that type of context, so keep that in mind. And this, I put this picture into the slideshow basically so that I can just sort of like flex on Robert a little bit. He was talking about, not being able to get up earlier. So yeah, I guess I can enjoy it while it lasts, Now, thankfully, cameras do have tilty screens these days, so you don't have to really get down, but I don't know, I just don't feel as good about things if I don't come home from a photo shoot completely dirty. Okay, so soft light. You guys can probably tell where this is going. Once again, we're looking at the shadows to be able to determine what type of light we have in our scene. But instead of us having the very, very defined shadows with very crisp edges that we would have with hard light, here we have the opposite thing going on. Now, another point I'll make about this image is that it is shot on a cloudy day. And a lot of people will say, well, on a cloudy day, that is a very great time to take outdoor portraits. But the one thing I do find is that oftentimes on a cloudy day, the light does lack a little bit of direction. And so it can be, again, a little bit Xeroxy, we'll call it. That's going to be my new term I just coined. But yeah, it can look a little bit flat. So a lot of times I still will use a light source, an artificial light source on a cloudy day just to give my light a little bit of direction, give it a little bit of extra, extra pizzazz, right? So yeah, if we zoom in, you can see what's happening here. Instead of having that very, very small and sharp looking catch light in the subject's eyes, we can see that there's a larger catch light here. And if you look closer, you can actually notice that there are diffuse edges to that catch light. And this right here is an example of what the available light looks like in the scene compared to the shot with artificial light. So over on the left, you can see this is exactly what I was talking about. I mean, a cloudy day can be a great time to take outdoor portraits, but yeah, I mean, it's it's very, very flat looking. Cody's eyes look pretty dead, basically. We don't have any sparkle. There's no pop to the image. But over here, we have our light source, and you can see how that's changing things quite a bit. Yay! Behind the scenes. So you can see that we do have our, in this case, I believe it was like a 4-foot octobox I was using here, and I'm fairly close up. So we were getting very soft light out of that light source. All right, and once again, you guys are getting this. Oh man, should I tell them the secret? I guess I'm going to tell you guys the secret. This image right here, I put this image on. I believe I put it on. I believe it was on like my YouTube story or Instagram story or something like that. And I was like, oh yes, guys, I'm still testing the Sony. You know, I guess at the time was the A7R4. So I'm testing the A7R4, and you know, this is one of my images. And I put some metadata in there. You know, like I always do with my images. I put you know, an aperture and a shutter speed and everything. And anyways, I'm here to come clean today. Okay, no one throw anything at me. I'm coming clean today about this image. This is taken with an iPhone. This is not taken with an A7R4. iPhone 11 Pro Max is what shot this image. So that shows you how important lighting is. ProPhoto, they've got this little app that allows you to fire their studio strobes even with the phone. So yeah, this is an iPhone picture. My God, I feel like I should just like put myself into witness protection over this or something. Anyways, but yes, that's how important lighting is. So yeah, 3-foot octobox here. So we got some nice soft light. I'm not gonna get ahead of myself, but yeah, the camera, we talk about cameras too much sometimes as photographers, we really do. And that's coming from Mr. Techie, Mr. YouTuber himself here. All right, so same type of thing with soft light. Let's see here. Something compelling to say about this image. It's got soft light. How's that for something compelling? No. Yeah, on this image right here, you can see those same types of characteristics. Very, very soft shadows here. This is the behind the scenes on this one. Again, a lot of times I will use the light source very, very close to the subject. That's how we're able to get that very, very soft light. For this type of shot, a boom stand can be very handy. If you don't want to impede your camera's view to your subject, being able to have, you know, the light stand placed off to the side is very, very handy. Another point I'll make about this is that using a telephoto lens can be really good for this type of shot too. So I'm going to go back and just kind of show you here. I've been playing a game with myself to see like how long I could go without going back, but apparently it wasn't very long. So if we look at this again, you guys will notice that we're getting our subject pretty much filling the frame here. But you guys saw in the behind the scenes shot how close the light source was to our subject. If I were shooting this closer up with a wider angle lens, my light would have been in the shot. So using a telephoto lens, that narrower angle of view is what allowed me to get that light really, really close and get the soft light, but also not like have the light showing up in the picture. So I believe I used a 105mm lens in this photograph. And yeah, this camera is recording video, so I actually shot this frame from even further back than where this camera is positioned. Okay, so another important thing to think about with lighting, and this is probably the #1 question that I get about lights whenever someone buys a flash. They say, well, Jeremy, this all looks well and good, but tell me, where in the heck do I put this light? Do I put it over here? Do I put it over there? Now, there's a lot of general rules of thumb about placing lights. People will tell you to place the light at a 45-degree angle. So if I'm here, for anyone that knows me, like I spend a lot of time just like walking around with the camera in my hands. I'm a really hands-on kind of guy, so hence my light panel. But a lot of people will tell you, you know, if you are going to, if you're going to light something, they'll say, okay, you've got your subject right here. So you want to get the light coming up at about a 45-degree angle, and they'll say, okay, put it off to a 45-degree angle, something like this right here, right? And so this is something that you'll hear. And this is not a bad place to start, but whenever you're placing your light, there are some considerations. And one of the biggest consideration is just simply the light pattern that you want on the subject's face. So instead of me telling you guys exactly, okay, every time you should put your light at a 45-degree angle and every time you should do this and do that, instead of me telling you that stuff, I'm going to just tell you what type of lighting patterns there are available to you, and I'm going to tell you guys how to kind of like ensure you get that effect versus just saying, okay, always do this and always do that. So lighting patterns. One of the lighting patterns we think of is butterfly lighting. Now, at the end of this, depending on exactly how I'm running time-wise, how am I running time-wise? So is it to 4:40? We're going till 6:45, right? No, just kidding.
35 minutes.
Okay, so we've got 35 minutes. Okay, cool. So basically, if we think about butterfly lighting is going to be characterized by typically having our light source kind of more in front of our subject, more like this, kind of coming from this direction. Preferably, your subject won't be wearing, their trademark hats. But anyways, you'll have your light at that direction. And what we're looking for with butterfly lighting is we're looking for this particular shadow right here. Butterfly lighting is characterized by having this sort of shadow below the subject's nose that looks kind of like a butterfly wing. So that's essentially where we are there. Now, I'm going to come back over and mention something else to you as well. Whenever we start talking about all these different lighting patterns, keep in mind that as you're shooting your images, there's a couple things to keep in mind here. Number one, you may end up with light that is kind of in between patterns. Don't feel bad if your light doesn't fall exactly into one of these preset patterns and positions. It can vary a little bit, okay? So that's okay. The other thing that you want to keep in mind is that if you are using different lighting methods, if you have a certain lighting style that you want, a certain lighting pattern that you want to create, be sure to educate your subject on that as well. Because what's going to happen is, if you have a light that's over on this side right here, and you're getting a certain lighting pattern and your subject is moving around and turning in different directions, you're not going to still have that lighting pattern anymore, right? So whenever you are shooting, be sure to tell your subject, hey, the main light that I'm lighting you with is coming from this direction right over here. That's the main light. So you can say, hey, move your body wherever you want to, but try to keep your face within this range because we're getting this type of light. We have to communicate with our subjects about these things. So do keep that in mind. Okay, so that's our butterfly lighting. We'll kind of continue on. So there's another lighting pattern that's commonly used that's called loop lighting. And so loop lighting is basically characterized, it's also characterized by a shadow cast by the nose, but instead of having this butterfly shadow directly below your subject's nose, you have a little bit different shadow pattern. You have that shadow pattern off to the side right here. And so basically you end up with this sort of loop-shaped shadow. This loop-shaped shadow should not be, wow, loop-shaped shadow. How about that? I deserve something for pronouncing that correctly. But you have this loop-shaped shadow that's just right here. Now, it shouldn't be very long to the point to where it's connecting with the shadows on the opposite side of the face here, or on the same side of the face here. It should just be just a little bit right there. So that's kind of what we're looking for with that one. Also, as I go through these different photographs, you guys will no doubt see some different light qualities that we also previously discussed. If you guys can tell, like what types of light we have in these example photos, if you are able to, write in the comments. I'm kind of curious to see if you guys can spot what light is hard light, what light is soft light. All right, so this is actually a good friend of mine. I saw him earlier today. I decided I was going to put this in the presentation to see if he's actually watching it, to see if he actually sees himself. He's definitely the best looking subject in all the photographs, especially since I didn't put any pictures of myself in here. So this is Rembrandt lighting. Rembrandt lighting is going to be kind of similar to the loop lighting in a way, except what's happened here is now our light source is kind of moved slightly further. So we're kind of moving across the face. And I'm going to show you guys this with my lovely assistant over here in just a moment. But the light is kind of moving across the face. So instead of having our light, coming, straight down and having a shadow right here, we're moving the light across the face, and that shadow is just kind of getting longer and longer as the light gets further and further off to the side. So at this point, we have our light coming off very far at a very, very, very steep angle from the side, and that is making that shadow that's cast by the nose get much longer. And at this point, it's also kind of connected to all the shadows on the opposite side of the face. And so you get this one little side of the face that is opposite the light source that's still illuminated, and it ends up forming this sort of triangular sort of patch of light, and that is the telltale characteristic of Rembrandt lighting. So that's what we're looking for with this one. So I like this type of look. It really creates a very, very moody, atmospheric kind of look to the portrait. Some of the other different types of lighting end up creating different looks. The butterfly lighting has a tendency to make for a little bit slimmer face. But when I want that moody and atmospheric type of look, the Rembrandt lighting is definitely my go-to. If we think about another one, we think about something like maybe split lighting. Split lighting is not something that I use a whole lot, to be perfectly honest with you guys. But it's essentially characterized by being able to, light up one side of a subject's face and then have the opposite side go completely to shadow. So yeah, we're just kind of going across the face here. I'll do this so my hat doesn't interfere. So yeah, we're kind of going across the face. We've kind of going from here to over here to over here. And then with split lighting, we're just coming straight from the side. So that's kind of where we are with that sort of thing. Well, there's Robert. I was talking about him a second ago. He's off camera. Good. Yeah, well, you'll see the playback. I give you the long well. Another thing that's interesting about light is that we have one more thing to mention about lighting direction. So we've kind of talked about these different lighting patterns, but there's one other thing to consider as well, and that is something called broad lighting versus short lighting. And this basically just tells us where the light is going to be coming from in relation to the camera. This is going to dictate whether or not you have the shadowed side of the subject's face facing the camera, or if you have the illuminated side of the subject's face facing the camera. So you guys will notice here in the next slide that I have two different photographs here. Now, if you guys are kind of still paying attention here, write in the comments and tell me which one of these you like better. I'm kind of curious about that. I was fortunate enough to be going through my photographs and actually find a photo of the same exact subject taken with both these lighting methods, and I thought that was very handy because this particular lighting method changes how a subject's face looks pretty drastically. If we think about something like broad lighting is going to be where we have the shadow side of the face facing away from the camera. So we can clearly see that our light source is coming here. So we've got that illuminated side of her face directly facing the camera here. On this photograph, it's the opposite. Here we have the shadow side of her face closer to the camera, and our light source is coming from over here. The advantage to broad lighting is that broad lighting has a tendency to make a face look a little bit fuller. So essentially what we do there is, it reminds me, it's interesting as this is, it reminds me of video games. It's whenever you go into a certain video game and you're looking for the key to solve the puzzle. Wherever the key is, there's probably going to be an illuminated area somewhere, right? For all my gamers out there, anyways, but photography and portrait photography is kind of similar. Whatever we want to place the most emphasis on, that's what we need to put the light on. So if you have a subject with a face that may be a bit slimmer, you may want it to be to appear a little bit fuller, then you can have the light placed on. You may have the light placed to where the shadow is opposite the camera. That way you get a fuller look to their face. If you have someone with a face that is a bit fuller, perhaps you want to create the look of going for a little bit slimmer looking face, then that's where short lighting is your friend. So now we've got the light coming this direction, we have the shadow here, and it has a slimming effect. Another thing that I noticed about this is that if we start talking about broad lighting in most cases has a tendency to put more emphasis on the subject's clothes. So you can notice how, you know, her top, I mean, I don't know, we could put this into like a little ad for a boutique or something. It'd really show off the clothing well. But with the short lighting here, it's about her face a lot more. We don't have as much light on the clothes. There's more emphasis on her face. It's got more mood, more atmosphere. So you guys get what I'm saying here. So once you start using those given lighting patterns, then how you place the light and which side of the face you place the shadow on is also going to be a very, very important thing to keep in mind too. Ah yes, some final thoughts. Okay, these better be my final thoughts because we're getting close to the end. But I am the last guy, so I can take as much time as I want, I guess. So some final thoughts here. This is something that I was going to get into earlier. The camera matters, but it doesn't matter. So now I have been feeling very tongue-in-cheek about this whole thing all day long, which is a bad thing with me. I'm kind of mischievous. But there's a certain website out there. One day they'll tell you, the camera, here's 5 reasons why the camera you're using doesn't matter. And then the next day they'll post an article and it says, here's 10 reasons why you suck if you're not using this particular camera. Now, I'm not going to tell you guys what that website is, you know, but their name is part of the exposure triangle. You guys probably know what I'm talking about. Anyways, oh my God, I'm going to get myself in so much trouble with that. Anyways, but yeah, here's the thing. Like most things in life, there's balance in the middle, guys. There's balance. So here's the thing. As I told you, am a very techie kind of guy. I go through a lot of different cameras. The main reason why I go through a bunch of different cameras, honestly, is because I'm inherently curious. I'm kind of an IT guy turned photographer, but I also like spending time teaching others. And so when someone says, Jeremy, my Nikon camera is doing this, and Jeremy, my Fuji's camera is doing that, I want to know what the answer is. I'm like, oh yeah, just go into the custom functions, go down to custom functions C3, go over, and then change that setting, and then you're fixed. Are you sure it's broken? No, it's not broken. Just do that. It's fine, you know? So I spend a lot of time with cameras, and I change a lot of cameras frequently, but at the same time, I realize that the camera is not going to, a different camera is not going to artistically improve my images in any way. The choices that I make about cameras all have to do with all the conveniences for me as a photographer. It doesn't have as much to do with the final image. So kind of keep that in mind. So yeah, in this presentation, there's some pictures that were shot with the camera that cost as much as a brand new Tesla. And since my secret's now out of the bag, there is at least one image that was shot with an iPhone. But you guys didn't notice that because you're looking, I want you guys to see the light, but just don't walk into the light. But see the light, okay? So that's going to be the thing that makes the difference. I know that people also like to talk about lenses. Overall, I would say that the lens is more important than the camera in many cases. However, do keep in mind, the lens may not matter a whole heck of a lot either. If you're shooting in a situation where you're doing something like a studio portrait, you're mostly, in most cases, you're going to be stopped down anyway. You're going to be at a smaller aperture. You're going to be at f8, f11. And I can tell you what, guys, I've tested a lot of lenses. Even a super cheap plastic fantastic kit lens is probably going to be pretty okay at f11. So keep that in mind. Now, if you start doing some outdoor types of images and you want to, get that lovely bokeh that we're all addicted to, perhaps overly so, that's a situation where you may opt for a different lens to give you a little bit more depth of field control. So I guess the lens can matter a little bit more than the camera in that regard, but don't get too hung up on lens or camera here. I mean, your client is not going to look back and say, man, God, man, Jeremy, dang, if he had used that 100 megapixel Fuji GFX 100S instead of the Sony A1 that's only 50 megapixels, then man, you know, this image would be much, much better. You know, no one's going to say that. So I'm not telling you guys that the camera doesn't matter, but pick the camera based upon your preferences. You know, I'm going to just leave it at that. I'm going to get off my soapbox now. Keep on going. Another thing to keep in mind is too, I know I've been talking about using artificial light a lot, but keep in mind that the sun is a light source too. You know, all these effects that we talked about are still going to be very, very useful even with available light as well. So I don't have a behind the scenes photograph of this. This photo is actually not really, you know, I liked it when I captured it, but I've fallen out of love with it now. It's okay. But I'm showing you guys this picture because I want you guys to see the time of day here. It was May 19th. It's 7:28 p.m. So the sun is going to be going down later in the evening here. If you look at this and then jump over to the very next picture, look at that. Now it's 7:44 p.m. It's just a little bit after. What's happened here is our sun is going down a bit and it's closer to the horizon. I'm actually getting a very, very nice Rembrandt lighting effect here, as if I placed a light source there. But instead, I was just aware of the time of day. I was aware of my environment, and I was able to get this type of effect. So I knew I was going to create this shot whenever I saw the sun. I was like, okay, we just need to wait a little bit longer, and we got this effect. So yeah, be very aware of the available lighting conditions too. This isn't always about placing a strobe. And if you are going to place a strobe in a scene, you can use a strobe, or you can use the sun rather, as your other light source. All right guys, so now we're talking about using a second light source. So now it's time for part 2 of my presentation. We're going to be talking about using multiple lights. No, just kidding. But yes, even if you are using one artificial light source, be aware of where the sun is. So here it's 6:27 p.m. We have our light source, our artificial light source coming from this part of the frame. We're getting a Rembrandt-esque type of lighting pattern again, but we have our sun starting to set over in this direction, and we're getting that nice backlight here. So it makes a very, very big difference. You guys can kind of see where the sun was coming from here, and then you could see how my artificial light source was filling in the shadows on the opposite side. Man, I feel kind of awkward posting this. Like, I mean, Joel Grimes had his presentation prior to mine, and I've got the softbox with his name on it in this frame. I'm just like, okay. Anyways. All right. So in terms of the sun placement, this company is not paying me anything. They should give me some affiliate links or something, I guess. But I do use this app quite a bit called Sun Surveyor. Because remember, guys, I'm a techie guy, as I've mentioned. So I do like to use this app a lot to really track the pattern of the sun. They have this thing that they do that's it's a augmented reality view. So you can it turns on your phone's camera and you look at the screen, and then you can hold up your phone and you can actually see where the sun is and plot the path of it. You can put an address in there and figure out where the sun is going to be in advance. None of the things I've shown you in these photographs were by accident lighting-wise. There's been plenty of times when I said, okay, the sun is going to be right there. I don't want you guys to have the impression that it was just like a happy accident. It was not in most cases. So this is a way that I'm able to kind of figure out where the sun is going to be and use that to my advantage. Okie dokie, so this is about the end. So for those of you that may be tuning in late, if you want to follow my work, I mentioned at the beginning, but I'll mention again now that I can be found on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter. I am known as Photog J the Great on all those platforms. You can check out my website at jsmith-photography.com. And I have a YouTube channel here as well. I would appreciate the subscription. So we've got to get to like 5 million, I don't know. Anyways, so, but yes, this kind of concludes things, guys. I was going to do a little bit, I suppose before I go, this is like an Apple keynote, you know, just one more thing, right? Okay, so let's see here. All right, so I'm going to just kind of briefly show you guys some things here. See, this is what happens when you're the last presenter. You get to make the camera crew work a little bit hard, you know. Before they were going to spend just a little bit of time tearing this stuff down, but they need just a little bit more work before they do. Wow, okay. Don't go too close, you know. She had an accident. She had a rough night or something. I don't know. Okay. There we go. She kind of has a face for radio, but that's okay. All right, so anyways, okay, let's see. You don't have to worry. I'll just turn the light down a little bit there. Okay, that's good. All right, so you guys can kind of see what I was talking about before. This is just a quick demo, but you can kind of see if I do something like this. Oh, wow, okay, we're turning off lights. Cool. Okay, so you guys can kind of see right here. This is kind of more of our butterfly lit pattern. So if we have our light here, so for this type of light pattern, you can see where you'd want to have a boom stand or something, because otherwise you're going to get in your own shot, just like my arm was getting in the shot here. But as we start moving the light off axis here, we can kind of start to see some different lighting patterns form. So see, there's that loop lighting pattern I spoke of earlier. So see, as I move over, you can see that loop kind of form there. Now when I go all the way over, that's where all the shadows start to converge and we get Rembrandt lighting. And if I go all the way over to the side, this is where we're starting to get more of our split lighting effect. So you guys can literally see how as we move this light around, we get those different effects there. So anyways, just a quick little demo to kind of show you. Hopefully, if you guys are local to us here in Little Rock, definitely come to the photo walk, and I'll be demonstrating a lot of these things in person. And we'll have a little bit more time to kind of do things, and I won't be in a cramped room. So definitely come on out if you get the chance. And I guess this is...
All right, we have a question from Jennifer.
Oh, we have a question, okay.
She's a new photographer starting out in artificial lighting.
Okay.
And she would like to know, what are your suggestions for a basic kit for a new photographer getting into flash photography?
Okay, so great question, Jennifer. I would say, and yes, I apologize, guys. I forgot that we had questions, so that's awesome. I've been like, hey, guys, write me, give me questions, and then I almost didn't answer any of them, so my apologies there. But yes, as a photographer starting out with lighting, there's basically two different paths you can take. In order to figure out which path to take, I would ask myself a question. The question is, do you need lights that are more portable? Are you going to be doing more things that are on location? Or are you going to do something that is more set up in a studio type of environment? For most people, I would say that going a more portable route would be better, just because these days we have such compelling battery-powered lighting options. I am a really big fan of a lot of the Westcott products that have come out lately. They have a light called the FJ400 if you want more of a studio style strobe, but it is still battery powered, and so you can actually, travel with it easy on location. Unlike a small flash, you actually can put it, so like if you have a small flash like this, the downside to this is that you can't really attach anything to this unless you have a special bracket. So if you're going to be doing something that's where you're going to be using a lot of different modifiers or something like that, I would get a smaller battery-powered strobe like that Westcott FJ400. Or if you want something a little bit smaller and easier to travel with, something like the FJ200 could be very good too. If you're going to be doing something where you want to go as small and light as possible, then that's where I would go with like a smaller speed light. Like say a Westcott FJ80 or the Godox V860. Those would be some good options for those things.
Excellent. We have one more question.
Okay.
Kyle would like to know, if you had to choose only one modifier to do portraits, what would it be?
Wow, only one modifier. Okay. So let's see here. If I had to only pick one modifier, I think I would pick an umbrella. I would pick a mid-sized umbrella. I am a big fan of this umbrella. What is it called? The Photech Soft Lighter. So I would pick that as my only modifier. I have one that's about 60 inches. And the thing I like about this umbrella is that it's a bounce style umbrella, but it's convertible. So I can take the backing off it and I can shoot through it. or I can leave the backing on it and bounce it, or I can even put an outer diffuser on it and use it more like a softbox. So yes, if I can only pick one modifier, I would definitely pick some type of umbrella. That Photic soft lighter is nice, but there are others out there too that have a similar design.
Excellent. Well, that wraps
Okay.
everything up, Jeremy. Thank you so
All
much.
right.
We had great comments online about your
Awesome.
presentation. Everybody enjoyed it. Sandra was on there. Deborah said they enjoyed the presentation. They loved seeing the different light patterns demoed. They were very happy for that. I know if you're with us and you're inside the Little Rock area, we are going to have a photo walk led by the amazing Jeremy the Great Smith. Had to get that down, and now I know why they call him the Great. And if you don't know the answer to that or the reason why, leave us some comments in there, and we might get back to you and actually share that personal information about Jeremy's life. It was a great presentation, and you guys are looking for that last code word to get those extra votes to win those door prizes, and that last one is Nikon. So I hope you guys really enjoyed all the great presenters, including our amazing local Jeremy Smith, during this 2 days of PhotoExpo Live. So be sure to stop by any of the stores to see our trade specials. They're all open until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. But our e-store, our electronic store online, bedfords.com, will be available with show specials using the code EXPOLIVE until midnight on Sunday. This is Robert Trawick and Jeremy Smith signing out, and we'll see you for the photo walk tonight. Take care, guys.